Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfic guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Becomes Artificial Namu. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Darkness. Total darkness covered everything but a single light. A computer screen. The screen changed and so did the light to either brighten the room or make it darker. Clicks could be heard as fingers dashed over a keyboard and pressing each letter as the screen continued to change. The figure at the computer had hair framing their face before turning their head to a smaller sleeping figure. He turned back to the computer as he searched and searched, looking for something. This, the masculine voice stated deeply, is all for your sake. He didn't stay too long on one page before moving on to the next. Too old, too big, too beat up, dead, lost limbs. Screen after screen, page after page. He searched and searched. There were too many, and the fact it lacked a more defined search feature made it all the more painstaking. He didn't even spend more than a second on the pages. Pages of people of various ages, genders, and more importantly quirks. A child's words rang through his head as he searched. I have a little brother. An innocent voice resounded in his mind. Hearing it the first time, he was quite surprised. This was the first time he showed any signs of want. More specifically, want for another. He decided to comply with the wishes of the child. After all, this was all for his sake. He wanted a younger brother. The first thing he wanted was another person. He'll grant that wish. His searching, however, was now limited. But still, he took all the others into consideration. They might prove to be useful, especially with what his current work. So he decided to add the two together. Two birds with one stone. The screen stopped. This time, he stayed on the page. It was newly updated to boot. Younger than him. Quirk status. Acceptable. He rose from his chair as the monitor cut to black. Their silent footsteps walked past the sleeping figure and left through the door. He continued walking by tubes filled to the brim of green liquid. And then, once he stepped foot outside, he vanished. Rain fell heavily as a young child, no older than 4, curled up in his bed with sheets covering his body. A tuft of black hair with green highlights, enough to label his as having green hair, stuck out before diving deeper within the sheets. Sheets that were soon stained with tears as small noises might have been heard if one was close enough. The crying child could hear clearly through the door that was cracked open just enough for him to hear. Quirkless, his father asked. He could only picture his mother nodding with tears. He heard nothing else. He could only imagine. It had been about a week since his diagnostic about his quirk status. Quirkless, a rare phenomenon in today's society which pretty much meant ... you were worthless. Maybe back in the day when quirks were first coming out, maybe quirkless status would have been seen in good light ... but now ... it was all about quirks. Even though there were laws about using quirks in public, people still used them. There are two people who did so. They were heroes and their polar opposite, villains. Villains, those who would use their quirks to harm others and commit crimes and widely regarded as the scum of society ... yet oddly enough, still held higher than those without quirks. Heroes, unlike villains, were those who used their quirks to help the innocent from not only villains, but natural disasters and other threats that could cause harm. However, in order to be a hero, you must have a quirk. It was clear as day to what society has degraded to. Quirks, superpowers, to kill or to protect. If you didn't have a quirk, you were practically shunned. His head shifted so that a single eye could see out of the blankets. His parents had already moved. Their conversation kept going despite him not being able to hear them. He could only imagine what they were talking about. Probably about him being worthless. The mind of a child was a fragile one that needed to be taken with care. If you weren't careful with a child's mind ... then who knows what may happen to the child's state of mind. A child was innocent to the world. They were heavily susceptible to the words of others around them. They were impressionable, and to the wrong people ... that was clearly a bad thing. Lightning hit the ground outside of the apartment complex. He saw the flash of light ... and on the wall ... he could have sworn ... he saw a figure. A second ... that all it took. A second to turn his life from bad to worse. First finding out that he was quirkless, never being able to be a hero. Then, the bullying due to his quirkless nature. Those who once treated him as human stopped when his quirkless status was revealed. Their teacher didn't seem to care in the slightest. And finally, the day his father finally got back from a business trip. He lost both his parents, home, and useless possessions. He was alone. The storm ... was it a storm or a villain? Whatever happened, he lost everything. He heard footsteps as he leaned against a piece of broken rubble. He couldn't move. It was a miracle he survived. He tried looking for his parents ... only to find them buried under heavy debris, without any intention of moving ever again. Where were the heroes? Weren't they supposed to help in these situations? This ... this was clearly a disaster. He heard footsteps approaching him as he looked up. He didn't know how long it'd been, but the rain kept pouring regardless. It was heavier, The man crisp black suit with short hair from what he could tell ... and then he spoke. Nobody ... came to save you, huh? He asked as he approached the child. It must have hurt. Izuku Midoriya. The heroes will or before long the heroes will. Everyone said things like that, but they all ignored you, didn't they? Even the heroes themselves ... How exactly did the world end up like this? Who made it this way? He held out his hand, invitingly. It's okay now, don't worry, I'm here. And then, little Izuku held out his hand as the world went black. He gazed up at the ceiling above him. He had awoken not that long ago ... but ... the memories barraged his mind like at guns. I see you're awake, his savior said. We have much to talk about, young Midoriya. He lifeless gazed at the man before springing up. Where's my mum? Where's my dad? He asked. Are they okay? You know the answer to that yourself, young Midoriya, he said. No matter how much you want to deny it ... Your parents passed away last night. Tears threatened to fall, and fall they did. The man had moved to the side as he threw his arm around the child. I know what it's like to lose people close to you, he brought up, but that is for another time. Do you wish to learn ... how your parents' lives came to an end? Was ... was it a villain? He asked. No, he said, not just a villain, but a hero. The child stared with wide eyes, unable to form words. A hero was fighting a villain ... and he took the chance to take the villain out ... by sacrificing the lives of not only you but your parents. He patted the child as he continued. A hero took your parents' lives away. A hero did this. The child could only cry as the man stood. I will be back shortly ... with an offer. He had been locked away for a day as the man returned. Midoriya, he asked as he entered. The child's eyes were lifeless, devoid of anything. Remember my offer from yesterday? The child nodded as he wore clean new clothes, a recently empty bowl set to the side. In but 2 days, this man treated him more kindly than his preschool teachers and classmates did in a week after hearing that he was quirkless. Before I offer, there is something I need to tell you. What's that? You ... are labeled dead to the world. Huh? The child blinked. He couldn't believe his ears. I apologize, but I'm alive. You are, the man confirmed. But Izuku Midoriya is dead. The child looked down as he continued. However, Izuku Shigaraki is still alive. Izuku's head snapped back up, words failing to come out of his mouth, and if they did, he could have been called a rap god. I have a child not that older than you, a few years in age. He started. His name is Tamura Shigaraki. Or ... are you? Yes, Midoriya ... and oh, Izuku, I am offering you a new home and family. He held out his hand again. And a chance ... to make this world right again. So, would you join this family of outcasts as the younger brother to Tamura? He expected anything from the child, more of an immediate yes, not tears. Why ... are you so nice to me? He asked with tears pouring down his face. So nice when others were not. Because I understand, he said. You don't need a reason to be kind to others. So, would you join us? Why yes, Mr. Shigaraki. He placed his small fragile hand into the bigger one. Oh, my name isn't Shigaraki. Then what do I call you? Call me Sensei. Sensei was watching the events unfold. Shigaraki and Midoriya got along swimmingly. He could tell from both kids that they both hated heroes, at how helpless they could be, at how they put their lives in risk. Sensei ... who is he? Young Shigaraki asked, his messy gray hair getting in the way of his red eyes. Izuku could see the small scar on the left side of his lip. This was Izuku Midoriya, but now he is Izuku Shigaraki. Shigaraki, the other young child asked, tilting his head. Was I mistaken? I thought you wanted a younger brother. With those words, Shigaraki's eyes lightened up. Brother, he could hear the tone Tamura's voice was carrying. All he did was nod at the one-worded question. Yes, brother, he repeated. I hope you'll get along ... He's been through ... some trouble with heroes. He started walking away, back to his study. Now, I will let you to get along. With that, Tamura and Izuku had taken a liking to each other. Shigaraki, the one who was ignored by heroes when he needed them most, and Midoriya, the one whose life was destroyed by selfish heroes. And then, young Izuku brought up the fact he was quirkless ... and how that meant worthless in today's society. That was when he saw the look in Tamura's eyes. The eyes of not only rage at society and heroes, but also protectiveness. This was new. But ... it did fuel young Tamura with the desire to topple society. And that was all that matters. Once again, clicking could be heard as Sensei typed at his computer, albeit slower than before. Honestly, he was searching for people for his ... work. He was looking for someone specific, so he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He stood as he heard crying while walking past the previous tubes filled with green liquid ... and more. Forms, well ... more like deforms. He continued past till he reached the crying of the child. Kneeling down, he placed a hand on the child who was brought to the land of destruction, death, and evil known as reality. Don't worry, he comforted the child. I am here. Good morning, Izuku. Sensei greeted the green-haired child as he placed down a book about quirks. This book is very interesting if you want to read it. Sorry for worrying you. That's not a problem, Izuku. Sensei stood as he calmly approached the child. But I do have an offer for you. Another? He asked as he saw Sensei nod. This is much different, however. What is it? He asked with childlike curiosity. Tell me you're quirkless, are you not? Izuku looked down at the floorboards. Why yes, he croaked out softly. You know, I can fix that, he said as the child looked up. I can give you a quirk. The child's eyes couldn't grow any larger. Why you can, Sensei nodded. But let me tell you something first, he said as the child took in every word. You need to train and get stronger before I give you a quirk. Izuku nodded as he continued. Secondly, we are outcasts, thrown to the side of society and treated as villains. I'm sure you know what that means. I can never be a hero, Izuku said as he remembered his parents' death at the hands of a hero. A selfish hero who was willingly to use innocent lives. If heroes are like that, then I never want to be a hero. Izuku felt Sensei's hand patting his head. Yes, to society you being quirkless is pretty much equivalent to worthless, Sensei said. But you have the most potential. All quirkless people have to work 10 times harder, and even then, some of the strongest-willed people were quirkless. Are really? He asked with a bit too much hope. Sensei nodded again. Now tell me, Izuku, what's your opinion on All Might? He asked the child. I'm unsure now. I used to think he was a great hero, but You still have doubts. That's understandable. He smiled at the child. However, I will tell you he is not all he seems to show himself as. The number one hero, the symbol of peace, All Might, He would even tell you, that you being quirkless is worthless, unfit to be a hero without a quirk. Izuku looked down to the floor once more. All Might too. Despite society looking down at you, I believe in you, Izuku, Sensei said as he waved his hand. I believe in your potential, not as a hero, but as a fellow outcast that would label us a villain at the smallest word of complaint. And that's when Izuku unleashed the tears he didn't know how long he was holding back. He watched as he gave Izuku some papers on what to do. Shigaraki took the time to help his new younger brother. However, he needed someone to watch them. I'll make sure they'll stay safe, a male voice said. He was entirely made up of mist and wore an elegant suit with a tie and 5 metal plates that go from around his collarbone to just below his eyes. Thank you, Kurogiri, he said before turning back to his work. His finger tapped patiently on the desk as he saw another article of All Might appear on the corner of a most trending topic. He immediately left the site. He had found what he needed already, but it didn't hurt to look for more individuals. Quirkless, those without quirks. That's what he was originally looking for. But then, Shigaraki wanted a younger brother, so he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But it limited his search. That was when he found him. He turned with the chair following as he stopped to look at the green tubes filled with bodies. All of them became mindless dolls. But that was simple, they all originally had quirks. And once a quirk was introduced to an existing quirk they already had that happened as a result to them. Loss of their minds, loss of their personalities. No longer able to think for themselves, they could only take orders. However, back in the day, he could remember there being more successful attempts, back when quirkless ruled over those with quirks. But there was one who was a success despite having a quirk his younger brother. He pushed those thoughts out of his head as he looked back to the creature in the tube. They were no longer human, but he had a theory. Those born without quirks, since they didn't have a quirk in their body, were a clean state. But that was just a theory. He needed someone to stand at Shigaraki's side. Someone for Shigaraki to fight for and that person was Izuku. He will have to take it slow and careful. He didn't want to ruin young Izuku, plus if it failed, Shigaraki could still protect him and give him a striving goal. But for him, he wanted Izuku to succeed. Kurogiri was polite and well-mannered. That was what Izuku learned as he went through with Sensei's requests. He had learned from Tamura that he went through a similar plan, slightly different, but mostly the same. At first it was hard, extremely so for a 4-year-old. But that didn't stop him. He kept pushing. He kept at it. Sensei believed in him. Shigaraki accepted him. Kurogiri, who he only met today, took care of him, made sure he ate right and stayed clean. And when he harmed himself, he patched him up. He didn't want to disappoint them. They took him in. They gave him a chance. Even his own parents thought he was worthless. His mother apologized for him not having a quirk. She was looking down on him. His father heard that he was quirkless. He was disappointed. He held them back. He held them both back from their dreams. Yet, despite feeling sad for him being the cause, he was filled with rage and happiness. Like they got what they deserved. The biggest emotion he felt was confusion. Should he be sad? Or should be angry at them? Shigaraki told him to be angry at them as they saw him the same as society did. Kurogiri told him that was something he needed to figure out on his own. Did his parents really hold the same views as the sheep of Japan? Or did they love him till the end? Sensei told him everything is alright now. He was safe. And so he dived back headfirst into the training regime for a 4-year-old that Sensei gave him. He will succeed. No matter what, he's doing well, Kurogiri said as he cleaned an empty glass, despite none being used. Yeah, Shigaraki said with a worried glance, but is working himself too hard. It had been a year since he started and was taken in by Sensei and became Izuku Shigaraki. He doesn't want to be a burden to you after all. Kurogiri placed the empty glass down and got another to clean. You are his older brother, his idol. He just wants to make you proud. I know. Right now, Izuku wasn't doing any physical training. Right now he was reading, absorbing knowledge. There was a reason why villains were powerful if their quirks didn't give them an advantage in combat. They relied on their smarts. Izuku was currently reading a book about quirks, the same one Sensei offered a year ago. He learned about emitter, transformation, and mutant-typed quirks, or one might call Loja, Paramecia, and Zoan. Where did that come from? Regardless, he learned about the thing he desired since he was diagnosed as quirkless, all because he happened to be born with 2 joints on his goddamn pinky toe. Reality was not fair. Men were not born equal. However, that didn't mean that he had to be fair or use fair methods. Sensei watched through the monitor of Izuku's progress. He was surpassing his expectations. Then again, those without quirks worked a lot harder to achieve their goals. He might have to grant Izuku the quirk sooner than he expected, but he still had a long way to go. 3 graves, that's all there was. 3 single graves. A family of 3 or what used to be. A man wearing a closed coat complete with a hat took in the graves. He had a stocky frame, dark hair, and squarish features. This was Naomasa Tsukauchi, a police detective. He was sent to the scene of the destroyed apartment complex, but nothing remained. He returned to the crime scene. It was highly discussed as either a villain attack or a force of nature during the late-night storm. Tsukauchi, however, knew more. This wasn't just a storm. This was an attack. The same day his best friend Toshinori Yagi came to visit was the same night that travesty struck. Was it a coincidence? Who knows? But Tsukauchi knew one thing. This case was a cold one. There was no evidence. Only bodies. He took of his hat and offered to pray. It had been a year since the case. Sure, the building was repaired now, but there was one thing he caught in the murmurs. Talk of quirkless. The memory burned. He knew the case wasn't a force of nature. He knew someone attacked. There hadn't been any type of pinpoint destructive natural weather disasters like this one. It had to be an attack. He gritted his teeth as Toshi took it upon himself a bit too hard. He was the first hero to arrive on the scene after all. Talk of the parents' deaths were shocking to those who heard, but once they heard of the quirkless child, interest seemed to vanish instantly. Being quirkless is equivalent to being worthless. He didn't know why those thoughts appeared in his mind. Oh wait, his friend used to be quirkless. Maybe he projected his best friend onto the quirkless child. Maybe hearing that he was quirkless activated some worry for the child of memories of his best friend. He muttered an apology. This case came to a close. 6 years old. He was 6 now. He usually trained with Kurogiri as Sensei tended to Tamura about grooming. He thought his older brother's hair was fine. Kurogiri chuckled at that one. Now, Izuku, the mist man said in a voice that he could only label as a teacher. If your enemy had an invisibility quirk, what is the best course of action? I'll use my other senses. If I can't see them, I'll listen and smell for them in their footsteps as well, he said. But would the quirk be a transformation or a mutation? Kurogiri paused for a brief moment. Transformation. How do you deal with it? Well, I'll use my sense of smell and hearing to find out where they are and follow any footprints. But since they are a transformation, I'll wait to see if the transformation can drop. If not, I'll perform a sneak attack. If it does drop, then I'll still go for the sneak attack if I can. Now, the mutant type 1, he said as the child almost repeated himself. I will do nearly the same, but I'll also look for signs of them having anything on their body. Add quirks to the mix. If I have any quirks that enhanced my smell and hearing, I will use them for location purposes. The 6-year-old started. However, I will also use any eye quirk that allows me to see them, like X-ray vision or infrared. Kurogiri's mist hand extended as it patted him on the head. Good job, he praised. Most people wouldn't bring an X-ray vision. Why did you choose that one? To see their bones, he answered. The outside may be invisible, but their insides aren't. Shall we move on to the next scenario? Izuku gladly nodded. Sensei and Kurogiri's teaching methods were a lot different from those of schools. They not only taught them what they needed to learn, but also more practical teachings of quirks, scenarios, and much more. Even combat, for example, quirk use too if you had one. Sensei didn't believe in teaching him and Tamura the same things that schools would. Sensei's methods were much more enjoyable, and he probably learnt more than most kids going to school. Then again, he did work 10 times harder. You were born with a fire quirk, Kurogiri started. However, you are up against users of water quirk users. How can you turn this into your favor? Izuku seemed to be in thought for about a minute. May I ask where the battleground is, Kurogiri? You are fighting on rocky landscapes. I'll increase the heat of my flames and fire at the ground. At the ground? He asked the young child. Yes, that way the ground can also heat up, getting hotter. Ah, I see. That way it makes the water users immobile. But you too. That's right. Their water can take out my fire, but they also have to take care of whatever I set alight. Izuku started. Then when they try to cool the ground, steam appears. They said at once. Izuku nodded. Yep, depending on other battlefields, I'll light the area around me on fire. How would you combat them head on? I'll increase my fire to make steam once it connects with their water quirks. Or I'll increase my fire till the water reaches a boiling point. Turns out you have a second quirk that acts similar to your fire. However, it's not the ability to use electricity or ice. Solve it. I'll fight water with water, he said. I'll use my fire and water quirk together to create steam that I'll just as a smoke screen, but when attacking I'll boil my water to scald them. And if you don't have a water quirk, I'll use a wind quirk to blow back the waves of water while also adding it onto my flames to make my fire attacks faster and more powerful. Good job yet again, Izuku. Izuku beamed at the praise. Izuku, the deep voice of Sensei called out. Yes, Sensei, he asked, glancing to the green tubes on the wall. It's time. Ah, really? He asked as his eyes widened. The man nodded. Yes, you have impressed me, and Kurogiri says that you excel at his studies. He nodded. It is time to bestow you a quirk. What quirk will I be getting? He asked nervously. Why the quirk of your parents, young Izuku, he said as the child's jaw dropped. My parents' quirks. I know you're confused and it may not be much to start, but the ability to breathe fire and the ability to attract small objects are a lot more useful than you think, Sensei said sagely. Will you accept? I accept. Then we shall prepare immediately. Sensei, Shigaraki asked. Where's Izuku? He's getting a quirk, Tamura, Sensei replied. He is just getting ready. He is? Shigaraki asked with worry in his eyes. Don't you want him to join you in your quest? The older man asked. I promise no harm will befall upon Izuku. Besides, your goal is to topple the symbol of peace, is it not? It is. You're worried he'll become like the others. Shigaraki nodded. Don't fret. Sensei ruffled the gray hair of the child. Believe in your little brother, he'll pull through this. Sensei left Tamura where he stood as he patiently waited for both Sensei and Izuku. How do you feel, Izuku? Asked Sensei as he came out of the green tubes. Why did I need to go in there? He asked. It's just a precaution, to strengthen your body. He looked at his hands followed by the rest of his body. Does that mean I have a quirk now? No. It took Izuku a second for that to register. I strengthened your body, Izuku, Sensei said as he flexed his fingers. Augmented, if you will. I have yet to bestow you the quirks, but I thought the body training. It was needed, yes, and you still need to do that. I just gave it a boost, as a reward for doing so well past Kurogiri's expectations. Think of it as a bonus. Thank you, Sensei. He bowed his head, causing Sensei to chuckle. No need for formalities, Izuku. He gestured Izuku to a seat. However, augment boosts like that makes you artificial. Yes, you're beyond human now, Sensei said. You are an artificial human, Izuku. But I still need to follow the training regime. Izuku got a nod in return. Sensei beckoned him closer, holding out his hand. I shall give you the quirks of your parents now, he said, placing his hand on Izuku's head. You might find yourself falling asleep, however. Then, young Izuku felt it. He felt it. It coursed through his body. However, when it was over, it happened again. It was an odd feeling. But probably something he would get used to in the future. That's if Sensei would provide more quirks for him. Izuku. He heard Sensei call his name. Izuku. Yes, Sensei. He responded as Sensei's face looked down at him. Did it work? I think it went perfectly. Just as I calculated, he said as had already removed his hand. Interesting. Very interesting. It seems he accepted the quirks much more easily than others due to being quirkless. He thought as he returned to his desk. It could also be from sheer willpower and want for a quirk that the quirks were accepted. He truly is a clean slate for quirks to be added. And no sign of being a mindless dolly. The perfect artificial creation. A sentient Noumu. How do I test for my quirks? He asked him. Do not fret, I got that covered, he said before sending him a proud smile. A proud smile. I have to say, I'm proud of you. Izuku smiled, not bothering to hide it. Days passed as Izuku learned to use his quirks, the quirks of his parents. Dead parents. It went along smoothly and could be controlled quite easily. Fire breath was quite easy to understand. He could breathe fire from his mouth, kind of like a dragon. That quirk belonged to his father. Attraction of small objects was his mother's quirk. It allowed him to attract small objects or tools towards his body. When Sensei said despite what they could do they were still useful, he was right. They had plenty of uses. He'll never have to get up to get the remote again. Or do sneak attacks with it too. Just imagine what scattered knives could do. Izuku kept at it, practicing as he recalled Sensei's words. You took to those quirks like a fish to water. Kept it up and I might give you another quirk. There was no time to rest. Let's go, Izu, Tamura said as he led Izuku outside. Where are we going? He asked his older brother. Out, he said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Out where? Shopping, mostly. He followed his brother and did not recognize much of the city, seeing as he usually stayed where Tamura and Kurogiri was, with Sensei too. And the number one hero All Might has saved the day yet again, a news reporter said on a giant screen. Tamura groaned as he looked up at the screen, seeing that smiling blonde bastard. See that, Izuku, the symbol of peace. He spat out. What symbol he is. If he is truly a symbol of peace, he's doing a horrible job. And then, to Tamura's ears, he heard Izuku agree. Yeah, just like all the others. Tamura placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and smiled. He was very happy that his younger brother shared the same way. Well, we better get the shopping done. Izuku spared one last glance to the screen of the smiling hero. Just as Sensei said, Tamura carried the bag in his hand as Izuku carried the other bag. Seems we have some annoyances. Tamura groaned with mild annoyance. Izuku looked ahead. Thugs, what do we do? He looked up as his big brother, who seemed to hold back an emotion. We use our quirks, Tamura said as if it would solve their problems. Those thugs will not hesitate to hurt you, hurt us, hurt Sensei. He told the younger boy. As so, we fight to survive. No heroes will come save us outcasts. Izuku gulped as a reassuring hand was found on his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's okay in the end. Izuku counted the thugs. 3 in total, and all pretty weak as decided by Tamura. Speaking of Tamura, he already started to walk again. Hey kid, the thug, who was holding a knife, dropped to his knees to talk but landed with his face missing. Granted, he still had his skull. Trespassing on our turf and killing our boy, the second shouted. Izuku surprisingly wasn't fazed. He saw the corpses of his parents after all, but he still felt a little sick. The knife came down at Tamura, his brother in all but blood. He wouldn't allow it. A sea of flames engulfed the second, causing him to drop the knife and fell to the ground. The third immediately turned to him before 2 knives stabbed themselves into the thug's back, as he fell to the ground as Tamura disintegrated the back of his head. How are you holding up, Izu? He asked as the child was kneeling over, ready to spew up his lunch. Tamura patted his back. Let it all out, he said. Izuku looked at the 3 thugs. They were old and ragged. They were outcasts of society. I'll admit, Izu, I didn't want you to do this, but I wanted you to be prepared against the real world. They wouldn't have hesitated to kill us ... like the night Sensei saved us. Izuku silently nodded, refusing to throw up. I'll be strong ... for you, Sensei and Kuro. Tamura helped Izuku up as they headed back to the bar. Sensei watched as both Tamura and Izuku sat at the bar as Kurogiri fixed them up some lunch. They were growing by the day, and Izuku had taken the first 2 lives away from another. Originally, he was going to set up a test for Izuku about taking a life, but now he didn't have to. They hated heroes. They strived to take down the symbol of peace. This, he saw as pride filled him. Speaking about the symbol of peace ... he was getting closer. Izuku used to be 8 years old, but now he was 9. Tamura was only 3 years older, being 12. They both seemed worried as Sensei had increased and pushed their training to the limits. He was starting to worry them, Kurogiri included. I'll be back, he said to the 2 boys. Where are you going? Tamura asked as Sensei kneeled in front of them. There's something I need to do. They watched as Sensei had disappeared into the darkness of the night. Come now, Kurogiri said. Have faith in Sensei, will you? And so, they followed the mist man. Hey, Kurogiri. Yes, Izuku. He turned his head to the green-haired 9-year-old. Are you worried for Sensei too? I am, Kurogiri answered. It had been days without Sensei, weeks to be specific. Sensei had yet to turn up. Where was he? Where was he? Where was Sensei? Boys, Kurogiri's voice called out as his shadows warped around the 2. Sensei wants to talk with you. Izuku closed his eyes as Kurogiri's quirk covered him. He had the ability to warp, quite a useful ability. He heard Tamura gasp, and Izuku followed next as he gasped when he opened his eyes. Sensei's face ... the top of Sensei's face. The top of his face from his upper lip up ... was now entirely made of scar tissue now. It covered his entire head, the back of his neck too. He had no nose, no ears, no hair, no eyes ... though ... they could make out the outlines of eye sockets if they looked hard enough. He had various tubes sticking out of his neck and jaw to help with his breathing. It was like he was attacked by a monster. Sensei, the cracking voice of Tamura asked as he slowly approached the now handicapped man. Shigaraki, Tamura, he called out slowly, still wounded from his battle. I failed. What happened to you, Sensei? Asked Izuku, with tears threatening to fall. Izuku ... What happened? A dry cough forced itself up his throat. All Might happened. Both Tamura and Izuku's eyes widened. All Might, he did this. Yes, he said bluntly. All Might did this to me. Sensei could feel them hugging his legs, or rather Izuku was hugging his leg as Tamura fell to the floor. He could feel the tears from Izuku. All Might, Tamura spat out with such venom. I'll kill him. I'll kill the symbol of peace. I'll kill him. 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 Sensei felt Izuku's grip tighten on his leg. First my parents ... Now Sensei. His breathing got heavier. I don't want to lose you too, Sensei, he declared. I'll make sure All Might will never hurt you again. I'll help Nyai-sen kill All Might. Sensei stayed quiet for the longest time. Come here, both of you. They did as they were told as two arms wrapped around them. Thank you. That means the world to me, he said. Sensei, you shouldn't move. I'm fine. I'm still alive. I just need some time to rest. The kids gave him a look as let go. If you want to take down the symbol of peace ... You need to get stronger. Then we'll get stronger, Tamura declared. Izuku nodded next to Tamura. Heroes had already taken too much from him. He didn't want to lose anymore. Then go and get stronger. And then Kurogiri warped them away. They were going to get stronger. Stronger to kill All Might. A cold shiver went down All Might's back as the hero stood after defeating his longtime nemesis of his sensei, his sensei's sensei, and so on. He was the eighth one, and the one who defeated the longtime menace, the evil ruler of Japan that lurked in the shadows for years ... Yet he didn't feel anything. Especially if that chill was anything to go by. He didn't feel like he defeated his enemy. If anything, there was a chance he could still be out there. No ... He had to be. All for one. The hero looked in the direction of their previous battlefield. The hero fell to his knee as he clutched his side. It hurt, it still hurt. It never once stopped hurting. But now when the adrenaline finally stopped kicking, the pain was unbearable. He spat out blood. He needed to get to a hospital and quickly. It seems I was too late, Sensei muttered as he sat in his chair. This quirk is useless now. He had taken a quirk called Super Regeneration and, just as the name implies, allowed whoever had it to regenerate from any injury on the user's body, such as missing limbs, at incredible speeds. However, his scar tissue face ... was unaffected. His wound had already cicatrized. It was a worthless quirk to him now. However, despite it being useless for him ... it could be useful to another. When someone has a goal set in front of them, they'll either do two things. They'll either work hard to reach the goal, or they will just procrastinate while the goal stays out of reach. For Tamura and Izuku, they fell into the former. They worked hard. A 10-year-old and a 13-year-old worked hard, very hard. They pushed themselves to their limits, and when they broke or passed their limits, they increased the limit they needed to reach. What is their goal? Kill the symbol of peace. Some would call that impossible, but it wasn't. Nothing was truly impossible. Especially in a world where a quirk could be anything ranging from a pair of cannons appearing out of your palms to the ability to control the way the wind blows. In this day and age of quirks, nothing was impossible. All you had to do was reach it. And that's what they were doing. While other kids had things like schools and laws to stop them from growing stronger, they didn't. The laws couldn't stop them. School didn't drag them down. They were free to do whatever they wanted. And the best part to reaching their goal. All Might was getting weaker. Yes, All Might, the symbol of false peace, was getting weaker. While he had almost killed Sensei by destroying his face, Sensei had landed a critical injury on the legendary hero. Now all they had to do was manipulate that wound, make the injury worse. However, the main problem was getting to All Might. And of course their current strength, they still had plenty of room to get stronger. But getting All Might in certain locations ... was a bit more difficult. He was always on the move. They could create an ambush ... but that would require getting the hero's attention. And even then, it could only bring other heroes, and depending on how the ambush would start, the hero would be on guard. They needed to catch him off guard, where he has his guard down the most. A hand swatted away a fist as it repeated again, but with different hands. Engaged in hand-to-hand combat were Tamura and his younger brother Izuku. More, Izu. The team commanded as Izuku kept up the assault. Due to being augmented, he got a boost of increased strength and speed. Good. They kept going before they suddenly switched. Now Izuku was blocking and deflecting the attacks. You're doing well, Izu, Tamura praised mid-spar. However, if it was meant to throw the green-haired child off, it didn't work. They kept trading off randomly of who was attacking and who was defending. Izuku sat on one of the bar stools in the bar with Kurogiri tending to his glasses. Again, hey, Kuro. Yes, Izuku. The bartender looked at the 10-year-old. Why do you keep cleaning the glass? Clean glasses are very important, as if they are dirty they can affect your health, the misty villain told the youngster. However, some people feel nervous when the bartender is doing nothing. Chirajiri looked at him like he said he was crazy. Not those drinks, he told the green-haired child. You're not old enough, but if you really need a drink. Chirajiri pulled out a drink suitable for a minor. You can drink this. Thanks. It's nothing, Izuku. Izuku panted as he lied on the cold wooden floor of the bar. He had just finished a day of training as Chirajiri warped him back to the bar with his quirk. You worked pretty hard today, the older villain noted. But remember, a smart villain is a strong villain. Izuku finished. I know, killing All Might meant that he was a villain. Sure, the hero was still alive, but he had intentions to murder Hiro, thus he was a villain. He could just picture the day All Might's head was severed and mounted on Sensei's wall. Any news? He asked the shadowy man, who shook his head. None, at least nothing for us, he answered. What was it? Just some news about villains is all, he replied. Just a slow news day. Izuku returned his attention to the roof. What about Tamura? He's practicing his quirk right now. The villain glanced over at him. What about you? Are you keeping up with your quirks? I am, he defended himself. I think I'm doing pretty well. You were just practicing your newfound physical strength. Keep it a secret. No, hey, Tamura Nai. The green-haired 10-year-old walked over. Yes, Izuku, the teen asked, stopping his disintegration practice. I want you to use your quirk on me. Tamura gave him a long look of disbelief. What? I didn't mean it like that. Just on my chest. Trust me. Tamura still didn't do it until a bit more coaxing, and when he did, he disintegrated a part of Izuku's skin. That's when he regenerated. He regenerated. Yep, Sensei gave me the quirk super regeneration. Izuku said, I want to help you kill All Might, but in order to do that, I need to be on All Might's level. All Might's level? I know I'm nowhere near his level now, but he's also getting weaker, right? So that means in a few years I might be able to be close. Okay, I said okay, Tamura said. Then we'll become the anti-symbol of peace. Also, keep an eye and ear out for anything related to All Might so we can get a drop on him. What about the other heroes? Tamura stopped. He didn't think about the other heroes. Can you acquire information about them? Yeah, sure, there's a lot, but I can acquire information and get stronger. I can feel the day where we avenge Sensei coming ever so closer. I see they're getting closer. Sensei mused at his desk as a monitor sat in the bar. Yes, well, when the person you might see as a father or savior is almost killed, it tends to bring them closer, not only to the person almost killed but also with others who care about that same person. Chirajiri cleaned the bar as he talked. True. The voice of Sensei came through the monitor. I hear Izuku has gained 3 quirks now. That he has. Super regeneration is useless to me now, Sensei said. It's better in the hands of someone that will need it more. So Izuku then? Asked the shadow man. Precisely. He has the goal along with Tamura to kill All Might. Also, he is practically a Namu, a sentient one at that. He can hold many quirks without becoming a mindless doll like the others. Do you think they'll be able to do it? I believe that carry the potential to do so. Once we get more information as the years go by, then they would be able to. He carries my brother's quirk, a quirk that passed on to the 8th torchbearer. Chirajiri could hear the ... odd tone Sensei's voice took on. I plan to snuff that flame out for good. And if it's passed on? The bartender asked, curious for the man's answer. Even better, he said. That way, One for All will gradually lose power that he can use. Kind of like a water gun. You fire when you have water, but once it runs out, that's it. But this one you can't refill. Then you'll go straight for the successor. Yes, the quirk has gotten more powerful over the years. I would also like to take it back, but it's something I'm willing to let go of if needed to. Chirajiri turned to the monitor and asked, how come? It's quite a simple quirk. I just need the stockpiling strength aspect of it, not the ability to be passed on. I see. Chirajiri looked away for a second and back to the monitor. Are you planning on giving Izuku more quirks? I am. Chirajiri didn't need to say another thing as the man behind the screen spoke. As many as he needs to kill All Might, he said. He is a sentient Namu after all, and I don't plan on letting this go to waste. Chirajiri turned around to face the bar as he scouted the contents of the bar. A 12-year-old Izuku walked around the city in the dead of night, ready to either test his quirks or just ... do whatever really. He had just stopped by his grave as a dry chuckle found its way up his throat. One he didn't bother stopping as he looked at his name. Funny when you're dead how people start listening, he thought as he continued his walk. If he had one thing to describe the people walking about their days, he would call it disgusting. They were quite competent to live out their lives until theirs was under danger. He could remember a few times ... and a lot of times when there were people in danger and they just stood around and watched. It made his sick. But that was also a thing that heroes did. Forced people to watch as they saved the lives of others. Honestly, heroes were truly disgusting. Pain, something that Izuku would have to get used to thanks to his super regeneration. The first time his skin disintegrated from Tamura's quirk hurt a lot. He still got Tamura to apply his quirk to the mutant-type quirk he had he was slowly building up some tolerance to it. Ever since he first got the regeneration quirk, he had been getting Tamura to build up his pain tolerance. For 2 years too. The disintegration felt like a small sting now. However, he felt that Tamura had been taking it a bit softly against him when it came to his quirk. Regardless, he increased his tolerance nonetheless. The 12-year-old glanced to the side, out an open window from one of the rooms above. He returned to a book filled with his own handwriting. He had been collecting information on heroes, a great variety of them too. Heroes like Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Eraserhead, and many others. However, despite his efforts, All Might was pretty classified. How was he supposed to get the drop on the symbol of peace if he couldn't get any information on the hero? Guess he'll have to just take the fact he was getting weaker and had a weak spot, and get his guard down. Closing the book, he stood up from the bed he called his own and headed out. He grabbed what seemed to be a hooded coat. He had info gathering to do. With the hood pulled over his head, he took notes of what he saw. If All Might had allies or other heroes with him when they attacked, they needed to know how to deal with them. The notes also shared another purpose. He would give them to Sensei. There were plenty of quirks out there, both heroes and the everyday common folk. Just one glance at the civilians and just one of them could have had a quirk that they could have used to be either a hero or villain. Ah well, more for Sensei. Seems there's a bank robbery. He mused as the villain who just robbed the bank ran. The robber got nowhere fast as he was instantly caught. Who was the hero that caught the crook? It was the firefighter hero Backdraft, and using his hydrokinesis he made it slippery for the man to run. The villain made no attempt to use his quirk as he was arrested then after. That was pretty lackluster. The soon-to-be teen shifted his focus elsewhere. What about day-to-day citizens? Surely they might have some impressive quirks. He stood up as he pocketed the book away for later. He was going to walk away and head back after a day of scouting, but he stopped as he heard murmurs. Did you hear? Hear what? They said that there have been unresolved murders. No, yes, and the victims have all been. Izuku tuned them out as he thought about the murders. Oh, he knew they were happening. It's just a matter of when it came to light. And it seems the murders have finally come clean ... or so it would have been. It was just a rumor. It had to be that way for all the civilians to sleep soundly. After all ... who could sleep when there's a hero killer walking around? Answer, Izuku. Other accepted answers, Kurogiri, Tamura, and Sensei. Thanks for playing. However, the rumors were definitely true if the corpse of a hero could say anything about it. It was time to return before one of those nosy heroes decided to give him an escort home. But if ended with a new quirk. No thinking about it now. Izuku headed back to the bar through a more roundabout way. Unknown to him, his encounter with All Might would be growing ever so closer. If you were to ask how confident Izuku was, he would say more than confident. Why? Because they were planning their attack on the beloved hero called All Might. Yes, that's right. They have learned something very important. Something the press would claw at for a chance to cover, or rather pinpoint the person they want to have an exclusive interview with. They pinned down All Might's plans for the future, or rather, near future. All Might was going to teach at UA. In a few years, no, not even a few. 1 year. 1 year from now, All Might would be teaching the next generation of heroes, and what Sensei said early, it was more likely to scout for a successor. Wouldn't it be hilarious if Izuku somehow managed to trick the hero into becoming his successor? Yeah, quite hilarious. He kind of wanted to do that now. Simply for the sole reason of watching the hero's betrayed face freeze as his own quirk being used against him to take away his life. One could only dream. And that's why they were here now, discussing at the bar about the method of approach. Gathered at the bar was the 14-year-old Izuku, the 17-year-old Tamura, the shadow warper Kurogiri, and the voice through the monitor Sensei. So All Might is teaching at UA? Izuku asked, specifically the first year. Indeed, he seems to have gotten desperate. Sensei's deep voice was heard on the other end of the device. This is our chance. Tamura disintegrated the glass, which got a glare from Kurogiri. And how do you plan on that? Well, take advantage of the fact we have hostages of the class he's teaching. They're not like us. You do realize you need to have All Might's curriculum, right? Asked Kurogiri with slight annoyance as he cleaned the broken glass fragments. You need to know what classes he has when, and not to mention we are severely outnumbered. I know that. Tamura spat back. How do we get All Might's time frame? The green-haired teen asked. The green in his hair, now somewhat darker and seemed to be more green than black, is also longer, as if he started growing it out. We can't just waltz in and getting the times when he's teaching ... so we need a spy. Izuku mumbled. But that was a problem. Sensei definitely could go for obvious reasons. Kurogiri was their warper and Tamura planned to be there when they killed All Might. Izuku wanted to go too. As we all know, we are all unable to go. You know my reasons, Sensei said. I'll go, Izuku muttered under his breath. You will? You and Tamura are going to be the front lines to kill All Might with Kurogiri assisting with his warp gate. And not to mention if you do infiltrate, your cover will be only used once when we attack, Sensei said. That's if they don't connect two dots together, seeing as you are officially dead. There has to be someone we can trust, the teen said. Maybe a fake person. It was like a light went off in Izuku's head. Just because I can't enter doesn't mean that someone else can. Ah, a false identity. The Shadow Man nodded at the idea. But that would restrain you from helping us, and it would be especially fishy if you disappear if you enter All Might's class or one of the hero ones. No, I can make this work, Sensei said from the other end of the monitor. Izuku Shigaraki cannot attend UA High, but Izuru Yamakumo can attend. Izuru Yamakumo. Izuku tested the fake name. Now all he needed now was a fake appearance. Izuru Yamakumo, first year of UA in the Department of Support, Sensei concluded as he made Izuku's new identity. Tamura glanced towards his younger brother. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked with a concern only an older sibling would have. This could go south quickly. If it's to kill the symbol of peace, then I'll do it. I forgot to mention something about the health of Izuru Yamakumo. And what's that, Sensei? Tamura asked as the multi-quirk user began. Izuru has waning health, you see, he said. This causes Izuru to randomly spit out blood. Would the teachers ignore an applicant like that? Kurogiri was the one who asked. And if he does get in, isn't the hero recovery girl also there? That is true. However, Izuru has an official recommendation backing up his skills, Sensei added. He also has a doctor's note explaining his problem and reasons why he won't turn up on certain days. Then Izuku could tell that Sensei was speaking specifically to him. However, that also means that Izuru would need to attend UA for random days and act as a normal student in the support department. The Department of Support is about building gadgets and other inventions to help heroes. Sure, we could use them for ourselves, but Izuku's eyes glanced away from the monitor. I don't know how to build any types of those gadgets. That's why after getting your fake appearance down, we are going to sit you through till the day of the support class exams and teach you. Wait, what? You heard me, Izuku, Sensei said with a slight chuckle. Don't worry, machinery is easy. Easy for you maybe. For me though, no. Well, Izuru Yamakumo, let's get you ready. Why did I have to open my mouth? Izuku looked into the mirror as he waited for Kurogiri, who was not only a bartender but also a barber. What a guy. Kurogiri had offered him the chance to choose what his general appearance would look like. However, nothing was coming to his mind, so he looked around, or rather looked at the only other guy in the room. Kurogiri himself ... and that's what Izuku decided. I've decided, he said as Kurogiri turned his head and walked over. And what have you decided? Like you. Like ... me. Well yeah, while your mist is black ... it has some hints of dark purple in there, he said. So change the green in my hair to dark purple. Leave it to me. Tamura was listening to Sensei, who was talking about the support department as Kurogiri warped in with Izuku. Good evening, brother. Tamura turned his head as he saw someone who wasn't his brother standing there. This person was the same height, same fit muscles, and same voice, albeit with a more classy sound to it. This person had black hair with dark purple highlights that took up most of the hair, which was straight and smooth rather than curly, and it could have covered his right eye if he wanted to. Any lower than it would though. He had the same colored purple eyes, and his clothing reminded him of Kurogiri of all people. He wore a long-sleeved white buttoned-up dress shirt with the exception of the top two buttons with the collar being popped. He wore a black vest over the shirt with black suit pants and black dress shoes. Izuku, he had to ask even if he knew. The one and only. The teen dressed up as Izuru said as he smoothed his hair, which now covered his right eye. I might change it from hiding and showing my eye. Anyways, this is my Izuru Yamakumo disguise. I see you've also taken to Kurogiri's style of fashion. Maybe a bit of myself too. The voice of Sensei said. All you are lacking is the tie, but I doubt you'll put that on. You look respectable, the older brother said. I do. It's like you're another man. Izuku looked at his reflection. Kurogiri definitely did a good job with the disguise. It was kind of weird to wear this almost suit that lacked the jacket and tie, but it also felt like him. Usually he just wore dark green or black clothing, but he could dig this. This could be his iconic style. Well, without the hair color, style, or eyes, as those were not green. Now, we have to begin with your backstory, Sensei said as Izuku nodded and sat at a bar stool. Name? Asked Sensei. Izuru Yamakumo. Age? The voice asked again. 14. What is your occupation? I'm a first-year student of UA in the Department of Support, Izuku said. I have an official recommendation of my skills if you are unsure. Why are you taking the exam then? I don't believe that recommendations should get me there, but rather my own skill. So why? From Izuku's move, he spat out blood similar to a certain hero's true form. Sorry, Izuku apologized. My health isn't the best. Are you sure you can come to our establishment? Yes, I'm healthy for most days, and if not, I have a doctor's note. Well done, you memorized it fairly well. Thank you, Izuku said. So how do I go about the whole inventing thing? Don't worry, I'll be guiding you, Sensei told him. First, we'll do some repairs of old televisions and computers before building up to using parts to make gadgets. What about quirks? He asked nervously. Well, you have plenty. It was true. Ever since he gained super regeneration, Sensei had been providing Izuku with quirks. The more the merrier, he said. Even though All Might was considerably weaker now, he would probably need more strength to fight the hero. I believe there is a populated beach on the other side of the city, Sensei mentioned. Perhaps you could start there. The beach was a mess. It was littered in all sorts of trash. There was an old television, half of an old truck, a fridge, tires, and a lot more trash. So he started to salvage. He got dressed into different clothes to save his villain clothes from getting dirty and a potential earful from Kurogiri. He got all the salvageable junk like the TVs, fridges, and even the old truck into one pile. The trash that was just trash was just burned. Now with a pile of salvageable junk to work with, repair, and turn into gadgets, he started to get to work. He turned on the earpiece that rested in his right ear. And then, after stable connection and when it was truly safe to talk with Sensei, he did. Sensei talked him through it before he was starting to get the hang of it. He was a smart kid. However, as the day progressed, Izuku turned his head to see another man walking onto the beach. He was an overly skinny man with angular features. Really angular features, long limbs and neck. He had spiky, disheveled hair with two bangs framing the sides of his face and seemed to have no eyebrows. From what he could tell, his clothing was baggy and his face kind of seemed naturally sour. However, he was quite surprised to see him there. Act naturally, Izuru. Sensei's voice lulled. Izuku still had his Izuru eyes and hair, so he decided to talk with his Izuru persona. Hell, he was still going to anyway. Maybe it was just Sensei worrying. Good afternoon. See, before Izuru could finish, he spout out blood. Are you okay, my beau? The man also didn't finish as he too spouted blood. I'm fine. Are you fine? Yes, perfectly fine, my boy. The man's eyes glanced around the beach. You cleaned this place up pretty good. Thanks. The teen smiled. I just threw the trash out. Wait, are you a hoarder? I'm sorry. I'm not a hoarder. The man comically reacted. No, my boy, I was just going to clean the beach, but it seems you have me beat. Hee, sorry. No, you did a fine job. It was then he noticed the tools in his hand. What are you doing? Well, many of the trash could be easily fixed. And they have useful parts. So I decided to take the good junk with me. Planning on repairing them. Yes, also might make something new out of them. Ho, so you're an inventor? He asked the youth, who shrugged. Don't know yet about inventor, more like aspiring inventor. How old are you? You're like 14. I am. I'm planning on entering UA when the exams roll around. Izuku answered. Hero? The man asked as he heard the teen release a groan. No, he grumbled. Why does everyone think that? He stopped what he was doing and turned his sights to the skeleton man. No, I'm aiming for the Department of Support. The man's eyes widened before they calmed down. Most kids your age would rather go for the hero path. Then they're fools. And no offense if you're into the hero side of things. There are plenty of unspoken heroes in this world. Doctors, police officers, firefighters before water quirk users came around, and even people at the support department. He started to trail off as the man eagerly listened. I don't want to be one of those heroes who only do it for fame and glory. The real heroes go around without praise, fame, and glory like the support department. Not only do the gadgets help heroes, but they can also help people. That's quite noble of you, my boy. I highly doubt you're my father. No, I call everyone younger than me my boy. Even the girls. I don't even know. Izuku talked to the strange blood-spouting man as he occasionally spouts blood back. Oh, I'm sorry, my boy. The man said. It seems my talking has taken up your time to get to work on your repairs. Nah, it's fine. The teen replied. I can always come back. Well, sorry for eating up your time. Though, I hope you get into the support section of UA, my boy. Thank you, sir. He called out as the man waved as he left. Who was that? He asked himself. He felt. Never mind that, Sensei said in his ear. I'll tell later. Oh, what about my quirk on my student application form? He whispered into the earpiece. That's for you to choose. I see. And you need to choose a quirk that you won't use outside of the Izuru persona. It wouldn't be good if he used the quirk he used for undercover when he joined in attacking to kill the #1 hero. Don't worry about the stuff here. But come back here every day. You just might build some trust with that man. Why would I need to build trust with him? He asked. I'll explain later. The stuff will be warped back here when you arrive, Sensei said as the junk did vanish, leaving a clean beach. Shall I warp you back? Nah, I'm fine. I can walk. He walked back to the bar as he wondered what Sensei was talking about. His mind went to his new study session of creating and developing gadgets to get into the Department of Support. Izuku, or rather Izuru, had been practicing quite a bit at the beach. After successfully repairing a television, fridge, and some other indoor appliances, Kurogiri had gladly taken them into his bar. Then there was that mystery man Sensei told him not only to be wary, but also build trust with. Therefore he had to keep up the Izuru persona. Why? Because that man was important. Sensei said so. That man is on the teaching roster of UA. Izuku. Sensei's voices returned from his memory. It is best to build his trust. It will help avoid any suspicion in the future. The blonde man was a teacher. Thankfully, when Sensei called him Izuru, he acted as the persona, voice and all. So if Izuku and Izuru either meet the same guy, he wouldn't know. But there was the way he said my boy ... very familiar. However, it was hit or miss at the beach though. While he didn't go to the beach on his more sick days, he went and talked to the teacher whenever he was there. The pile of repairable junk got smaller as Sensei's lesson drilled into his head. As he fixed things like the fridges and the television that stayed back at the bar, he started to get creative, adding stuff together, being inventive. Each gadget has a purpose, and all you need to do is build it for that purpose. It was odd talking to the skeleton. There was a sense of hate deep down in his heart for the dying sour skeleton. He wondered if Sensei knew who this man was, and this is where he was now, on the clean beach making his invention. Sensei was a really good teacher. So what are you repairing today? The skeleton man he learned was named Toshinori Yagi inquired. Not repairing. The persona of Izuru told the teacher. I'm using the parts to make something new. The man gave a smile, which was immediately ruined by the spout of blood he shot out. I see the Department of Support's exams are coming closer. He brought up after wiping his move. They are. Man, time flies. It does. The man looked at the clean beach. How long had it been since he saw this beach this clean? He couldn't exactly remember. You did a good job, even if it was just for your practice. How so? He asked the blonde man who pulled out a newspaper article. I only took this page if you were going to be here, he said as Izuru took the page from the man. Local unnamed anonymous youth cleans Dagaba Municipal Beach Park. He read. A youth who went by unknown and wanted to remain unnamed had cleaned up the trash-filled beach, turning the once trash-covered beach into a popular dating spot. He handed the paper back to the man as he muttered. Well, that explains the couples. Yamakumo, my boy, you've done a wonderful job. He smiled. Who knows, maybe you'll turn into a legend of the beach. A legend? For cleaning up trash? He asked, looking at the teacher as if he were ludicrous. Well, it's not uncommon for youths in love to turn one thing into another. The man explained. Who knows, this act which created this new popular dating site might have just added you to one of those dating rumors and myths. I'd rather not be associated with picking up trash. No, nothing trash related. The man waved his hand quickly. It could be like the 1,000 paper cranes one. 1,000 pieces of trash. Yagi sighed as his head slumped in defeat. No, he groaned softly. It's going to be hard for me to come up with an example without you turning it to trash. What I'm trying to say, my boy, is that you'll become a dating myth one way or the other. Hell, you're probably one right now. He pointed his hand to the dock where a couple was. The selfless healer of the beach. The tale of a youth that took it upon himself to clean the beach when no one else did, which gained the attraction of one of a goddess and rewarded him for his selfless act. He heard clapping as he turned back around to Izuru. That was beautiful. He then spat out blood. I suppose it was. Yagi said. Anyway, are you going to turn that into trash? Don't need to, as it was still picking up trash, he said, but before the older man could continue. But selfless acts of kindness would be rewarded in the future. The moral of that story you just made up. That's right. But a goddess, huh? The persona let out a low whistle. You gonna spread that one? I just might. The man chuckled. Before he started chuckling blood, Izuku kept working on the invention before another conversation started. Are you worried about the exams? Toshinori asked. Not worried. Nervous. That's natural. Reckon you'll do well in the exams. Depends what it involves. Can't be harder than the hero course, he said as UA's hero course was kind of well known. In my opinion, I think the support course is probably the second hardest, he said. You know how the courses are split into general education, management, support, and finally hero, right? I do. Well, general education is the largest course there and quite easy to get into, followed by the management course, which is also easy to get into, but still difficult due to it being management. The teacher started. Then there's the support course. The support class has lower numbers than both management and general education, but that's because of their curriculum. Finally, there are the hero courses that only a small few get into due to the exams. So support is the second hardest. Yes, in terms of students. That got some reaction. But yes, the support course is only second in terms of lowest students. It's just that they have more rooms to work with their inventions. Toshinori grinned. But between you and me, I personally find the support course harder for students. Is it because it has inventing in it? Well, yes. The man nodded. The support course is about creating gadgets to support people, and in the hero course you only have to fight and rescue. He pointed at Izuku's work in progress. That machine right there is a good example. Not many people would choose the support course. It's either hero or nothing, he said. Also, the exams for the courses take place at different times. In the support course ... you will have to create gadgets. So a written test and invention showcase. Not exactly. There is a written test as well and a practical test too. However, the practical test is to showcase how wide your creativity is. Why are you telling me this? Izuru asked as the teacher had shifty eyes looking left and right like he had a huge secret to tell. He leant in a bit and whispered, "My boy, I'm telling you this as an unofficial reward for cleaning this beach." Izuku could also tell he wasn't telling him everything too. "Please don't whisper my boy in my ear again." The man spouted blood at that. "But, thank you," he said. "However, I don't telling me about the support course is a good reward for just simply cleaning the beach. My boy, it wasn't just you cleaning the beach. It was your determination too." The man stood tall. He believed that the real heroes are the ones that are unseen like the support course and the police force, not heroes we see every day. If I had to say anything, I would say that you, my boy, have a hero's will. Also in the paper when you went unnamed for the same reason. Selfless healer of the beach, Izuru Yamakumo, you would have made a wonderful hero. "Gee, thanks," he mumbled. "So ... does that mean that I'm gonna bag a goddess?" Toshinori lost his blood to the sand below. After wiping his chin he looked at the teen. "It depends on who you might see as a goddess," he mumbled back as he saw the time. "Do you want some lunch?" "I am hungry. I think I saw a stand back there. I'll go get something." Izuku watched as the teacher of UA left ... What a strange man. Izuku spouted out blood before turning back to his work as he took the information in about the support course. Well, he knew what to expect now. Kind of. A written exam and a practical exam ... and each course took the exams at different times. With the support course being the toughest of all courses to get into and usually the course with the least students ... well, there was the advantage of having more room because of it. He could only imagine how clustered the workshops could become. Then there was his quirk. The quirk that Izuru Yamakumo would have to officially have to go by during his time in UA, and the quirk he couldn't use as Izuku. There were plenty to choose from ... but they needed to have a use in the support class ... and then there was the sports festival. A quirk used in support class to help with the invention of gadgets, and a quirk that can be used for combat. The attraction of small objects quirk was helpful, but not in combat unless there were weapons about. It was also a quirk he wanted to use too thanks to its sneak attacks and would be useful to have when fighting All Might. He didn't really need the combat advantage as he was fine with his strength, but he also wanted to beat down the future heroes too. Imagine them losing to someone not even aiming to be a hero. But he had the quirk already chosen. It could help win in the support course and proven to be combat reliable when the sports festival rolls around. Yes, he had just the quirk. Sure, he couldn't use it again outside of Izuru, unless he was confident not to get caught, but he had already decided. "I'm back," Toshinori said as he walked back onto the beach and handed Izuku the food. "I see some progress. Sorry for the wait. It was further away than I thought." "It's fine, Yagi-san." Izuku started to eat with the man in silence. The man realized a pleased sigh. "I swear they make it tastier by the day. Any reason to get you to go back to them and buy their stuff than from someone else?" the teen said, getting a nod and chuckle of agreement from the older blonde. "It was nice talking to you, my boy." "Likewise, Yagi Bear," Izuku said as he ate. "Yagi Bear." The man looked at him oddly. "If I ever see you with a picnic basket I will call you that. I didn't know you watched that overseas show." "I see you do," Izuru said with a sly smile. The man spouted blood, luckily away from his food. He was going to say something about it before seeing the smirk smile on Yamakumo's face, so he decided to drop it. From his spot he looked out to the waves softly crashing against the beach. Soon, he wouldn't be seeing Izuru Yamakumo as much as before, but that didn't mean he could still enjoy his company. Maybe he could schedule a spot in the support course, or maybe schedule a visit on the unseen heroes who would help modify the students in the hero course's costumes. After the day was over, Izuku brought his invention with him. UA would definitely have much more advanced technology for him to work with. After dropping the invention off and changing from Izuru back to Izuku, he headed back out into the city. He had a job to do. Walking to a tunnel with a sewer hole, he looked around the area before opening the manhole and jumped into the sewer. With a thud he held a large plastic bottle with a lid. "Where are you?" He placed the bottle to the side as he walked forward. Two eyes in the darkness opened as it saw the green-haired youth walk in the sewers. "Fool," it thought as it slowly crept up behind him. "Just by looking I can tell that aside from his somewhat plain appearance he has a strong quirk and a fit body to go with it." The thing made of sludge rose and threw itself at the teen that had stopped walking. "Sorry kid, but your body's mine. Is that all you got?" He heard the teen before he jumped off the kid after feeling something. When the sludge villain jumped back, he saw the kid surrounded by a dark blue transparent shield. "No, Barrier surrounded his body in a dome with light blue hexagon patterns on the barrier. A barrier quirk, the villain muttered before sending arm of sludge after another at the barrier. Your barrier has to have a limit. Izuku watched the sludge villain attack before said villain saw his eyes. They were half-lidded with boredom. Don't you underestimate me, you shitty brat, he shouted as the teen dropped the barrier and jumped back. It was then he realized a stream of fire from his mouth towards the villain. A fire quirk too, the villain shouted as he ducked under the stream of fire. Once his eyes went back to Izuku, the teen was already close to the sludge villain. Too bloody close. Izuku had his right arm cocked back as visible white spiraled around his arm. It took on the form of being light blue due to the concentration of wind. The sludge villain had no time to react as the arm hit him ... and was blown back. F you brat. The villain cursed before one of his eyes blowback saw a large open lid bottle going straight for him. He felt his body shoved into the large empty plastic bottle before a lid slammed down on the bottle. He was trapped in the bottle. Izuku listened as the sludge villain that was hiding from villain's curse at him. Shut it, he told the villain. I had enough when just trying to find you. The two eyes blinked as Izuku jumped out of the sewers and started walking back. His bottle victim made unintelligible noises while he was walking into more dangerous places. The sludge man had to admit the kid was skilled when he easily disposed of two wannabe criminals like himself, but he wondered why the kid was looking for him specifically. Then he saw the large tubes filled of indescribable horrors, countless bodies in green liquid-filled tubes as they underwent changing, morphing, transforming, losing their humanity. He knew what was happening now. They were going to experiment on him. Izuku ... You brought him? The scar-faced man asked as Izuku gave the man the bottle. The sludge villain could only feel fear. He didn't want to become like the bodies within the tubes, despite his current form of course. Sludge form. The man said. Wait ... That was his quirk, wasn't it? Amorphous, mud-like body, immunity to most physical attacks ... and claims to take control over a person's body after a few seconds. If the sludge man could gulp within the bottle, it went unheard as the man held his hand out to the bottle. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, the man said. Was he going to be free? He'd hoped so. He wanted to kill that little fuck ... Why was that brat smirking at him? But, I need your quirk. What is quirk? That meant. The man couldn't even scream as soon as the lid was removed. He was met with the old man's hand ... and the world went black. It had been a long time since Izuku had felt nervous. Maybe it was because of the security measures at the gates. His nervousness mainly stemmed due to the fact that if he failed ... and no spy ... that and getting caught. He was confident he wouldn't get caught ... just failing. It felt like time it all had passed. Time really did fly. But he was prepared. He was ready. A whole year was spent training him for this sort of thing. School, well, technically inventing gadgets. Izuku, or rather Izuru, walked into the UA and ... the support department candidates ... well ... there was barely any. The room they used was a lot smaller than what they would have used, which was understandable. Everyone wanted to be a hero. Go big or go home. Everybody. A voice shouted in the small room, causing many to cover their ears. The bastard who used his quirk in the small room was a tall man with long, spiky hair that reminded Izuku of a cockatiel. He had a small mustache, wore a pair of headphones with the word Hage on the headband, a pair of dark-tinted sunglasses. The loud madman wore a black jacket with an upturned, studded collar and studded shoulders, black pants with a studded belt, black boots and black, fingerless gloves. Around his neck looked like an old stereo player, complete with speakers, play buttons, and a cassette tape. This was the hero present mic. Sorry everyone. He apologized at the possible students of UA High. Maybe he shouldn't have used his quirk. But, are you ready? This time, no quirk was used ... but it was still unnaturally loud. Is this a test of endurance? Was the current thoughts of one Izuru Yamakumo. He would be surprised if it was one. All of you are here for the support course exams. Can I hear a yeah? The hero was met with silence. Ouch, I understand how nervous you all are, but have no fear. Why? It's because I'm here to break it down for you. ... and he continued on as if he was used to this treatment. This wonderful exam was created to test you inventor types. So if you came for the hero course, get out. That exam is later. Well, yeah ... The hero course exams are some time after the support course exams ... for some reason. Izuku thought. The exams went support, hero, education, and management. He didn't know why support was first or management was last. But he did know one thing. The general education course was placed after the hero course for the sole reason of those who failed to get into the hero course. First is the written exam. Present Mike shouted. So listen up, listeners. Cause you got one shot. Please turn it down a notch. Everyone thought. The written exam is the least of your worries though. Don't say things like that. You all have 1.5 hours to complete the written exam, listeners. Present Mike threw his hands up. However, you might be wondering why the written exam only takes up just a measly hour and a half. That's for you to discover after the test. It was then that stapled papers were being handed around the room. I'll begin once everyone has gotten their papers. So raise them hands, baby. Everyone who got a paper put their hand up to signal they got one. Is ... is he crying? Izuku blinked as the hero wiped the area under his glasses. This might have been the first time someone actually did something listener-related. Okay, yep, this was the first. You all got your papers. Time starts now. And with that, everyone started writing. Remember, no cheating. Each applicant went on with the exam, using the time to the fullest. Izuku noted that the questions involved the support course's trait. For example, a flying hero has a quirk that allows him to glide long distances. However, any more weight would cause his quirk to be useless, especially since he is a hero that works with mountains and heights. How would you solve this? Those sorts of questions coupled with questions that involved malfunctioning technology and repairs. Izuku continued the test confidently, writing down the answers. And time. Present Mike shouted as the written test came to a close. We will now be collecting your papers once you leave ... to your practical exam. Reminder, buy soundproof headphones. Now all you listeners may be wondering what the practical exam is. Well, first, we have to move to the practical exam room. He shouted. Follow me, listeners. The others will collect your papers and begin marking. The wannabe support students followed the loud hero as Izuku wondered what the practical exam would consist of. He would assume it would be creating something. Wonder what we have to make. He muttered under his breath. I don't know what the practical will be, but I hope it allow me to go crazy with ideas. The voice next to him said. Turning, he saw who it was. It was a girl with a quite fit physique and a very round chest. She was around his height, had somewhat messy and curvy pink shoulder-length hair that resembled dreadlocks or even bananas, along with having yellow eyes with a crosshair-like design on them. She even had some goggles on her head and some fingerless gloves. I can't wait to introduce my babies to the world. Izuku blinked. He blinked again. Sorry, what she just said didn't register with the spy and he had to ask. Oh, my babies. She beamed. They're my creations. Oh, like what we came here to do. Yep. She nodded as they continued down. Daihatsu, Izuru Yamakumo. Well, Yami, best of luck to you. He didn't need to wonder why she said that as they all came to a stop. Yo, Present Mike shouted. Everybody, we are finally here at your exam rooms. They were standing in a hallway. As you can see, in this hallway is multiple rooms where you will be taking your practical exam. So you'll all get a room to work. Present Mike then pointed everyone to their assigned rooms. Now ... if you all be so kind to take a look inside your assigned rooms, listeners. Izuku opened the room he was assigned to and what he saw shocked him. Piles and piles of robotic parts ... used for the hero course entrance exam. Yes, my listeners, Present Mike shouted. Your practical exam is putting together our illustrious exam robots. As you can tell, these robots have 3 different points. A 1-point robot, a 2-point robot, and a 3-point robot. The hero said. However, this is where your test comes in. Each robot you successfully build goes to your score. A point for the certain robots you make. Build a 2-point robot and you'll score 2 points. That also goes for the other 2 as well. The points marked on the robots are how many points you'll score. But here's the catch, baby. You are allowed to use your quirk in order to help construct the robots, and like the written exam, there is a time limit of ... drum roll. 4 hours, he shouted. All of you here are skilled soon-to-be inventors, so you shouldn't have much trouble here. Build as many robots as you can and make sure they are in working condition. That's another part to this test. Even if you build it correctly, they need to work correctly too. So if you build a 3-point robot and it doesn't work, you will not be getting those points. So the robots used in the hero's entrance exam, we're building those. Izuku thought as Present Mike brought the microphone closer. Your time starts now, listeners. With that, everyone went into their assigned rooms and, closing the doors behind them, got to work. There was no rush, unlike the hero exam. The hero exam had a set amount of robots and too many applicants. Therefore, the time limit was shorter. Not enough robots to go around. Izuku looked around the room. The room held tools, not like he needed them, but he wondered where the cameras were. Weren't they supposed to be watching their progress? Either way, Izuku started to take off his shirt and revealed the muscles he had hidden away. They were quite impressive. If his mother was still alive ... she would probably call them something along the lines of lady killers. Shaking his head from the thoughts, he got to work on the robots. From his back, he grew limbs with ingrown tools, retractable arms with a tool for the job, hammers, screwdrivers, welders, blowtorches, you name it. He did, however, grab one of the welding masks just in case as he went to work on the robots. Each of his arms was working on a different part of the robots in his assigned room. He might have had an advantage due to extra limbs with tools, but he didn't know the other participants' quirks. So he worked for 4 hours straight, building the 1, 2, and 3-point robots and giving them a brief test run after the creation of each robot. He was building up quite a number as the commands were to activate and make a line at the end of the room and deactivate, making it easier to get the parts that weren't used while knowing which ones you fixed too. However, he wouldn't lie and said he wasn't tempted with using his other quirks. Well, the few quirks he could use here, that is. He could definitely see why the support course would be classified as harder than the hero course. Breaking things was way easier than building them. It then brought up the point of the robots themselves. What was going to happen to them? When they finish this exam, are they going to be used for the hero course exam? He didn't know. As long as it got him into the support course, he didn't care what they decided to do with these machines. He continued to steadily build the robots at his current pace. Each arm helped speed up the process immensely because of it. He picked up a part before he glared at it. So they added non-working and broken parts on purpose. Clever UA, very clever. By adding in fake parts like that, it also screwed with other things down the line like the robots. It was a good thing he was taking note of the parts, otherwise he could have had a mishap. Izuku continued to build the robots, with being extra observant of the parts now. There was no clock in the room, which was a bummer. He continued with the 1-point robots, 2-point robots, and the 3-point robots. The exams only end when the loud man shrieks ... or screeches. Either one really when it's that guy on the mic. The main point is that your ears bleed is when it's over. And that's time. Present Mike shouted from the intercoms ... but he did know they could hear him without it. Right, please come on back out, listeners. He called as Izuku picked up his shirt and put it back on and left the room. I hope you all did well. Cause that's it. End of the practical exam. We will be going into your rooms and tallying up your total robots and their point worth. The hero then held the mic out to them. Did you all have a great time? He was met by silence again. It wasn't that bad actually, Izuku had to admit. A written test and a practical test by putting robots together in working order and making sure they work, as well as identifying which parts were the planted ones from UA to screw with the exam takers. Very crafty school, despite it having a walking stereo that's volume was always on high and a walking skeleton that occasionally spat out blood like miniature waterfall. From what he could tell from the staff ... they were just as quirky as their quirks themselves. Those 4 hours felt like nothing, he said as the pink-haired girl he had met earlier agreed. Now listeners, we will be sending your written and practical exams back to you sometime next week, maybe even before then, the hero said with a smile. Everyone thought that was it before the hero spoke again to stop them from going. Don't tune away, listeners, he said as he motioned them to follow him. There's one last thing, and don't worry, it isn't part of the tests. They all followed the hero to another room. Now, out of all the exams, the support course exam is the longest with 5.5 hours, the hero course actually being the shortest due to the short-lived practical. Present Mike explained. However, all 3 other courses' exams are way shorter than this course's exam. So today, Present Mike then opened the door to reveal a whole lot of food. We are treating you to the meal you missed due to the exam. He then waved his hand into the dinner area. Feel free to dig in, listeners. Don't be shy. Everyone entered with Present Mike's constant guiding, and soon everyone got a table and food. Now one last thing, Present Mike said. Heroes are important, but you are equally important. Without you, we heroes will be nothing. So take pride. You are all heroes to us. A hero's hero. He finished off getting an applause, which was tearing the man up. And now, the support course takers were eating the meal they missed. At Izuku's table on the other side was Mei. Hey there, Yami, she said as she sat down. Hatsum-sen, he nodded. Hope you don't mind if I just butt in. Nah, it's fine. He waved it off. Cool. Hey, did you overhear about us examinees? She asked as he had to shake his head, signaling he did not. Apparently this year is one of the lowest in terms of numbers, but they said that there should be enough to still have our 3 classes outnumber the hero course. Maybe. Izuku ate in silence as Hatsum changed the topic of conversation yet again. I hope they'll let us create our own babies. That's going to be taken out of context, he thought. Let's just focus on getting into the course first. All right. It's no big deal. She waved her hand. If we fail, it's just learning experience for us. That's true, he said, returning his attention to his food. It sure was nice to give us a free meal. Yep, because our course is the longest. The other 3 don't get this sort of treatment. I guess we should take this as thanks for your hard work then. That's what I'm going to take it as. Izuku continued to eat with the pink-haired girl on the opposite side of his table. So this was what it would be like to eat at the school. Well, if he got in and she got in too, he wouldn't mind doing this. He needed to fit in to fulfill his role as a spy. I wonder if we're going to be in the same class if we pass, he wondered loudly. Only one way to find out. She grinned. He only nodded as he ate the rest of his meal before he and the others left the premise of UA High school grounds. After the support course students left, the teachers came in to mark their work. The person who just walked into the room was that of a mouse with the face of a bear with a large scar going across his right eye. The nose and tail of a mouse despite his bear-like head and dog paws for hands. He wore an elegant suit with large shoes that didn't seem to match the suit he wore. In his paws was that of a clipboard with the applicant's name and 3 different columns for the robots. He checked every robot in the room and was quite impressed with the amount he saw. Looking down, marked down the robots the applicant was able to make during the 4-hour test. From the corner of his eye, he saw a pile of broken, fake, and bugged parts. Turning his attention to the robots, the mouse smiled. He gave the points the applicant earned fairly. He wasn't the principal for nothing. So this is the kid you met? All Might, the mouse said. He's pretty good. His quirk also helped him in the construction of each robot. His control and the ability to multitask in the midst of construction were outstanding. I could only imagine what would happen if he decided to become a hero. The principal finished the total points Izuku had earned. Just because All Might liked the kid didn't mean he would be given special treatment. He got the same treatment as everyone else. It's a good thing I look over the support course thanks to my quirk, the mouse said. It seems we will have a few interesting support course takers. Though small, the principal left the room and headed back to the others. He had 3 courses to look over in the next few days. And he was quite excited to see all the students who managed to get into his academy. He was a very happy mouse. Izuku waited for the results to return after the exam. However, he had to wait at a new location. In order for them not to find Sensei or their hideout at the bar, Izuku had to wait at a temporary fixed address until he got his results back. As soon as he got the results back, he would leave immediately. "Excuse me, are you Izuru Yamakumo?" asked a man as Izuku looked up in his Izuru disguise. "Here's a letter for you." "Thank you, sir," he politely said as he took the envelope from the man's hands. He looked down and saw it had UAS symbol on it. This was the letter. Izuku walked back into the house he was temporarily staying in as the occupants of the house were conveniently away on holiday. However, he stated that he was moving homes in a few weeks. Thankfully, UA bought it. He opened the fridge and helped himself. What they knew didn't hurt them. Afterwards, he left the house having moved and without leaving evidence of him being there. He came back to the bar and opened the letter, which dropped some sort of disc, which then played a recorded video of his results. How did he do? He got in. He was accepted. Perfect. He had successfully infiltrated UA. But now he had to go to school. His head slammed onto the desk as he was back in his original appearance. He released a groan into the wood that did nothing to stop him before he moved his head enough to the side. Plus side. He got to kill All Might much easier now. However, there was still the fact he had to go there for some time. But he could definitely bring back useful gadgets and possibly make a profit. One thing he heard when listening to Hatsune was the fact that companies would express interest in their invention. So that was another plus. Another one was the fact that there were many quirks too. Sure, he couldn't really get away with abduction when a nice quirk popped up, but it was good to note. Izuku stood up from his desk as he went to tell the good news to the others. "Guess what?" he said as he entered the bar. Kurogiri and Tamura both looked at him. "What?" they asked. "I got accepted into UA. Congratulations, Izuku." Kurogiri congratulated the team. "So now we have our spy." Tamura smiled. "But still, for you to go to school surrounded by the enemy in their territory. Can't say I'm not worried. I'll be fine. As long as I keep up the persona of Izuru, I'll be fine. But to think, All Might would be teaching there. You got to be careful, Izu." "I will, Tamura Niai, I will." Tamura let out a small sigh of relief. "So you managed to get into the support course," the voice of Sensei said through the monitor. "I suppose congratulations are in order." "No, it's fine, Sensei." "Nonsense. You are undertaking a major assignment. A dangerous one too," Sensei said. "Besides, I'll know you won't let us down." "Thank you, Sensei." The youth bowed his head to the monitor. "Stop around later, Izuku. I got something to give you." "I will, Sensei. But first, Kurogiri," Sensei called out to the shadow man. "Yes, sir. Bring out the favorites." Kurogiri nodded as he went and brought out their favorite foods. Toshinori Yagi sat at a desk at UA as he went through his future notes. He would be teaching soon. He needed all the practice he needed, or else he would be using crib sheets and palm cards. Just then the door opened to reveal the principal. "Yes, it's I," he said, "the lovable principal and mascot of UA. You don't know if I'm a mouse, bear, or dog." Principal Yagi didn't finish as he spouted blood as the principal arrived. "What was this? A sitcom or something? Are you okay?" The mouse named Nedzu asked. "I'm fine, Principal," the blonde confirmed. "What brings you here, Principal?" "Just here to say that the support course examinees have gotten their results." "And how's it looking?" "Well, this year we might have a smaller year. All 3 classes usually outnumber the hero course, but this year it seems we have a smaller group, around the same size of the hero course, even smaller than that." The blonde asked the mouse. Yes, indeed. The mouse lifted himself onto the chair next to the teacher. It also depends on how many hero students get into UA2, especially if those students end up having Aizawa-san as their teacher. Oh yes, I just looked at Aizawa's teaching record, Toshinori said. Over 150 expulsions. It would be a miracle if the hero course can get more heroes. Aizawa does make it hard, doesn't he? Nedzu asked. But you understand his intentions, do you not? I do, the skeleton said. He expels those who don't have the qualifications of being a hero. I understand. Some slip through the cracks and pass the exams but do not have heroic qualifications. But it seems we have an interesting bunch of students though, Nedzu said. The support course students that passed were very interesting. Yagi looked at the principal with wide eyes. What makes you say that? I see the student you were interested in, was all Nedzu said, seeing as Toshi did a spit take with his blood. He spits out blood the same way as you said. However, he seemed to hold it in for a good amount of time, only spitting it out when we weren't looking. I swear, seeing both him and you spit, I wouldn't be surprised if you two were related or something, just from the way we spout out blood. Yep, the mouse nodded innocently. So did he pass? Izuru Yamakumo. He passed, got his envelope recently too. Toshinori released a sigh of relief he didn't know he held. I see. It seems like he's already getting along with future support classmates already. Oh, you mean at the support course free meal? Yep. You did sound worried about him making friends here, especially with his health condition. Yeah, the man nodded. With a health condition like that at a young age, it would be very hard to make friends. Well, it seems young Yamakumo and young Hatsum have gotten off to a good start. Oh, that reminds me, principal, the teacher said as the mouse started pouring some tea. You're also overlooking the support course, right? That's right. The mouse smiled as he handed him a cup. Here you go. Oh, why thank you. Even though heroes are important, a person like me prefers the support course, he admitted. Thanks to my wonderful quirk. Yes, high spec, a quirk that granted the principal intelligence surpassing that of humans. He was also an extremely rare case of an animal that manifested a quirk. The mouse nodded as he sipped his tea. Very interesting lot, he said in between sips. Probably quirkier than the future hero course kids. He laughed, slipping a little bit of tea. Oops, don't worry, sir, I'll clean it later, Toshinori said. But I do have to wonder who their homeroom teacher is. Why don't you have a look? Is it Power Loader? He is taking over the other course's development classes. HM. Well, Aizawa is taking the hero course class along with Kan taking the other if there's another class, the man said. F, G, and H. I would have assumed that Power Loader would take one of the homeroom positions along with the development classes. While the hero course had classes focused on heroics, the support course had classes focused on well-developing gadget. Power Loader focused on work in the development studio, and so did the students of the support course. So his rotating between the three classes' development time. He asked the mouse. Yes, the support students also have a free inventing period too. But Power Loader wanted to be safe and would rotate between the three classes when their development periods came up. I'm guessing that Yamada would be doing English lessons and Ishiyama would be doing modern literature. Correct. Toshinori picked up the class lesson periods of the support classes. Homeroom, English, modern literature, development classes that have been extended. I got to say, it works. More time to develop gadgets and important. It's why they are in the development of support in the first place. I wonder who the homeroom is. He stopped as he looked at the person and back to Nedzu. Really? Is there a problem? Well, for freshmen, this is a drastic change for them. It'll be fine. Besides, it's only homeroom. Toshinori looked at the mouse and sighed. He could only hope it would be all right. Izuku was wearing his villain outfit, the one that gave him a classy look. He fixed the black vest over the popped collar, white button-up long-sleeve shirt, and placed his black dress shoes on. He walked out of the bar with his hands in his black suit pant pockets as he roamed the city at night. This is definitely my style, he thought as he entered a building covered with neon lights. He could already hear the music growing louder and louder. It was almost deafening. At least the music was good though. The room was dark, with the only lights being on the dance floor. The squares on the dance floor changed color quite frequently as the music was being blared. It wasn't just any songs, but rather music without any vocals aside from the few noises in the songs. This was the nightclub known as DS1, also known by its more common name Death Star. It honestly looked like a space station on the inside. Plus there were some talks of DS2 as well being built on the other side of the city. Izuku made his way through the club and sat on a very comfortable seat that curved around a table. These places were good for various reasons, like wasting your time away either by yourself or with friends, meeting new people, mainly that of the opposite sex, dealing in shady business with other villains. Wait, what? Yes, Izuku was here for a sole reason, and it wasn't to meet girls. On the similar seat behind him a man sat down. He had gray hair with side bangs, a tiny mustache and a tiny goatee, and a gap between his front teeth. He wore gray, round glasses, and his eyebrows were always drawn up in the middle and seemed to be squinting. He wore a purple blazer with a white button-up shirt and a fluffy scarf that resembled intestines in shape and color. He had a lit cigarette in his mouth before he blew smoke out. "Evening, Izuku," the man said without looking at the green-haired teen. "Evening, Jurin." Jurin let out a low whistle. "When I heard Kurogiri said you got a new style, I wasn't expecting that." Izuku smirked. "I reckon it suits me honestly. So what's your poison today?" he asked. Izuku knew the true meaning of the words though. "We need some easy disposables. I can manage to gather something up, anything specific." "Here." He handed Jurin a small note. "That list has the specifics we need. However, we need some disposables along with them." "Got it," he said as he stood. "How much?" He then felt something touch his hand. It was rolled up bills. "And a lot of rolled up bills. That's only to start as the rest is after you get them," Izuku said. "And remember, the money is only enough for disposables with the few exceptions of those on the list." "Understood," the man said as he counted his money. "Pleasure doing business with you. I'll arrive at the bar later." Izuku watched as Jurin left as he remained at his seat. Let Jurin leave first before he moved. The music changed as he ordered a drink. As he listened to the music and remained in the darker parts of the club, he decided to do some scouting. Potential allies and enemies alike could be here. Right now, he was chilling like a villain. However, someone did catch his eye. She seemed to be around his age, and the most eye-catching part about her was her appearance. She had pink skin, unruly, short pink hair with yellow horns protruding from her head. However, he couldn't help but look at her eyes. She had black sclere with yellow irises. She was currently on the dance floor dancing away wearing black clothing with some gold lines which only matched her skin. The way she danced on the floor was hypnotic. The way she moved her hips, swung her arms. She owned the dance floor and no one could compete with her moves. The eyes briefly locked as he didn't break eye contact with her as he sipped from his beverage. She winked at him before going back to the dancing as he pulled out his phone. "Hello? Yes, I just talked to Jurin." He waited for whoever was on the other side to stop. "Yeah, I'm on my way back. Just did a little sightseeing here is all." He stood as he made his way out of the club. He looked back at the nightclub that was now behind him. He just might have to come back. He just found someone interesting. Izuku was sprawled on the couch as he faced the ceiling. It had only been a night and soon his lessons for 3 years at UA will begin. He had already got the UA uniform and the UA sports uniform, so he was set for the most part. Kurogiri had told him that he required books, pens, and a bag to hold it all. He told him to go shopping. Izuku's response was that he'd go later, so he was going now. He got up and donned his Izuru disguise. Didn't need anyone with a keen eye that saw Izuku buy the bag and Izuru wearing it. "Hey, bro," he called out to Tamura. "Want anything while I'm out?" "Nah," he said. "I'm good." Izuku nodded as he left. Bag, pens, books. He repeated Kurogiri's list for his school needs. So where was he going for his shopping needs? The Kiashi Ward shopping mall, also known as Wookie's. There he got a one-strap bag, a couple of books with some pens. That was it. Nothing more. Until he left that was. With his new bag on with his books and pens inside, he stopped as he saw a battle between heroes and villains. He didn't get far from the shopping mall and he was already treated to a sight of battle. Well, it was time for info gathering now. Izuku ducked into an alleyway and thanks to some quick moves ended on the building's roof where he now looked down at the fight. The first hero who arrived on the scene was a man wearing a black unitard with a wood helmet, wooden gloves that reached past his forearm, a wooden belt, and wooden shoes. This was the hero known as Kamui Woods, a hero Izuku had seen before. The screaming fangirls also confirmed it was Kamui Woods. The hero used his quirk lumber to generate wood from his arm. The wood from his arm sprouted into many branches resembling a tree in winter as the villain easily moved around each branch before jumping off the side of the buildings into the air. That's when the second hero turned up. She had long voluminous blonde hair with 2 curled strands and violet-colored eyes with white pupils. She wore a purple and cream-colored skin-tight bodysuit that is accented with orange stripes. The bodysuit also has 3 peculiar orange diamond-shaped dots on the purple top that are located under her chest. She also wore a purple domino mask with horn-like protrusions on the sides. This was the hero named Mount Lady, another hero that Izuku had seen before WAS entered dead a few months ago. Using her quirk of gigantification, she grew into a giant of around 2,000 meters, maybe a little more or a little less. He wasn't really counting. She threw her arm to catch the villain, and as her hand captured the villain escaped the same way he escaped Kamui's quirk. Izuku watched as the villain escaped from the 2 heroes. However, Kamui Woods was right behind the villain using his branches to pull himself to the buildings they latched onto. Mount Lady, due to her giant form, could easily cover the ground quicker. Izuku had to admit, he was quite impressive. It didn't look like the villain had done any crimes, except for using his quirk. There it is, there it is, there it is. And there was Mount Ladies fans all right. Was it a coincidence that they always showed up together at a few fights? Probably, but that wouldn't stop anyone from spreading rumors. Reminder to self. Izuku lost interest as he hopped back down and headed back to the bar. Oi, where are you going? Tamura asked as he was leaning against the bar. Out, the younger teen said with slight confusion. Tamura let out a low dry chuckle. Don't lie to me, Izu, he said as a bead of sweat trailed down Izuku's face. Tamura's hand lashed out as he then ruffled the green-haired teen's hair. So ... who is it? Huh. He looked at Tamura with confusion. Last night you came back to the bar and even though you said you just talked to Jiren and had a drink, there was this look in your eye that said someone caught your interest. Tamura, Kurogiri said as he placed a clean glass down. You should tease Izuku. Thank you, Kurogiri. But he is going through puberty, isn't he? The miss-like bartender said as he looked over to the dressed-up Izuku wearing his villain outfit. I do have to say, I'm also curious to find out. Curse you, Kurogiri. I trusted you. I bet you it's a girl. Of course it's going to be a girl. Do you not see who he lives with? The bartender asked. Guys, well ... it is a sausage feast. I wonder what type of girl it is. I hope it's not a cougar. Kurogiri started cleaning his glass a little too fast. It better effing not. The older brother hissed as he disintegrated a shot glass. Language. Also stop destroying my glasses. I'm ... just going to leave now. Izuku said softly as he already made his way to the door. No, I'm not taking any chances. Tamura shouted. I'm gonna kill that cougar hussy. You don't even know if it's a cougar, besides it could be a girl around his age. We'll just get Izu to tell us. Izu, Tamura and Kurogiri turned to see that he had already left. You scared him off. Wait, Tamura leaned back in shock. Weren't you the one who brought up the possibility of a cougar? Kurogiri looked shocked. I said I hope it's not. I didn't say it could have been. The light on the monitor flickered out as Sensei just sat in the room with the Namu. I heard nothing. He decided that he didn't hear it. He didn't want to get involved. Izuku was back at DS1 sitting at one of the higher seats that overlooked the dance floor below. The 15-year-old watched the dancing below as he leaned against a railing. Thanks to practicing for the exams, it kinda slipped his mind that he had turned 15. Either way, the music started softly to ease into the beginning of the night before getting progressively louder. More people would find themselves on the dance floor as the night progressed. However, for certain people, days of enjoying yourself were coming to a close. For those like him who were going into the support course or those who managed to get into the hero course, they couldn't waste time with small luxuries anymore when they became a hero. Well, they could, just not long enough anymore. I'll take a Qui-Gon Jinn, he said to the employee who approached him without turning his head. The lady nodded before going off to fetch the drink. As he rested against the railing, he saw a tuft of unruly pink hair as he raised his eyebrow. She must be a real partygoer if she came back 2 nights in a row, or could have been more. For all he knew, she came here every night. However, instead of being on the dance floor, she was walking around it. She looked like she really enjoyed dancing last night. The music was getting louder as she looked around. Perhaps she was looking for a seat. He could understand that. But with how early it was, being only 8, it was still fairly light compared to the later times the other night-goers came in. Well, it would be pouring in soon. He stopped as the lady from before came back with his drink as he paid for it. He looked back down as just as the pink-haired and skinned girl had looked up. Their eyes locked with one another once more. She sent him a smile followed by a small wink before she left his field of view. He wasn't going to lean further over the railing. Waste of a drink otherwise. He sat on the large seats at the lights changed colors and the music blasted. Now the real party was getting started. Yet, it was still soft enough to be able to hear when others talked ... and yourself too. Hey there. A cheerful voice called him from behind. He turned to see the pink-haired girl from a few seconds ago. Hello, he greeted as he took a sip from his drink. And from the look of it, she got a drink as well, a stormtrooper if he recalled. He might have to get a Vader after his current drink. The pink-skinned and haired alien-like girl made herself comfortable on the seat opposite of him. She had a wide smile that could be seen as a grin to some. I didn't think you'd show up again, she said before she winked. Did you see something you liked? I did, he replied bluntly. I saw something that interested me. Was it my looks or my dance moves? She asked with a growing grin. Your eyes mainly, he said. But the other two are definitely up there as well. Aren't you a charmer? She said with playful words. The name's Mina Ashido. Izuku, Shigaraki. Izuku placed his drink on the glass table as he talked to the pink-haired teen. She was definitely lively. You took a bit of time with that last name. You're not lying to me, are you? I'm not. Shigaraki is just my adopted last name, he told her as her mouth made an O shape from understanding. Ashido fiddled with her drink at the newly created awkward tension. Is something that matter? He asked. I just wanted to say sorry. You must have gone through rough times. He never broke eye contact as he drank. Yeah, I don't want to bother you with the details. That's not what a nightclub is for. Ashido nodded as she smiled. So ... you're not too left-footed, are you? I'm too right-footed. He glanced to where she was looking at. I never danced before, never needed to dance. If anything, her grin grew to predatory size. It's easy, you just got to move her body. As long as you're having fun, it's all right. She grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the dance floor. As he looked at her, he found one word that described her. Light. A bright shining light. She was practically glowing. But that could also be the club lights. Now he was trapped on the dance floor. How was he going to get out of this one? He looked around at the other people dancing. Despite coming here before, he usually came here for business and a couple of drinks. He took note of the people dancing, but he didn't really care. Now as he was on the dance floor, he was taking in the others' dancing styles. They were just moving their bodies to the beat, not caring if they may or may not look like fools. So improvise, got it. So improvised he did. He went along with it all. The music was loud enough to hold a private conversation with a person if you were close to them. Now you're getting it, the black and yellow-eyed girl said. It's not that hard. No, I suppose you're right. He was getting the hang of it. So tell me a bit about yourself. He heard her say despite the sudden drop. Not much to tell. Orphaned at a young age and adopted really. He told her. That was pretty much his backstory anyway. What about you? Not much. Just your average family life, loving parents, boring school life and… I'm sorry. During her story, when she mentioned loving parents, his lip twitched. No, it's fine. They've been dead for years. May I ask how many? You just did. Well, I was 4 when they died, so about 11 years. Ashido didn't feel like the best person now. But hey, I got an older brother now, he said with a smile. Well, an older brother and one who I can't decide is a brother or uncle ... and a person that's like a father to me. Ashido smiled when she saw his smile as he thought about his adoptive family. So this was the type of smile a hero was meant to protect. After whatever you want to call it on the dance floor, they returned to the seats with a refill on drinks. It seems like some of the people here know you. Do you come here often? The pink-skinned girl asked as he waved his hand in a 50-50 motion. No, sometimes I pop around, he said. You on the other hand seem like a regular. Kind of. I don't come every night, but with some recent things happening like getting into my dream school, I thought I spend most of my free time having fun until then. Yeah, starting in a few days, I will be very busy. He stirred his drink a bit. It's best to have the time of your life now before you get swamped with work of any kind. I can drink to that. She nodded. Can you really? I don't think you're the right age to drink, he said with a sly smile. It's just a saying. She defended herself with a dark lilac blush. I'm not actually going to drink alcohol. His smile grew a little. Who said anything about alcohol? But that's the only thing that could be applied to. Non-alcoholic drinks maybe, he offered. While it is legal in pubs, a majority of those pubs will not sell them to minors. She only pouted at him before they both had a laugh. They talked a bit more into the night before Izuku placed his second finished drink down. Well, it was nice meeting you, Ashido. He politely nodded. But I must take my leave now. It was nice meeting you, Shigaraki. Please call me Izuku. It might get confusing if you ever see me with my brother. Only if you call me Mina. Sure, he nodded. See ya, Mina. He waved as he left the nightclub. In a few days he would be infiltrating UA, and that was one step closer to killing the symbol of peace. Izuku wore the UA uniform as he headed towards the high school. Donning his Izuru Yamakumo persona, he approached the school's gates. The past couple of days he spent preparing for the attack on All Might, or in his free time. He actually met up with Mina a few times. Now the persona entered onto the school's grounds and approached his class. 1H. He muttered as he walked down the hallway. He soon came across said classroom before he walked in. It was pretty empty aside from a few people. As it turned out, quite a few hero course students got in, but there was a rumor of expulsion on the first day. Right now this year's support course divided into F, G and H classes were smaller than the 2A and B hero classes. Yes, F, G and H combined were smaller than the 40 students of the hero course. But then that expulsion rumor he heard from a senior. Hey there, Yami. He turned to see Hatsune wave as he approached her and got to a nearby desk. These desks were really designed with the purpose of inventing gadgets in mind. It kind of reminded him of a small workshop. Seems we are in the same class after all, he said as he took his bag off as he waited for homeroom. Wonder who our homeroom teacher is, he wondered as Hatsune brought up the mention of Power Loader. Settle down, their homeroom teacher said as she walked in. The class ... was expecting this. Isn't this sort of thing not allowed in a high school? Their homeroom teacher was a very beautiful woman with long, spiky black hair and blue eyes. The problem was her outfit. She wore a black breastless leotard over a white bodysuit, which emphasizes her breasts along with translucent black thigh-high stockings and black knee boots. She had a small mask outlining her eyes, a handcuff on each wrist, and a utility belt around her hips. Basically, she was wearing a dominatrix outfit. Their teacher was a dominatrix. Wait a second. What was that in her hand? Oh, in her hand ... was a flogger-style whip ... She was carrying a small whip. What the actual F? I'm your homeroom teacher, Nimuri Kayama. She introduced herself as she flicked her hair back. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Is she allowed to wear that? That's pretty R-rated. Does this count as sexual harassment? The very small class murmured to themselves as she used her whip at her desk. Hey, I'm trying to make my debut as her homeroom teacher here. Izuku had stood up and walked out of the classroom to look at the sign. And what are you doing? Making sure I was in the support course and not the S&M club. He replied with a blank look. Just sit down. As Izuru took his seat, the teacher did her introduction. Again, as many of you might know, I am the hero known as Midnight. Midnight said. But as I said before, I'm your homeroom teacher, Nimuri Kayama. In class you can call me by my hero name, Sensei or Kayama-sensei. She then sat on top of her desk and crossed one leg over the other. What's with that pose? She was definitely using her sex appeal. The students and their teacher looked at one another for a second before she sighed. Are you sure you guys are teenagers? She sighed as she went and made sure everyone in the class was there. No absentees. Good. Now due to the small size of the class, I believe we will all get to know each other pretty quickly in a short amount of time. The small group of students looked at each other and back at the homeroom teacher. Hey, don't give me those looks. Due to the small size of the class, Midnight had told her students that they should spend this time to get to know each other better. So that's what they began to do. Introduce themselves to one another personally. They would have their own circles after this anyway. Izuku already knew of Hatsum and vice versa. Due to talking to her at the exam, he gathered all that he needed to know about her for the most part. In the corner of his eye, he saw him. He had pale white skin, a red nose and lips, black rings around his eyes with a small pointed line at the bottom, blue teardrops underneath the corners of his eyes. He also sported light brown neck-length hair that was swept back and framed his face. He also had a pair of turquoise eyes. It was a clown, and from the way he scratched his chin ... that was his real skin color. Poor guy. Must have sucked if he used to go to school with those of phobia. He walked over and introduced himself to the clown. Izuru Yamakumo, he said with a smile and held out his hand. Satoshi Fukudashi. The clown replied. And if you're wondering, the skin's natural. All of it. Satoshi scratched the back of his head. But most people call me Joker. Thought they might have called you clown. Yamakumo murmured. But enough about that. I hope we get along for the remainder of our school life. Hope so. And that over there is Hatsum, he said as he turned to her and ... she was already trying to invent something. Hatsum ... what are you doing? He asked as she just looked right up at him. I just got an idea for my latest baby. She smiled. Yami, while you're there ... can you pass that screwdriver over? The day progressed for the students of one age. Izuku had sat with Hatsum and Fukudashi around a table. Calling it a table, however, wasn't really a normal school table and more of a workbench. Hatsum was tweaking away at her first official UA invention. Joker was just keen on talking with them as Izuku was checking the lessons of the day. Die! A voice in the distance shouted. What was that? Joker asked as G heard the screams of some madman. Who knows? Hatsum said as she squinted at the device in her hands. Probably some short-tempered kid losing it. Yami added his 2 cents. Probably got expelled that caused it. What makes you say that? Joker asked with wide eyes. Oh, I overheard some seniors talk about a teacher that was pretty famous for expelling kids in the hero course classes. Asked seriously. The clown's jaw dropped. No, I'm pretty serious. Joker slid back in his seat. Man, sucks to be them then. Maybe, but I think it'll be better for us. Well, we are creating gadgets for the hero course students and would be one day helping them and upgrading their costumes. Izuru told the clown. With 39 hero course kids and with how small our support course year is, I don't think I need to mention why. I'm actually hoping that some of them don't make it now. We are definitely understaffed. Understaffed? Maybe. The pink-haired girl grinned. But we're definitely more than enough when it comes to making these gadgets. We got into this course to create the things that appear in our mind. It doesn't matter how many I need to create or how many heroes I have to help. As long as I can create more babies, I'm happy. So what you're saying is that you just want to create more inventions ... you don't really care about anything else. The two thought. It was now a break for lunch at the cafeteria that was ran by Lunch Rush. Izuku had just gotten his lunch with Hatsum and Joker right behind him. Somewhere, so now he was looking for a table for the 3 of them. There was a table enough for 4, but it seemed a single person was at it. He had wavy, purple-blue hair, thin eyebrows, and very noticeable bags under his eyes. He was pretty tall, had jagged teeth, and had noticeable double eyelids. Mind if I sit here with a couple of classmates? He asked as he sat down before the blue-haired teen could even comprehend what was happening. Who are you? The blue-haired teen asked. The dark purple-haired teen had tilted his head slightly as he looked in the other teen's eye. Izuru Yamakumo. The blue-haired teen briefly wondered if he should use his quirk, but decided not to as he introduced himself. Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku then raised his hand calling over Hatsum and Joker. This is Hatsum and the other you can just call Joker, he insists. I only insist because everyone calls me Joker regardless. Joker deadpanned. Joker had taken the spot next to Hitoshi. Do you mind if I introduce you? Izuru asked as the blue-haired teen shook his head. The blue-haired teen had introduced himself and man it was like he was kind of dead on the inside. So what class are you in? Joker asked, the only one at the table not in 1H. The three of us are in 1H. The blue-haired teen's eyes widened a little. 1H, isn't that one of the support classes? That's right. We get to make our own babies. Now Shinso was confused. Babies. Izuku had stolen Hatsum's invention. Eat. Don't work on your invention, he said, causing the girl to pout and try and get her device back. Sorry about her. She calls all her inventions babies. Right. What about you? What class are you from? 1 degrees Celsius. The Department of General Education. He sighed. What's wrong? Izuru asked as he held the device to his side, trying to keep it out of Hatsum's grasp. It was pretty difficult. Shinso sighed. It's nothing. It's got to be something. Hatsum added. Now give me my baby back, Yami. Only if you stop fiddling with it when you should be eating. He shot back. I didn't make it into the hero department. He revealed. Those who don't make it into the hero department end up in the general education department or the management department. I would have assumed they make the classes even seeing as there's only 39 of them. Izuku said as he ate after giving Hatsum's baby back. That will cause some problems. Izuku returned his attention back to the blue-haired teen. There has to be a reason why you didn't get in. Shinso just started at him. It was the practical. My quirk interfered with the rules, he told them as he stared at his food. The participants are not allowed to interfere with other competitors, and my quirk revolves around that. What is your quirk? Shinso took a deep breath. Brainwashing, he said a lot softer than his almost dead words before. I can mind control people who verbally respond back to me. I can control more than one, but after they respond, it's up to me whether I'm willing to use my quirk. It was pretty silent at the table. Here it comes. The blue-haired teen got prepared for their reactions just as Izuku leaned over the table. That's awesome, he said. Imagine what you could do with that. Villains could automatically hand themselves over to the cops and hostages could be saved much more easily with the villains just handing them over instead of the whole negotiating thing. Why, you really think so? He asked as the purple-haired teen nodded. Of course, they were stupid not to make you a hero. Izuru smiled. I hope I'll never have to say that again, he thought. He hated heroes, but this was all for the sake of being a spy. Isn't the sports festival actually pretty close by? He then brought up. I think if you do well at the sports festival, and especially with your quirk, they might move you into the hero course. They do need to even the numbers out. But man, apparently none of those hero kids got expelled by their teacher who was infamous for it. Joker sighed. More future work for us, I can't wait. Shinso then turned back to Yamakumo after Joker's heavy sarcasm. What are your quirks, seeing as I told you mine? My quirk is tool arms, Izuku said. It allows me to manifest limbs with ingrown tools and weapons like hammers, screwdrivers, and even functioning chainsaws. That's pretty useful for our support department, Joker said as Hatsum stopped what she was doing and her head snapped towards him with a glint in her eyes. That would definitely help with creating inventions. Your turn, Hatsum, he said to her, causing her head to snap back around. My quirk is zoom. She pointed to her unique-looking eyes. It allows me to zoom with my eyes to see far away, and if I focus I can see up to 5 kilometers. It's very useful when working on my babies. Guess it's my turn. My quirk is outburst. Forces others to laugh, which impairs their cognitive and motor skills. Izuku forcefully cut off the clown. Hey, it's not outburst. That's Ms. Joke's quirk, not mine. Joker stood from his seat. Hey, why are all three of you ignoring me? Did you all just immediately accept the fact that outburst was my quirk? It's my appearance, isn't it? It's cause I look like a clown. Don't you all want to know my quirk? Guys. Izuku had said goodbye to Hatsum, Joker, and Shinso after the day came to an end, and not before throwing up blood, shocking the three of them. As soon as he turned the corner, his head immediately dived into his hands. Oh my god. He softly cursed into his hands as he slowly lifted his head. I actually had fun. He shook the thoughts out of his head. He wasn't here for fun. He was here to kill All Might. His head went back into his hands as he thought about how he made friends with the clown, the brainwasher, and the gadget fanatic. Wait a second, ... She had pink hair ... and yellow eyes. Mina also had pink hair ... and yellow eyes. Wait, did that mean he had a thing for pink-haired girls with yellow eyes? No. His eye peeked through his hands with a serious look. This was no time for messing around. It was time to get serious and do what he came here to do. Sludge. Green sludge moved through the school building after appearing out of a tap in the teacher's lounge. An eye opened as it looked around the empty room. It slowly moved towards the desk and rose to overlook the desks. It was looking for something specific. It looked at 2 files for Class A and Class B freshmen. Found you hero class. He spoke lowly to the files. He couldn't take them without the staff freaking out ... but he did have a way to send the information back. He made copies. The school was abandoned at night, with no heroes in sight aside from those who might be in the teacher's dormitory. He wasn't going to risk getting caught now, but he needed the files to make plans. He stopped as he took the files with the intention of copying them. Then afterwards, where he copied them from a safe location, he would drop them off, all in the same night and through the same way. As he held the files with his human hands as to not dirty them, he smirked. Killing All Might was soon to become a reality. Ha ha, we got it. Tamura laughed as he held up the copies of the hero class courses. Jiren had also delivered those orders you placed, Izuku, Kurogiri said as he poured the 2 drinks. He also found an electric-type quirk user to block UAS signals. Good, very good. The 18-year-old turned to the 15-year-old. Izu, you did a good job. Tamura then placed the files on the bar. Wednesday. That's when All Might is teaching at the unforeseen simulation joined along with Eraserhead and 13. 13 has little combat experience, so Kurogiri should go up against him. His quirk would be dangerous if caught, but with his quirk he should one-up the hero, Izuku said as Kurogiri nodded. Now, Eraserhead. His quirk can mess me up quite easily ... at least. The emitter and transformation quirks. Izuku tapped his chin before speaking again. But with his hair, I believe that it would get in the way of his vision. I mean, without his eyes he's rather quirkless, so send any mutants at him. Now All Might ... we shall go at him. Tamura said more to Izuku than anyone else. Izuku nodded as Tamura laid out the student information. Now what shall we do with these 19 students? He asked, tapping the desk. Which zones shall we send them to? Izuku grabbed the shuffled files as he looked over them and planned for each one. Sui, send her to the conflagration zone. Her quirk frog form is best in the flood zone, he said as he moved on. Tenya Ada. His quirk engine grants him speed, so sending him somewhere he can't move would be best. Probably the flood zone, seeing as I don't know if his quirk can work in water. Hyuga Aoyama, his quirk naval laser literally shoots a laser from his navel, so it would be best to send him to an area where it would be dangerous to use his quirk, such as the ruined zone. Achako Uraraka, quirk 0 gravity. Whatever she touches can make it weightless and float into space if she wants to unless she releases it. She however has a limited weight. Send her to the mountain zone, less objects to float. Meshur Awajiro, quirk tail. Any zone you want to send him to. Denki Kaminari, quirk electrification. His quirk would be too dangerous in the downpour zone and flood zone. Send him to something like the conflagration zone. Ijiru Kirishima, quirk hardening. A tough decision, seeing his quirk allows him to harden his body to protect himself and deal some heavy punches. Send him to landslide zone. Kuji Kuda, quirk animal voice. Any zone, seeing as his quirk allows him to communicate with animals. So landslide zone or mountain zone. Rikadu Sadu, quirk sugar rush. He gets stronger the more sugar he eats. Mountain zone. Mezu Shaoji, quirk duple arms. He can replicate parts of his body on his tentacles such as ears, mouth and eyes. The duplicate organs are more enhanced and can make more replicas and maybe glide anywhere you want, like the ruins zone. Hantasiro, quirk tape. It allows him to shoot tape from his elbows, so send him to the conflagration zone to burn the tape or the downpour zone. Toru Hagakure, quirk transparency. Any zone, presumably flood zone or somewhere like the conflagration zone. Anywhere really, seeing as she is invisible. Minoru Minded, quirk pop off. He can throw those grapes off his head and they can stick to anything and anyone. Send him to any zone but the flood zone. Kaiui Kajiru, quirk earphone jack. She can plug her jack-shaped earlobes into all sorts of objects and channel the sound of her heartbeats into them, and allows her to catch faint sounds as well. Send her wherever you can. Katsuki Bakugo, quirk explosion. He can create explosions. Flood zone, drown him, he said without even wasting any breath. Momoye Irazu, quirk creation. Any zone, seeing as she can create whatever she needs. Fumikage Takoyami, quirk dark shadow. The quirk is a shadow-like monster that materializes from his body, which he can contract. It's weak against light but grows much stronger in the darkness. Conflagration zone has a lot of light. Send it there. Shadow Todoroki, quirk half cold half hot. Basically he can use fire and ice, not the flood zone, downpour zone or conflagration zone. Send him to the ruins zone. However, when he came across the last one, his voice got caught in his throat. He looked down at the piece of paper. Mina Ashido, quirk acid. He spoke slowly. So you're a hero then? Are you okay? Asked the polite bartender. I'm fine. Just someone I met previously, but as it turns out they're aspiring to be a hero. Tamura and Kurogiri looked at each other and back at Izuku. Is this the person you met at DS1? Yes, the green-haired teen said as he ran his hand through his hair that had grew quite a bit. However, he continued. Her quirk allows her to create corrosive liquid from her skin, and it can control its level of solubility and viscosity. Send her to the downpour zone or the flood zone. He turned to the villain made of mist. Send as many as you can. We might not be able to get rid of all of them. Kurogiri nodded as he passed Izuku a drink. Thank you, Kurogiri. HM, it might be a bit suspicious if you were to leave immediately after All Might's death, Tamura said. Plus any inventions you make would also help us. So what you're saying is stay undercover before the attack and after the attack. I know, he responded as he drank his drink. Tamura grinned as he twirled his own drink in his glass. Soon the symbol of peace will die at our hands. Izuru sighed as he spouted blood at the same time. He was looking forward to Wednesday way too much. But then again, fighting the #1 hero and winning. Just imagine, that would speak a lot for them. The ones that killed the #1 invincible hero All Might, the symbol of peace dying at the hands at the anti-symbol of peace, the symbol of war. Izuku was currently working on his invention they've been working on since the development classes. Tatsum had already made more than the support department year already. He was just working on his latest invention as the door opened. Afternoon Yamakumo. The person greeted before spitting blood. Yagi-san. He blinked. What are you doing here? I came to say hi, my boy. Don't you have a class to teach or something? I do in the afternoon. He told him before looking at the gadget in his hands. What is that you got there? Just a small robot I'm working on. Oh, what does it do? Or rather, what will it do? I plan on it to record fighting styles of heroes and villains and project them as light copies. Toshinori's eyes widened. That's ... that's incredible, he said with a spout of blood following afterwards. Training the next generations of heroes will skyrocket thanks to learning the fighting styles of previous villains. Well, currently they would only soft holograms until I figure out how to make them hard holograms, he truthfully told the skeleton. But I might make that a feature to switch between them. But didn't you say it needed to be recorded? Yes, aside from the hard light copies, getting information is going to be hard ... but there is countless information out there somewhere. True, I suppose you'll ask for heroes first. Maybe, he drawled as he inspected the droid. Well, as its creator, I kinda want to test it on myself. I see ... the ability to fight yourself is a good way to find your flaws and improve. Hey, Yagi-sensei, guess I can call you that now. Yes, but what is it? Could ... you kept this a secret until it's done? Certainly, I would love to see the other teachers' faces too. He laughed, and as soon as he patted Yamakumo's back, the student spat out blood. I'm sorry, my beau, he spat blood too. No, it's fine. Anyways, I heard you got Midnight as your teacher ... Is there any problems? If by problem you mean that we're messing with her. She did talk about that, he mumbled. But nothing else. You don't feel uncomfortable? No, he responded. She did try and use her sex appeal for some reason. I think she's thinking that she's losing her touch due to how we reacted. Toshinori stared at Yamakumo for a while. You're all having too much fun messing with her, aren't you? Yep, he said truthfully. Seems she has her hands full despite how small your class is. He felt somewhat bad for Midnight seeing how her class had suddenly decided to mess with her for some reason. But hey, it was better than having a perverted yellow octopus ogle her while showing her up by being a better teacher. And that concludes our lessons for the day, class, Midnight said as she took over the class last lesson of the day. Also, Yamakumo, clean your blood up. Oka, he spat blood again. Dude, are you sure you're fine? Asked a concerned Joker. Crystal. Izuku had walked back into the bar after a long day of school. You're home, I see. Kurogiri nodded in his direction. Do ... do you ever leave that bar? I do. While I'm here, he asked with a little bit of skepticism. I do. Does he really? He thought as he looked at the state of the clean bar. I do. Okay, lesson learned. Izuku decided he wouldn't ask again. If he could read his mind ... he was fed. Anything interesting happen? He asked the teen. Not much. Messed with Midnight some more. Stayed in my group circle. The non-hero group. The Shadow Man nodded, remembering how Izuku had told him of the inventor, brainwasher, and the clown. Yep, also I'm working on a project too. What's that? Izuku had placed the device he was working on at UA High and told Kurogiri of its functions. That would be very helpful, especially seeing that you can easily get the hero's information. That's the plan. But what of the heroes? Wouldn't they want to use it? They would, but I can just request their information without a reason. Plus, if I happen to get caught while secretly getting that information too. I know, sometimes it's best to be straightforward with half-truths to reach your goal, even if you have to help or cooperate with your enemy. I know. Is everyone ready? Yes, Kurogiri said. At the same time the rescue lessons begin, we shall attack. Good. That's what Tamura also said too. Kurogiri informed the green-haired and eyed teen. But I have to ask, you asked for some specifics other than our jammer. Why is that? Oh, that? He asked as he rubbed the back of his head. That might prove useful in the field, but even if they succeed or not, it's more for their quirks. I see. I do hope All Might does show up, he muttered, getting a look from the villain. Seeing the look, Izuku decided to explain. While All Might is getting weaker, he could possibly have to skip for a bit, kind of like stopping for a break after you ran for a bit, for example. Besides, that's what the backup plan is for. The backup plan was easy. Kill everyone while All Might wasn't there. That would cause the hero to show up eventually ... or maybe never. You should get some rest. Izuku, Kurogiri told the teen. I'll fix you something up later, but you need energy for tomorrow's plan. Yes, tomorrow is the day All Might will fight for his life against the League of Villains. Izuku walked upstairs to his room and got some rest. His heart beat faster at the thought of fighting the #1 hero. He was going to kill him if it was the last thing he did. Tamura chuckled as he scratched his neck. It was time. He wore black pants, a featureless black V-neck shirt that exposed his collarbones, and red high-top sneakers with no socks. On top of that, he had 14 disembodied hands clasped onto his arms, chest, neck, head, and face. This was Tamura's villain outfit. On his side was Kurogiri, whose form was not contained within his usually elegant suit but rather looked like he was just floating mist with only the 3 metal plates being seen. Izuku, however, wasn't wearing his usual villain outfit but rather wore dark green cargo pants. That was it. He did contemplate wearing visor-like goggles though. He didn't really know if he needed them, but he took them anyway, just in case. When he wore them, he looked like he was right out of a sci-fi. The reason he only wore the cargo pants. Quirks ... What else were you expecting? You guys ready? Tamura asked as they both nodded. Then ... Let's kill the symbol of peace. And with that, they went through Kurogiri's warp gate. It was just another day for the students of Class 1A, another day of heroics. They had just gotten to the USJ as All Might had yet to arrive as he would later on. The Space Hero 13 had just told everyone about the USJ as Eraserhead, or to the students Aizawa sat back and watched. And that's when Aizawa turned and saw the opening of a portal at the central plaza of the USJ. Out of the portal first was Tamura. Huddle together and don't move, Aizawa shouted at his students, much to their confusion. 13. Protect the students. After Tamura walked out, so did Izuku and the rest of the villains that came with them ... And that wasn't including the villains that were dropped off in the different zones as well. What is that? The red-headed Kirishima asked. Is this like that training pattern at the entrance exam? Don't move. Those are villains, Eraserhead shouted as he put his goggles on. Eraserhead and 13 as expected, Kurogiri muttered. According to the teacher's curriculum we obtained, it seems we are right on the money. However, All Might isn't here, so it seems Plan B it is. The curriculum, the hero thought. How did they get their hands on it? We went through all this trouble and All Might isn't even here. The gray-haired teen grumbled. Well ... Plan is a no-go. Hey Izu, wonder if he'll come if we kill the kids? He asked his younger brother as the green-haired teen nodded just as the hero jumped down towards them. I believe so, Nyai-san, he said as he looked up towards the stairs with his sci-fi goggles. As the hero came down, Izuku fired a concentrated laser beam from his eyes at the airborne hero. The hero quickly used his scarf weapon to pull himself out of the way without being hit by the laser. However, he wasn't unscathed as he felt the sting of the laser. Scatter them, Kurogiri, Tamura commanded as the mist villain disappeared, leaving the brother duo and the approaching hero. As the Erasure hero came down, he noticed something as he activated his quirk. The villains he was fighting ... were all mutants. His quirk couldn't affect them. They prepared this much in advance for this attack, he thought as he dodged the 4-armed mutants' attack. Despite his quirk only working on transformation and emitter quirks, he did devise a countermeasure if he did fight mutant-type villains. Aizawa was surrounded by nothing but mutant types, and knowing that he couldn't use his quirk on any of them ... it was either easier or harder for him. It all depends on what could happen next. God, pro heroes are such a pain. Tamura scratched his neck as he turned to Izuku. You sure you don't want to have a go now and get it over with? Soon, the teen with a mane of green hair said. I'll hop in when they least expect it. As the students and 13 went to evacuate, they were cut off by Kurogiri. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't allow that, he said to the group. Greetings, we are the Villain Alliance, or rather League of Villains. I apologize for the presumption, but we too it upon ourselves to enter UA High, the base of you heroes. I do have to ask, will the hero known as All Might be attending later? We didn't want to miss the opportunity to extinguish him, you see, Kurogiri told them. But that hardly matters now. As 13 went to use his quirk, Kirishima and the ash-blonde Bakugo attacked the mist villain. As expected from the short-tempered and boisterous one, he said as both Bakugo and Kirishima fell through his warp gate, appearing somewhere else in the USJ. What have you done to them? 13 demanded. Simple, I took them as hostages. If I die from your quirk, then they die. They didn't know that his quirk could only warp, but they didn't need to know that. Kurogiri then sent his warp gate around all the students and 13. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon. However, the students that were warped appeared in the designated area where their quirks weren't useful. It didn't take long for some students to realize. They know our quirks. How dare you? 13 cursed at the villain. It seems I missed some. he mused. 13 then activated his quirk of black hole as he tried to suck up the misty villain. You were the warper, you can't hold hostages, only send them away. Found out already, Kurogiri said, and if he could grin, he would right now. But you know the students that were warped. I wonder what would happen if they find themselves in an area where their quirks are useless. Like a frog in fire or stomach laser that's dangerous in crumbling buildings. The students there as well as their teacher went into shock. Why, you know our quirks? They asked as the villain laughed. Of course I do. That's why Eraserhead can't use his quirk on the group that's fighting him now. Kurogiri then focused his attention on 13. But 13, when it comes to combat. Then a warp gate appeared behind the hero as his own quirk started to disintegrate his back before he stopped using the quirk. 13, the students shouted. Now, it won't be too long, Kurogiri said as his warp gate expanded. The fastest of the students there began to run towards the exit. I told you I can't allow that, he told the student. He glanced at the students he missed. A few of them fell under the it doesn't matter where they're sent category. Then there was that pink-skinned one kneeling down next to 1 but she was looking elsewhere. This is what it means to be a hero, Kurogiri said, giving up your life in order to protect others. If you can't throw away your life like this, then give up on being heroes. Ashido, are you okay? The invisible girl Hagakure asked. It looks like you've seen a ghost. It can't be, she muttered as she looked down the stairs and saw the green hair. Only one person she knew had that hairstyle. I assure you it is, Kurogiri told her. You're lying, she said in a hoarse whisper. Maybe I am, he replied as he just sent the kids back to where the hero was laying at. Right now, he wouldn't let any of these kids go. Not until the signal. Kurogiri, I will fire a laser beam from my eyes directly at the entrance, and when that happens, we let a single student run. That way, we've done enough damage to the students and the teachers before All Might turns up. Izuku's voice repeated in his head. And if All Might arrives with the other heroes, then we can leave knowing we did damage to them. Eraserhead threw his scarf, which was easily caught by Tamura, who was thought to also be a mutant quirk user like the other villain. You're the favorite, he asked as he took out another villain and shot his elbow into Tamura's stomach only to be caught by a hand that started to disintegrate his elbow. So there was an emitter mixed in, he thought as the pain increased. Your hair is getting in the way of your fighting style, you know, and the longer you fight the more your dry eye acts up. They know about my dry eye. Don't bite off more than you can chew, hero. Tamura scolded with much venom on the word hero. Aizawa landed a sucker punch as he jumped back with his now broken elbow. He was forced to dodge two villains who knocked each other out. Oh, by the way, Eraserhead, Tamura called out. I'm not the favorite in this fight. As Tamura said this, Eraserhead turned to see Izuku and he had changed. Instead of being the same of when he came out of the portal, he was now bulker. Bigger and buffer, probably from a quirk but he fired a laser before so how could he? Unless he had some type of copy quirk, and he wasn't blonde, so that ruled out 1B's monoma. If he had to compare anyone to his sudden change of his upper body, he would have to say that it reminded him of All Might. Only the upper body of the teen, which he just realized, was around his student's age if not the same. He used his quirk erasure on the green-haired teen as the torso, and the arms went back to normal but this caused his punch to go overhead of the teen. The teen landed a punch in the man's stomach as Aizawa's eyes widened. This wasn't just normal strength. This wasn't strength from a quirk. This was his actual strength. And if he had 2 quirks, possibly more, he didn't want to see what his strength could become. Aizawa spat out blood as the fist drove deeper in before retreating. Eraserhead only had a few seconds to react to the kick, which luckily went overhead. He landed a punch on the teen villain's chest but it seemed he was unaffected. Oh yes, forgot to mention, the gray-haired leader said. He has shock absorption, a mutant-type quirk. Aizawa's eyes widened as he got a knee directly to his chin. Izuku had flipped over the teacher before kicking him into the ground and landing on top of him. He grabbed the hero's head as he raised it into the air as he pulled the good arm backwards. Watch, Eraserhead, the green-eyed villain spoke. Watch as it all crumbles around you. Aizawa's head made a nice dent in the pavement before rising back up again. You might live if All Might shows up. His face re-entered the crater as he felt the pain in his movable arm. It felt like it was going to snap. I wonder what would happen if I pull your eyes out. Aizawa's head slammed into the ground 3 times this time. I guess it's about that time, he said. Your students are scattered, fighting villains, whom they might be able to counter against. Their teachers defeated and no hope in sight. Guess it's time to call for All Might. Izuku then fired a laser beam at the entrance. What are you talking about? Aizawa said from the rubble. The damage has been done. It's time to let one of your flock go and get the symbol of peace. You don't mean? That's right. This is all to kill All Might. The villains we brought with us are just to keep your kids distracted or kill them if they can. But I highly doubt they can even harm them or if they can, not too much. Aizawa couldn't believe it. They planned this from the start. They knew their quirks and had strategies to defeat both him and 13. They knew the students' quirks and where to send them where their quirks were least effective. Now they were going to let one student go and fetch All Might after enough time had passed to do damage to them all, to taunt him that he failed as both a hero and a teacher. Truly, the League of Villains had proven their group to be both smart and powerful, not just a common group of low-life villains. They were not to be messed with. He knew that the three that came in were part of the main league, but they were also willingly to use low-life villains as disposable. The three from the League of Villains were not to be messed with. He hated to see the other members of the league. As he started to black out, he could only hope his students were okay. If what the multi-quirk villain said, then the other villains were just distractions. But that wouldn't stop if the disintegrating hand guy went to kill the students though. He could only hope ... that the other pro heroes arrived. Kurogiri was handling the wannabe heroes just fine, until the laser beam hit the entrance. It was time. The kid with engine legs ran as the warp gate disappeared from the entrance as he himself was shocked but continued running, until he left the USJ. My role is done, he said to the remainder group. What? The downed hero and students asked with shock. It seemed 13 had regained consciousness. My role was to keep you all here busy, the villain admitted. Honestly, there is only 3 of us from the league here, 2 of which had already defeated Eraserhead with ease, along with myself handling you all just fine. His mist came back towards him, prepared to warp to Tamura's side. Then ... this was your plan. Yes, I believe the others have told Eraserhead, so I'll tell you, Kurogiri said to the students. This whole plan was to draw All Might, Eraserhead fighting mutant quirk holders, 13 fighting someone who can counter his quirk, and of course, my 2 associates who hide themselves in with the mutants. Kurogiri turned to 13, who seemed to be losing consciousness again. The other villains we brought, they were just there to be distractions for your students and maybe actually cause some harm to them. Now I must say farewell. I did just let the fastest one of you go on purpose after all. With that, Kurogiri disappeared, leaving scared students and the injured 13. They just let Ida out on purpose. Were they all just falling into their plan like chess pieces? Cause it felt like it. Plus, with the way the mist villain spoke, it sounded just like they were. Kurogiri appeared next to Tamura, who was watching his younger brother slam Eraserhead's head into the concrete below. Shigaraki, Kurogiri said to both of the teens. Kurogiri, then I assume you sent the runner? Tamura asked. I did. Good. Very good. The older teen chuckled. Hear that? The plan has gone according to plan. Damage has been done. All Might failed. The students may have defeated some of the villains in the different zones, but as long as the 2 heroes failed, then that's that. All we have to do is wait for the symbol of peace to arrive. He turned to his younger brother. So Izu, would you like the honors and take the symbol of peace's pride down a notch? I would love to. There are a lot of students around. Izuku then faced in the direction of the ship in the flood zone as he prepared to fire a larger laser than before at the students on the ship. As he was about to fire, he stopped and looked at the entrance as the doors exploded off the hinges. Have no fear, a loud and booming voice said, for I have arrived. The number 1 hero declared. All Might. Tamura looked visibly pleased. The symbol of peace. Izuku looked up at the hero, who slowly walked to the stairs. I had a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, so I cut the principal's long story short and decided to come check up on all of you, especially when I couldn't contact 13. He said with a look of anger. I happened to come across young Ida on the way over here, and thanks to him he told me of what happened here. And now you really made me angry, seeing just how frightened you made all the students are. Seeing how desperately my pupils were giving it their all ... It not only filling my chest with pride at them for doing their best, but also complete anger for what you did to them. He shouted as he ripped his tie off. We were waiting for you, hero trash. Tamura gleefully said. If you didn't show up, then we might have had to start killing the students. Tamura didn't care if All Might heard him or not, which he did. He was a dead man walking anyway. The muscular hero disappeared with incredible speed, knocking out any of the still conscious mooks before swiping Aizawa from Izuku, who had let go in order to avoid the hero's chop. You're still quite fast. I would almost believe our intel was off. The gray-haired teen muttered, fixing the hand on his face. You are really getting weaker. But the question is, can you really protect Eraserhead? He asked as the hero sent a look to the hero and back to the villains. The number 1 hero had spied the teen next to Shigaraki and noticed that he ... was the same age of his student. How could someone so young join people like these? The hero dashed forward, folding his arms in a cross as he approached Tamura. Carolina smash, he shouted as he swung his arms in the same cross formation as Izuku bulked up and took the attack and went for a swipe, to which the hero ducked under. As much as he didn't want to hit someone so young ... they did harm Aizawa. And from Aizawa's unconscious mumbling, it sounded like these 3 were the ones responsible. All Might punched the teen, who just smiled at him. I can't believe it. My blows aren't working at all. Izuku tanked the punches like a champ as he threw his own punches at the hero. This is his quirk, shock absorption. Tamura smirked. Shock absorption? I thought that bulking was his quirk. But thanks for telling me. All Might turned around to the back of Izuku and grabbed hold of him as the green-haired teen smirked as he was already in the air, about to be put into the ground. Thanks for taking the bait, Izuku said as he was slammed into the ground, causing a large pillar of dust and smoke to erupt from the ground below. The students at the top of the stairs cheered for All Might's successful blow, until the smoke cleared. While All Might succeeded in the German suplex, Izuku had fell into a warp gate and appeared under the hero. The number 1 hero coughed up blood. His hands had dug into his sides ... and on that hand that dug into his weak spot, spikes grew from the fingers of the villain and penetrated his weak spot. Not along that, but a few strands of green hair on the villain had manipulated to become spike-like and stabbed into the hero's back. Anywhere but there, the hero thought, and as if he was reading the hero's mind, his fingers dug deeper into the weak spot. And then Izuku started to lower himself into the portal. It's my duty to eviscerate you, Kurogiri said. You have fallen right into the position we wanted you in. This is great. Tamura's eyes were full of glee. To think, killing the symbol of peace would be this easy. And as if jinxing himself, Izuku found his right arm frozen. Tamura dodged a swipe from another hero kid as he could hear weak explosions coming from the water. I heard about you bastards' plan, Todoroki said as he walked onto the scene. About your plan to kill All Might. The symbol of peace won't go down as easy as you bunch of clowns. It seems some nuisances showed up, Izuku muttered as the hair spikes pulled out of the hero and went back to normal. Izuku turned his head to see the grenade-gloved explosion approach Kurogiri. You effing shadow-ass son of a bitch, he shouted before Izuku fired his lasers at the short-tempered teen. Your explosions are weaker since you've spawned under the water, Izuku thought as the lasers hit the teen, causing a look of surprise on the teen. Kurogiri gave a thankful look to Izuku as he moved to Tamura's side once more, just as the hero used this moment to get out of the villain's grip ... and the spikes sliding out of his side. Damn, Izuku slowly slipped down through the warp gate, much to the surprise of the ice user as his right arm broke off and shattered into many pieces of ice. I really like that arm. It's going to be weird now, but I'll get used to it pretty quickly. The hero and his students watched as Izuku regenerated his right arm to be good as new. Not only shock absorption but super regeneration as well. Just how many quirks does he have? All Might had a bead of sweat go down his face. He only knew one man who had multiple quirks like that. Better keep your eye on the prize, All Might, the green-haired villain said as a knife stabbed into All Might's back. It was one of the knives dropped by the villains in the central plaza, and more were on their way. Bakugo held up palms as he fired explosion after explosion at the knives as Todoroki focused on creating a wall of ice to stop the knives. Take Aizawa and get out of here, All Might commanded the students. But, no buts, just get out of here. The students understood. They would just get in All Might's way. They would be holding him back from using 100% of his powers. So they followed his orders without a word, except for the single curse from Bakugo. That's when Izuku launched forward. The number 1 hero went for a punch, but due to Izuku using his quirk to lost the sudden bulk, reverting to his normal muscled physique, he had ducked under the fist as a sword blade came out of his wrist and slashed the hero's side as he ran to the student. He's fast. That was what the students carrying Aizawa saw come towards them, before acid made the ground slippery to stand on for the artificial human. Quick, you guys, the acid user Ashido shouted as Izuku jumped off the slippery acid just as All Might headed towards Tamura and Kurogiri. He gritted his teeth while looking towards the hero kids before running off towards All Might. Oh no, you don't, hero, Izuku shouted as wind spiraled around his arm. All Might turned to face the wind spiraling around his arm before he threw his arm like he was going to punch the hero as the spiraling wind shot out like a tornado, bring his arms up to block the wind that slowly pushed him back. The green-haired villain opened his mouth as his teeth changed from their standard form to large, sharp teeth like a canine. Izuku bit down on the hero's leg with enough force to draw blood before releasing to avoid the ground-splitting punch. The hero wiped his mouth free of blood. You good? It's a shame that you are working with this villains, All Might said. How many quirks has he shown? How many quirks does he still have up his sleeve? The hero's eyes narrowed. This is definitely the work of All for One. It has to be. Did he give him his quirk before he died? Did he just load him up with various quirks? Is he All for One in a new body, or is it another quirk? You know, hero, Tamura said, you should stop thinking about connections while you're in a fight. Izuku, after charging, fired a larger laser than before. It was huge. All Might crossed his arms as he prepared for the beam. He would have dodged ... but where the green-haired villain had bit him, the laser connected. A direct hit. When I heard he was weaker now, I didn't think he was this weak, Izuku said. Let's clear this level and go home, Tamura said as Izuku bulked up again, and this time, he closed his fist but generated a number of spikes from his fist. But these spikes were different from the ones that appeared out of his fingers earlier. I don't have much time left. I need to finish this now. All Might ran forward, as did Izuku. I am the symbol of peace, and I will not fall. Their fists collided despite the fact Izuku had spikes on his hands. One of his quirks is shock absorption. Your punches do nothing. I am well aware. The hero shouted as the two started throwing punches like they had stands. You could almost hear the aura and muta in between the barrage of punches they sent each other. I can't get near, Kurogiri shouted as Tamura looked at Izuku. Izuku, you said shock absorption and not nullification. That means there is a limit to how much of my strength he can take. All Might shouted. Well then, I just have to go beyond the limit he can handle. Tamura's eyes widened as if the whole world had slowed down. Shit. His punches are more powerful now. Most likely a last resort tactic, Izuku thought. But at the same time his fists are only hitting in the same location over and over and over again. Heh, I do have a limit, he is right. But limits can be surpassed to increase how much you can take or do. Izuku started to push his own physical limits as well, throwing a barrage of punches at the hero in front of him, and like the hero, he threw most of his punches at his weak point. He hit the hero in the same location over and over again. One of them had to fall eventually. It doesn't matter if I fall. Tamura and Kurogiri can easily finish the job if I am defeated. Izuku's eyes narrowed and has gritted his teeth. Even if I weaken you to that point so they can defeat you. It doesn't matter if I break my body as long as you die. I'll go past my limits. Die. Izuku shouted with an animalistic-like roar. I'm sorry, my boy, if you are connected with who I think you are. I'm sorry. The number one hero thought as he slammed his foot down. He is just using you, manipulating you for his own deeds, to kill me. I can't believe he would use children like yourself and at such a young age. He probably manipulated you when you were an impressionable child. The ground underneath them cracked. I'm truly sorry for being fooled by him. But you're leaving me with no choice. Izuku's roars sounded more like that a monster as his goggles had been knocked off during their death match. All Might started to walk forward as Izuku was getting knocked back. Izuku was sent back before running back at the hero, and that's when he found himself in the air with All Might in less than a second. All Might grabbed his arm before spinning Izuku into the sky and jumping after him. Izuku brought up his arms to guard as the hero sent him crashing to the ground. The young teen let out a spout of blood from crashing into the ground as the hero landed next to the teen that was still airborne. I apologize for hurting a youth such as yourself, but you left me no choice. He pulled his hand back as he prepared the final punch. Plus ultra, he shouted as his fist connected with the multi-quirk villain. Izuku's eyes turned to a blank white just before he was shot into the sky and blasted out of the USJ at incredible speeds. It shook the whole USJ as he disappeared into the clouds. I really have gotten weaker. In my heyday, 5 punches would have been enough. Today I have thrown more than 300, he said rather to himself while feeling a bit of regret for hurting a youth so young. But then a sharp pain stabbed his heart, and he had no idea why. Now villain, we both want to put an end to this pretty quickly, don't we? Tamura had shouted as he watched his younger brother shot into the sky. How dare you? He said as he picked up Izuku's goggles and held them tight. How dare you do that to him, my little brother? He shouted with such venom that even All Might flinched. So, he manipulated brothers. All Might thought, damn, I don't have much time left. You're weaker. Bullshit. You're still powerful. Tamura shouted before he stared All Might and if looks could kill. No, there's no way he would lie to me. Tamura muttered. After all, if you didn't get weaker then Izu would have been. All Might internally flinched at the crazed look in Tamura's eye. I'll avenge Izu. Izu had weakened you for us. He'd have wanted us to attack you after you spent your energy fighting him. Kurogiri nodded as he prepared to attack the hero alongside Tamura. We'll avenge Izu. We won't let his efforts die in vain. Kurogiri said. He weakened you to a point we can defeat you. The two villains ran forward at the hero. I'm out of time. I'm done for. Just before the Tamura and Kurogiri approached the hero, a bullet hit Tamura's hand. So they've finally arrived. All Might turned to the stairs where the other heroes arrived. We're regrettably late, Netsu said. I came back with all the people I could scrape together. Netsu brought all the hero teachers he could gather. Kurogiri, shouted Tamura as the mist man sprang to action as Kurogiri covered Tamura as the bullets went through the warp gate. However, some of the villains the students were fighting had disappeared by falling through a warp gate, much to the confusion of the students. We're getting pulled in. Kurogiri saw that it was due to 13's black hole quirk. Tamura looked directly at the hero and left a final warning. We'll get you next time, symbol of peace. However, just as they were about to disappear, something was coming in fast. All Might could hear it coming closer and closer. What is that noise? Asked one of the heroes. All Might's eyes widened as something came through the hole All Might created and smashed into the ground. The dust settled as a loud deafening and human roar could be heard throughout the USJ. Tamura stared at the figure. Izuku. However, Izuku had a set of large demonic-looking wings that were red in color. Izuku dashed forward towards the symbol of peace before a wall of cement appeared in front of him. Izuku, retreat for now. Kirigiri shouted as Tamura had to agree with the mist man. He didn't want to lose Izuku if the other heroes were here. All Might had backup now. The hero with the gun shot at the flying villain, but it was blocked by a blue sphere barrier. Tamura and Kirigiri had disappeared as Izuku flew through a warp gate at the broken hole in the roof of the USJ. All Might was cut off as the cement wall surrounded him thanks to the hero Cementos. All Might let out a sigh as he was almost returning to his true form. As he returned back to his skeleton self, he released a sigh. If I hadn't gone that far, I'd probably be dead already. That's how formidable those three are. However, he couldn't help but think of what his longtime arch-nemesis of his and his predecessors done to manipulate a pair of brothers. In the bar, a portal opened as it spewed out Tamura, Izuku, and Kirigiri. We were completely defeated. And we were so close, Tamura said as Izuku's wings retracted into his body. Sensei could be heard through the monitor. But from the sounds of it, you did quite a number on them. Not only did you harm the symbol of peace, you also took him down a notch by taking down his colleagues and spreading fear into his students. But we failed to kill him, Izuku said as his shock absorption and super regeneration was fixing him up. It doesn't matter, no use crying over spilt milk. The plan you three used was brilliant and worked well despite not killing him, Sensei praised. You took care of them brilliantly. Handled the teachers and students and their quirks magnificently. Take pride in harming them. As this will only harm UA's reputation. Tamura struggled up and held his shot hand. You're right, Sensei, he said. Tamura, we need to fix that hand of yours, Sensei said. And I have received those villains you warped. Kirigiri, as you said, Izuku, they do have useful quirks we can use again, but with a better host to use them. Now, let's gather a group much like before, but this time with efficiency, choosing the strong rather than getting weak villains to use as distractions. Sensei told them, next time, we will show the world the true horror of our existence. The three villains from the League of Villains had escaped, much to the dismay of the pro-heroes, but they were able to gather the remaining villains and save the students trapped in the other zones. Man, they broke in so flashily and we still let them get away. President Mike huffed. That was a blow to any hero's pride. Thanks, Cementos. The number one hero in his true form said as the fellow hero just smiled. I'm a fan of yours too. All Might. Now let's keep your true form hidden and head towards the infirmary, he said. But do try not to overdo it so much next time. As the police rounded up all the villains that remained in the USJ, Tsukauchi checked up on the students and the villains that were captured. 17, 18, and 19. All students accounted for, he said. He felt bad for the kids, he honestly did. Villains attacked them when they had their class and they were prepared for both the teachers and the students. Scarily so. The three ringleaders who orchestrated the attack. If they decided to go through with killing instead of waiting for his best friend, All Might. Then. The kids wouldn't be able to last. The ones that were teleported suffered some injury of some kind. The only ones who weren't injured in the attack were the ones that didn't get warped. And that too was part of their grand scheme. How terrifying. If any of you have any information of any kind regarding the three villains who led this attack, please come forward, he said with a kind voice. If not, please follow your principal and teachers. While Eraserhead was down, they had to follow their other teachers. However, as they all left, Mina walked forward. Do you have any information on the villains? The detective asked. Don't worry, you're not in any trouble or anything. I did meet him before I started here. She started and Tsukauchi could see the betrayal in her eyes. She was in denial of what she saw. Then, she began to tell him what she knew, what she had heard from the green-haired teen at DS1. I see. The man nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. You didn't know that this would happen. It could have happened to any of us. Now it was time to see his old friend. He had already told the students what happened to the three teachers, and in the end, they would be fine. But his friend had information he needed for his investigation. He turned to his partner Sansa Tamakawa. Sansa, take care of the rest here, he told him as he began to leave. Sansa was a lean, young man with the head of a cat with light-colored fur. He wore a light-colored buttoned shirt with a bell attached to the collar. He also wore a black protective vest over the shirt and was relatively dressed like most police force members. Affirmative. He saluted. We have to focus on fortifying our security across the board. Nedzu brought up as Midnight spoke up. As a quirk, warping is exceptionally rare. It's really too bad it fell into the hands of the villain side. Yes, it's a shame. Plus it's a shame that young and talented ones also fell into the hands of the villains. Excuse me, Principal, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to investigate every nook and cranny of this campus, Tsukauchi asked as the principal nodded. Oh, yes, of course. The mouse nodded. I realize the police are often buffeted by less than civil remarks these days, but we recognize their jurisdiction over these matters is higher than ours. When it comes to investigations, that is you gentlemen's field of expertise. Please by all means conduct yourselves as usual. Thank you. All Might, or rather Toshinori Yagi, stared up at the ceiling. this time the circumstances being what they are. I won't say anything, an elderly woman said. This was Recovery Girl. I don't doubt that I was being reckless with my time limit. Probably ... if only I had just another hour or so in me. He sighed. But I can't believe that someone so young joined their side. Lay back down, she scolded the number one hero. Yagi lied back down as he decided to listen to the heroine. He's still out there, he suddenly said. Only one person can grant multiple quirks ... and he's done it to a child. Suddenly the door opened to reveal the longtime best friend of All Might. Long time no see, Toshi. Tsukauchi, is that you? So you showed up too, huh? Sorry to be coming at you so suddenly, but I need your testimony about the villains especially. Wait, hold on, before that ... are all the students okay? And Izo Eraserhead and 13? He asked with full concern. Tsukauchi sighed at his old friend's behavior. The students for the most part are fine. They suffered injuries from how well the villains attacked. Eraserhead and 13 are not in life-threatening conditions, but 13 suffered back injuries from his own quirk, and Eraserhead suffered multiple injuries to his face as well as both arms. Were you able to get any information about the villains? I did manage to get something. Apparently one of your students met with the green-haired villain before the start of the new school year. They did. She's just as shocked as you are. Anyway, he was adopted at 4 years old after his parents died the same year presumably, and gained a brother, uncle, and a father. He told All Might. And that's it. Oh, and his name was Izuku Shigaraki. I see, the hero said as his thoughts were back on his old and lifetime enemy. He and his friend talked for a bit more before Recovery Girl deemed it was necessary for the hero to get some rest. Tamura got his hand fixed after the removal of the bullet as Izuku rested from the exhaustion All Might left him with. He also visited Sensei and got some upgrades. He had a whole day to rest tomorrow, seeing how the destruction they caused the school to be closed the next day. Izuku was currently sitting on the windowsill as he looked out to the bustling town. He had one thought on his mind, however. The sports festival was coming up. A smile crept up on his face as the prospect of the festival approaching. He would be able to hurt the students more, especially the ones who were a thorn in his side during the attack, mainly the ranked second hero's pet project. He did lose his arm after all. I did a thorough search for the name Shigaraki and for his quirk that seems to entail disintegrating whatever he touches, Tsukauchi said as he stood with the pro heroes in the conference room. I scoured the quirk registration records of every citizen, but I couldn't find anything like it. It's the same story for the man with the Warp Gate quirk, that Kurajiri character, and that Izuku Shigaraki character with the multiple quirks too. He continued. Either they were never hit by the census, or they're simply aliases ... or their records have been taken out entirely somehow ... In any case, they are, for all intents and purposes, shadow people. They never handed in their quirk registration forms. So long story short, we've got nothing to go on. The cowboy hero Snipe said. And once the ringleader Shigaraki, the older one, heals from those gunshot wound, he'll come to give us some more grief in the future. The ringleader, All Might, what is it? Nedzu asked the hero beside him. It only just came to mind, but that was a fairly daring plan. Under normal circumstances they wouldn't have gone through with it. He started, but they were prepared. They devised plans to take care of the students and their quirks as well as countering 13 and Eraserhead's quirks, and not to mention Shigaraki, the ringleader's younger brother ... He held multiple quirks. Not even quirk marriages could produce something like that. Nevertheless, they have showed what quirks he has and even disclosed quirks them too, the principal said. But from the looks of it, we can't be sure, but I believe he has more quirks than what he showed just then. That's ... very concerning, the hero Blood King said. We rounded up around 70 villains at the USJ the other day, the detective brought up. They were all third-rate thugs, the types who would sulk in back alleys. However, they all swore allegiance to Shigaraki and followed him without question. But it was like the accounts from the students and Eraserhead said ... They were only used as distractions and possible harm to the students. They were used to be thrown away. That was it, nothing else. He finished. He took a breath before continuing. In this age filled to the hilt of heroes, evildoers have felt pressure on them intensify with time, and they may have felt attracted to his more innocent and simple-minded brand of evil ... But we can't exactly know what their intentions are after than killing you. All Might, he said looking at his lifetime friend. Heroes have also been invaluable with our being able to give conducting proper searches and investigations our undivided attention. I'll be going to assist the enlarging the police dragnet so we can continue capturing more criminals. Thank you, Tsukauchi-san. The mouse thanked the detective. If you look at it another way, then they are both like their students. Even if they were strong at such an age younger than us, then that means they still have potential to grow much stronger than the display shown at the USJ. Perhaps if we can help them by bringing them into the light ... But I guess that's a bit too naive of me. The class of 1H was silent, waiting for their teacher. The villain attack was unexpected in Hatsum. seemed to be angry. Once I get my hands on those villains, I'll teach them what happens when I can't work on my babies. That's when Izuku decided to stop listening. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. The midnight Kayama-sensei had walked in. Morning, sensei. Morning, their homeroom teacher said. I apologize for being late. We all had a conference this morning. Are you okay, sensei? Izuru asked. Yeah. Are you fine after the attack? You fought right, Joker asked. The concern of her students brought a smile to her face. I'm fine. And Yamakumo. Yes, sensei. I should be asking you that. He spouted blood onto his desk as he asked his teacher if she was fine. It should have been the other way around. Well, anyways, we're going to be doing something a little different. UA's sports festival is approaching, boys and girls, she declared. The sports festival. The class shouted. Do not worry about villains. I can see some worried looks. Police presence will be 5 times bigger than normal, she told the students. For those of you who may not know, our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In days past, the Olympics was the sports festivity that whipped all the nation into a froth of enthusiasm. But now, as you know, the extent and population have shrunk and it's lost a lot of substance. So what has taken the place of the Olympics in Japan is the UA Sports Festival. The UA Sports Festival had taken over the Olympics. But then again, the #1 hero high schools around the globe like Australia, America, and Europe, for example, they had a similar festival like UA, and word was that they were going to make an international one with high schools around the globe. However, Hatsume's eyes gained a very dangerous glint. I can finally showcase my babies to the world. However, their sensei called out to the class. I have one request as my students, not as a hero but from your homeroom teacher. The small class listened carefully as their teacher talked. I want you to show them what you're made out of. I want you to get to the final round of the festival, and if you do, and if you can, claim first place. The students were oddly silent before Izuku smiled. Don't worry, Kayama-sensei. I'll claim first place for sure. You sure you'll be fine though? Asked Joker as the purple-haired teen nodded. I'll be fine. Don't say that with a straight face when there's blood dripping from the sides of your mouth like a waterfall. Later in the day, Izuku, Joker, and Hatsume had meet up with Shinso during the noonday break and decided to check Class 1 at the blue-haired teen's request. I'm honestly looking forward to the sports festival, Izuku said. The look on the faces when the hero kids lose to students in the general education and support courses will be hilarious. Plus, that would speak a lot for the hero kids when they lose. Shinso said, how can you entrust the future to heroes if they lost to those who aren't heroes? Exactly, that will hurt the hero classes pretty badly, Yamakumo said. You two are enjoying this way too much, Joker said as Hatsume was too into her inventions. It's pointless to try, so why don't you just fuck off, you goddamn mob, said the loud Bakugo. Seemed they arrived at 1A. Don't go calling people you don't know a mob right off the bat, scolded Ida, the one Kurogiri let go on purpose. I came to see what you kids are made of, true, but I didn't think you'd be this arrogant, Shinso said as he slowly came to the front of the mob. Are all the kids enrolled at the Department of Heroics this way? I'm a bit disillusioned. So that's it, huh? Asked Shinso as he rubbed the back of his neck. There are lots of kids who wind up in the general education or management departments because they failed the Heroics one. Did you know that? And based on the results of the sports festival, people can be even come under review to be transferred to Heroics ... and the reverse is also a possible outcome. Scoping out the competition. If nothing else, a general education kid like me is thinking, hey, why don't I try pulling the rug out from under those Heroics kids while they're on their high horse? Consider it a declaration of war. However, as Shinso left, a kid from Class B arrived. Hey, you, I'm from Class B, he shouted. I heard you knocked around with villains or whatever, so I came to hear it direct. But I don't want to hear from some snot-nosed punk. Don't embarrass us during the main event. You hear me? However, the group of 4 had already left, couldn't hear the outcome. Izuku sat back at the bar. Tomorrow was going to be the day of the sports festival. Students had been injured with the exception of Mina, Todoroki, Hagakure, Ida, and Kuda. But now ... he can do some personal damage. Today was the day of the grand event, the day of the sports festival. Many people from over the country came to the event. However, this year would all be on the freshman year, mainly due to the news of Class 1 having thought villains, since they have the fervor to prove themselves during their last chance, and the experience to hatch decent battle plans. It's usually the seniors who are in the spotlight, Kamui Woods said. But this year, it's the freshmen who are getting all the attention, Mount Lady said as she went to get some takoyaki. However, in the end, she ended up using her sex appeal to get a free meal. How shameless. But it was pretty great though. We too came with the intention of scouting, but Kamui started as he looked at how packed it was. The security is just too thick. Oh well, said the pro hero called Deathgoro. Wow, it looks like they're attracting pro heroes from all over the country, Mount Lady said as she shamelessly ate her takoyaki. In the 1H waiting room, Izuku was sitting with Joker and Hatsune, with the latter wearing some of her babies over top of her gym outfit such as her hover soles and her wire arrow along with a harness of some description. She still had her goggles and gloves though with the sleeves rolled up. Wonder if she could run in those big metallic boots. They did have turbines in them, so maybe. However, for the other two, they just wore the gym outfit without any added gizmos their companion had on. As Hatsune tinkered away, Joker had nudged Izuku in the side. PSD, Izuru, he whispered. Yes, Joker, doesn't that harness make her ... you know more noticeable? Izuku understood what he was saying. It was hard not to notice without anything going on. Yes, was the sole reply from the dark purple-haired teen before blood spout out of his mouth. Again, hey, don't force yourself, okay? Nah, I want to see the look on the hero kid's face when a support course member beats them, he truthfully told the clown. Besides, I don't want Shinso to one-up me either. A rivalry already? The clown asked as the other male shook his head. No, not a rivalry. We just have the same goal is all. Besides, those hero kids need us for our skills in upgrading their costumes, so they shouldn't look down on the hand that feeds. If you say so. It's time, Yamakumo said as he stood. Let's go and bring home the gold. Those in 1H walked out onto the field where they would be participating in the festival. There were a lot of people here. The UA Sports Festival, where the hero worlds in chote little eggs aim for each other's throats in the top. Our grand yearly melee, a familiar voice announced. He was having way too much fun announcing. And let me guess, all you miscreants came to see them, right? He asked. The freshly formed miracle stars that shrugged off a mass villain assault with wills of steel. The Department of Heroics freshman class. You're here for Class 1A, right? Izuku frowned as he listened to the hero. Fend off a group of villains. Yeah, right. But they were all injured, so that shouldn't be called shrugged off, and not to mention, the ones they thought were just mooks. He was equally in terms with a weakened All Might who is progressively getting weaker. Sure, All Might defeated him in the end by going beyond 100% of his power. But he came back. And if the other heroes didn't show up when Tamura and Kurogiri attacked or when he came back after recovering midair, All Might would have died. Now just for present Mike's speech about shrugging off the villain attack. He wasn't going to hold back. If they bled, they bled. If they got broken bones, they got broken bones. Tamura and he could have easily killed those brats. Kurogiri could have too, but he didn't like blood getting inside his warp gate. Man, they're treating us like we're just their foils or something. What a load. Were some murmurs from Shinso's class as they approached the center of the arena they would be at for the day. However, when the tiny class of 1H saw who was going to be chief referee for the day, they hands meet with their faces. No wonder she wanted her class to win. She was the chief referee ... that and she was their homeroom teacher. So it was only natural ... but still, the men in the audience seemed to have a good time. Hey, check it out, asked a hero in the stands. If it isn't the 18+ only heroine, Midnight. She's the chief referee for the freshman stage this year. Where's the principal? Another asked. As usual, he's overseeing the senior stage. Nice. Now, fair play, Midnight said as she cracked her whip while standing in that pose of hers. Maybe they got to her self-conscious more than they thought. They were such a ruthless and savage class. What's Midnight Sensei wearing? Asked a blushing Kirishima. Wait, 18+ only? Even though this is a high school, is that really okay? Asked Takoyami. That's an R-rated hero for you, Kaminari said. She's our homeroom teacher, Izuku said next to them, and his sigh shot out blood. Really? They asked as Izuku just nodded. Midnight cracked her whip once more. Silence. My tenure here is perfectly fine. I deal enough with my class. Speaking of which, show your sensei some respect. You were all fine yesterday. She shouted more at her class than anyone else. Now, player rep, please come up. Katsuki Bakugo of Class 1A, she said as said teen walked up onto the stage. Sensei, he started with his hands in his pockets. I'm gonna place first. Aw man, I knew he was gonna do that, shouted Kirishima. Don't push your luck, Class A. Why do you insist on lowering our good graces? Asked Ada, who also scolded the ash blonde. You'll all make fantastic stepping stones, I'm sure, the ash blonde said as he made the death sign with his thumb slowly going across his throat. Poor delusional fool, Izuku thought with a grin. It's going to be fun to knock you down back to earth. Joker gulped as he saw Izuru's grin. This kid's unbelievably overconfident, said the same Class B kid from before. I'm gonna be the one to crush him. Good luck, but if you don't, then I'm gonna do it, Izuku thought as his grin turned back to a smile as Joker calmed down. Alright, with that we can move directly onto our first event, Midnight said as she gestured to a screen. Wow, never an idle pause at UA. Uraraka thought. Onto the preliminaries, as they're called, the referee said. Lots of fine folk end up choking on their tears here every year, and this year's first round of Destiny is. The screen spun around before stopping. This, she said as she pointed, not bothering to look at it. It was an obstacle race. It's a race between all 11 classes, she declared as the gates opened. The course makes a nearly 4-kilometer ring around this stadium. We always sing about our freedom on campus. Fufufu ... Well, this is what it's all about. You're free to do anything, so long as you remain within the course. The group of students lined up at the starting line ready to go. Hey, Izuru, Kumo. Izuku turned to see a nervous Joker. Yes, Sensei told us to get into the finals and win, right? She did. Feeling nervous with the hero kids? He asked, getting a nod from the clown. Don't worry. For the first 2 events, we just need to qualify. You're way too hyped for this, Kumo. Izuku shrugged as Midnight spoke once more. So let's get cracking ... On your marks. Start. Izuku grabbed Joker as the rest of the group ran forward. Huh. Joker muttered out as he saw Izuku hold him back with Hatsum. Why did you stop me? Look at the entrance way, Izuku said as he walked to the other side of Hatsum. It's way too cramped to get through. But didn't we promise Sensei we get into the 3rd event? We did, but only one of needs to get to 3rd event or win the whole thing, he said as he took Hatsum's hand. I got an idea. Take Hatsum's hand. As Joker did as he was told, he looked at Izuku questioningly. Why are we doing this? He immediately regretted as he smirked. Let's fly, Hatsum. You got it, Yami. I made a mistake trusting you. They ran forward, and when they jumped, Hatsum activated her hover souls as they took to the skies. Joker seemed to get the idea. Once they were halfway over, Izuru and Joker placed their feet on the walls as they wall ran to the end with Hatsum's hover souls boosting them. Midnight wiped an invisible tear from her eye. Her kids were so smart. We cleared the first hurdle, Izuku said, but we still have a long way to go. However, they came across ice. Nothing too difficult as 1, the hover souls for Hatsum, and 2, skating. It looked like Yamakumo was skating as he traveled on the ice, and he was pretty fast too. He easily got off the ice as Present Mike announced the threat of the obstacle course. Here come the obstacles, and so suddenly, and from the very outset, the first barrier will be a robo-inferno. There are many robots of various points. The 1, 2, 3 and even the 0-point robots as well. It's the villain bot that was worth 0 points in the entrance exam. Hold on, you're telling me the Department of Heroics kids had to fight those things? There's way too many of them to slip past. So it's these villain bots they use for these types of trials in general? Huh. Todoroki said. Where do they get the funding for all of this? Wondered Yaoyorozu aloud. That was a pretty good question, but that would be for another time. Todoroki started to freeze the ground as Izuru had ran past without a care that the robots were trying to stomp him. What's he doing? Todoroki thought as the clown ran after the purple-haired teen. The robot's foot slammed down, creating dust before the clown watched as Izuku manipulated his hands so that drills could come out as he drilled through the robot. Just because I can grow multiple arms with ingrown tools on my back doesn't mean that I can grow tools from my normal hands. He smirked as the drills went back into his skin. Todoroki had just frozen the robot and continued on before the robot fell to inconvenience the ones behind them. The half-hot, half-cold user glared at the two ahead. 1H's Izuru Yamakumo is in the lead after the impressive display at the start with Suzoshi Fukadashi of the same class right behind him, or as we call Joker. Present Mike shouted. However, 1A's Shadow Todoroki is right behind them after just freezing the robot and blocked off all the others. That kid's harsh. You're quite fast, Joker. Izuku noted, seeing the clown behind him, and he wasn't even using his augmented speed. Thanks. The first round's obstacle course is underway, and the goal is to run 1 lap around this special-made stadium's outer ring. Present Mike said. The rules are simple and savage, much like Midnight's homeroom students. Aside from leaving the course, this is a bona fide chicken race where anything goes. The camera bots installed in each area can barely contain their excitement. Come on, you can do it. Aim for the legs. Beat those humans and whatnot. Wow, go fathers and mothers, the camera bots said, while rooting for the robots ... and the support course kids that helped build them. You don't really need me here, do you? Asked Aizawa, whose whole face was covered in bandages. There was some kind of commotion behind Izuku, and he wasn't really going to look back. Class A's Kirishima got crushed. He heard Present Mike shout. Class B's TetsuTetsu also got crushed. We love you, man. And 1A's Bakugo has abandoned the ground and vaulted over their heads. Clever that, the hero kept announcing. As expected, of those who've run past, lots are from Class A. Izuku kept running till the next obstacle. Izuku stopped as he looked over what Present Mike called the fall. Well then, if the first barrier was such a cinch, then what do you think of the second? He shouted. You fall, and you're out. If you don't like that idea, maybe you can crawl. It's the fall. It was just a glorified tightrope walk. Izuku jumped on the rope as he started to make his way across the tightrope. Fufufu, now's my chance to up my appeal. The laughter of Hatsum got Ashido and Uraraka to turn their heads. It's time for M support items to bask in the limelight. Lo and behold, support companies of Japan. The Wire Arrow and the Hover Souls. She grinned. What? You can take items into the race? They asked. Department of Heroics kids routinely receive actual fight training, right? She asked. Just to keep things fair, we're carrying just those items and costumes that we developed ourselves. They've given equipment the okay, or so they'd likely say. For Department of Support kids like us, this is the chance to show off the engineering we conceived and developed to appeal to the corporations. Fufufu. Hatsum shot the wire arrow and jumped while activate her hover souls. So keep watching, and I hope the company that's watching is a big one. This is my super cute baby. Damn it, stupid equality, muttered Ashido. That's something all right. Shinso smiled. Even though he knew Hatsum for the shortest time out of his group circle, he seemed to have expected this. As Izuku continued running, Todoroki was right behind him ... and Bakugo was flying up towards them both. However, it seemed those in the stand were talking about the support course student. Man, that kid's from 1H right. He's doing quite well to stay in front of the son of Endeavor. Yeah, the son of the number 2 hero. A sought-after sidekick. But that support course kid ... he's doing well. Shame he isn't a hero kid, otherwise I'd get him as my sidekick. The hero added. He has no devices on him and I have yet to see him to use his quirk. The murmurs grew as they talked about the support course kid. Talks of how he could improve their costumes and what it meant seeing he was beating the hero kids easily. And now we come to the hidden final barrier. Present Mike shouted. Its true form is none other than the minefield right out of Rambo 3. Don't shout that. That's copyrighted. Joker shouted. It's set up so that if you look carefully, you can see where the landmines are placed. Strain your eyes and feet. Present Mike grinned. In any case, they're landmines. They're not overly lethal, but they bang big and bright, so you'll definitely knock a stool or two loose. Obviously, that depends on the person, Aizawa added. However, Izuku allowed Bakugo and Todoroki to pass as he got his drills out of his hand again. Joker, got any grenades on you? Yeah. He nodded in response. Smoke, flash, laughing gas, sleeping gas. Throw down a smoke now. Joker pulled out the smoke bomb and set out a large gray cloud. During this time, Izuku drilled into the ground and under the bombs. Joker threw a bomb to block the entrance. The teen ordered. Joker pulled out the grenade that could do the job and set it off behind him. Meanwhile, in first, Todoroki and Bakugo fought with themselves when suddenly Izuku sprung out of the ground and began running. Amazing. Yamakumo of 1H had just tunneled underground. Present Mike shouted. With the help of his classmate Joker right behind him, they not only hit it, but from the sounds of it, they blocked it off. Get ready, Joker. The support course teen warned his partner. Todoroki and Bakugo put their differences aside as they ran after the support teen in front once more. Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki were neck and neck. We can see the three neck and neck. Present Mike shouted. What will happen next? Who will come first? Izuku threw his right hand back as he used his left hand to pull Bakugo's collar back and used his right leg to push back Todoroki's leg to make him trip, and Bakugo stopped flying with his quirk. Fly like the clown you are, Buggy. He shouted as he swung his right arm as he was holding on to Joker. Curse USTRAWHA, I mean Izuru Yamakumo. Joker shouted as he was thrown into first place. Amazing. What amazing cooperation. Present Mike praised. Izuru Yamakumo had just thrown his classmate Joker into first place, and in tripping both Todoroki and Bakugo, he came in second. And now they're all steadily crossing the finish line, one after the other. We'll compile the results later, so for the time being enjoy your breather. We did it. Joker breathed out. I can't believe you threw me like that. You liked it, Buggy. Izuku smiled as he spouted blood. How long did you hold it in? PFD, I'll never tell. After a while, Midnight began to announce the results. And so it's over. Now everyone, here are the results. Midnight said as she showed the results to the masses. First place, Satoshi Joker Fukudashi of Class 1H. Second place, Izuru Yamakumo of Class 1H. Third place, Shouto Todoroki of Class 1A. Fourth place, Katsuki Bakugo of Class 1A. Fifth place, Ibara Shiazai of Class 1B. Sixth place, Juzo Honuki of Class 1B. Seventh place, Tenya Ida of Class 1A. Eighth place, Fumikage Takoyami of Class 1A. Ninth place, Hantasiro of Class 1A. 10th place, Ijiru Kirishima of Class 1A. 11th place, TetsuTetsu of Class 1B. 12th place, Meshurao Ajiro of Class 1A. 13th place, Yaosetsu Awase of Class 1B. 14th place, Sui of Class 1A. 15th place, Mezu Shaoji of Class 1A. 16th place, Rikadu Sato of Class 1A. 17th place, Achako Uraraka of Class 1A. 18th place, Momoye Urazu of Class 1A. 19th place, Minoru Mindo of Class 1A. 20th place, Mina Ashido of Class 1A. 21st place, Kuji Kuda of Class 1A. 22nd place, Kyu Kajiru of Class 1A. 23rd place, Senkaibara of Class 1B. 24th place, Kosai Tsuburaba of Class 1B. 25th place, Denki Kaminari of Class 1A. 26th place, Kajiro Bondo of Class 1B. 27th place, Ryuko Yanagi of Class 1B. 28th place, Hitoshi Shinso of Class 1 degrees Celsius. 29th place, Itsuka Kendo of Class 1B. 30th place, Jiroda Shishida of Class 1B. 31st place, Shihei Kiwaro of Class 1B. 32nd place, Yui Kodai of Class 1B. 33rd place, Huryu Rin of Class 1B. 34th place, Mei Hatsum of Class 1H. 35th place, Kanoko Komori of Class 1B. 36th place, Togaru Kamakiri of Class 1B. 37th place, Nito Monoma of Class 1B. 38th place, Ponitsu Notori of Class 1B. 39th place, Toru Hagakure of Class 1A. 40th place, Setsuna Takage of Class 1B. 41st place, Manga Fukudashi of Class 1B. 42nd place, Yuuga Aoyama of Class 1A. The 42 at the top have earned the right to advance. Midnight said, I'm sorry for the kids who failed, but take heart. This festival's showstopper is still being prepared. And now for the post-preliminaries, the final section. From here on out, even the press corps will team in a white heat of excitement, so go all out. Midnight shouted. Now then, on to today's heart-pounding second event. I already know what it will be, but the suspense is killing me. What could it be? Well, I'll tell you. Behold, she pointed at the screen. It was a human cavalry battle. But that's not a game that works with players playing as individuals, Asui said with a finger on her chin. How will it work? Also call me Tsuyu. Who are you talking to? Don't worry about it. You can all form 2 to 4 person teams freely and form a horseback configuration. Midnight told the students as she was filled with pride as 3 of her students managed to get into the second round. Basically, it's the same rules as a normal human cavalry battle. Swipe enemy riders' headbands and guard your own. Except for one thing. Everyone will receive points based on their performance in the last trial. Shaoji said, if it's anything like the entrance exams point system, then it'll be easy to understand. Sadu nodded, which means that the point value of each human warhorse will change based on who's in it. Joker said, don't say what I was gonna say before I can. She shouted at them all. But yes, that's right. And the number of points you're worth will be 5 points if you placed 42nd place, 10 if you placed 41st, 15 for 40th place, and so on. With the exception of first place, whose head is worth 10 million points. Joker died on the spot. T10 million, the clown stuttered. While everyone had predatory looks towards Joker, only 3 had looks of cooperation. It was time for the second event. Those who reach the top merely encounter fresh new hardships. Midnight started, and the kids who have enrolled here will hear it countless times, plus ultra. To the boy who placed first in the preliminaries gets 10 million points. Midnight said, causing Joker to gulp before a hand was placed on his shoulder from Yamakumo. The time limit is 15 minutes. The point value of each group's headband is worth the total point accumulation of each of the warhorse's members, and the one to wear the headband will be the warhorse's rider. Think of him or her as a standard bearer. The R-rated hero continued. Until time is up, you'll all be fighting and stealing as many of each other's headbands as you can. You may not equip your headband on any area besides above your neck. As more and more headbands are taken, maintaining control of the situation will become more and more demanding. And the most important aspect of our human cavalry game is that even if you should lose your headband or crumble as a horse configuration, you're still not out of the game. So that means, Yaoyorozu started as the others began mumbling to themselves and others, that, with 42 contestants, around 10 to 12 horses will be on the battlefield the entire time. Sado asked for confirmation. In other words, there's no need to get antsy if your group's headband is taken once, right? Ashido asked the frog girl. But if you don't have your eyes on the breakup of the points everyone's gaining and losing, you won't be able to judge properly, Mina. Asui said as she gave her a curious look. Are you okay? I'm fine, she said, but then again, the same question could be asked for the others of Class 1A. The day after the USJ incident, she went straight to DS1 in hopes of solving some concerns with Izuku ... but he wasn't there, nor may he ever be there again. They were all shaken up due to the villain attack, and they had to take a day to rest. The way Present Mike said they easily shrugged them off. All lies made to make the audience safer, especially with the new generation of hero kids. Quirks are of course allowed, so I want to see some fine brutality out there. That being said, this is still just a human cavalry battle game. If you attack any other group with the malicious aim of breaking them up, that's a red card and you're forced to sit out the rest of the game. Midnight said, cracking her whip. All right, you now have 15 minutes until then. Start negotiating your team-ups. Joker immediately raised his hand. Since I have the 10 million points ... does that mean I have to be the rider? Or can I hand that off? You can hand the rider position to someone else, Midnight said as she already saw that all the non-hero course students had already grouped together. Fukudashi ... are you related to that hero course kid? Izuku asked, causing Joker to sigh before looking up to the stands as a woman gave him the thumbs up. Is that Ms. Joke? Yes, Joker said. Manga is my cousin on my father's side while I'm related to Ms. Joke on my mother's side. The more you know, Izuku mumbled. Now, let's discuss our positions. Right. The three nodded. Hatsum, Joker, how do you feel about being at the back? Izuku said. Hatsum nodded, as did Joker after a while. Good. Hatsum, do you reckon you can give Joker one of your hover souls? I can. Good. Now we need to discuss who shall be our rider. Izuku brought up. Shinso's quirk will be useful in getting headbands. But I can't use my quirk while in the front, especially with my hands full. I don't need to be the rider in order to use my quirk. Shinso said. You can take it. However, the thing is, I also want to keep my quirk hidden till the final event. But I'm afraid it can't be helped. If you want the rider position, say so now or otherwise. Take it already. You sure? He asked as the blue-haired teen nodded. Okay, Joker, make sure to have those grenades ready. The rider told the clown, who nodded as he now had the right hover soul on his leg. Here, Hatsum said as she held up a jetpack. This will help with our hover souls too. Izuku took the jetpack and put it on. You guys ready? He asked as he got agreement from all three of them. Then let's go get our headband. 10 minutes have passed, Midnight said as she stretched. We'll be starting any moment now. Now shout out your war cries and fire the signal. Present Mike announced as the second event was now underway. May the blood on the rocks be washed by yet more blood. Now's the time for UA's deadly feud. Let's do it. Let's start the countdown to this vicious clash. 3. Just one target, said Todoroki, looking in the direction of the 10 million points. 2. They're all going to come at us, all at once, Izuku said. We can easily get through to the next round if we just evade. But Shinso, we're counting on you. Leave it to me. 1. Joker gulped as everyone was ready to run to them. We might have to fly early. Hatsum grinned. Start. And they were off. And by off I mean right at Team Million. Knew it. The rider of said team grinned. Execute the Joestar secret technique. Not so fast. Honuki then used his quirk softness to make the ground to make it like quicksand. In response to this, Izuku activated the jetpack as Joker and Hatsum activated their hover souls as they flew over the competition. Damn those support course. After them, shouted TetsuTetsu. Jiru had sent her earlobes in response before Izuku reached around and grabbed same earlobe. He then began whispering into the earphone jack of her ear before letting go. Her team had no idea why she was red and stopped moving. After landing on the ground, they made sure to keep their distance from the others. Your baby works amazingly well, Hatsum. Right, she beamed as Shinso huffed. Guys, we got incoming targets. Have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Not even 2 minutes have elapsed and already we have a melee of tumultuous proportions on our hands. Anywhere you rest your eyes. There's 2 teams vying for and stealing each other's headbands. After all, it's a fine strategy to aim for 2nd to 4th place headbands instead of the big 10 million. Present Mike shouted, resulting in a glare from Aizawa due to how loud the man shouted. A team consisting of Bakugo, Mina, Soro, and Kirishima came right at them, with Bakugo abandoning the warhorse and used his quirk to fly straight at him. The rider can detach from the horse, shouted Present Mike. That's allowed. It's only a technical, so it's okay, Midnight said. The rider's just not allowed to plant his or her feet on the ground. Well, if that's the case, I'll be back. Izuku jumped from the horse and activated the jetpack as he headed towards Bakugo. As they flew towards one another, Bakugo swung his fist ready to explode and take the headband before Izuku boosted up with his jetpack. He kicked the back of the explosion quirk user down before he was caught by a tape to prevent him from touching the ground. Izuku slowed down and was landed back on his warhorse as Monoma came towards them. Insult him, Shinso. Monoma seemed to have copied TetsuTetsu's steel quirk as Shinso grinned. Really? A copy quirk? He asked. You're nothing without another person's quirk. Just an inferior copy, he smoothly said. Wah. As soon as Monoma opened his mouth, his eyes blanked. Give me your headbands, Shinso said as Monoma handed over the headband which Izuku took. What did you? Asked Tsuburaba asked before his eyes blanked too. Drop your rider onto the floor. And so Tsuburaba did. He dropped the copy quirk user as they ran away. As long as we keep this up, we're golden. There's less than a minute on the clock, Present Mike shouted. The non-hero team was now surrounded by 2 teams, Todoroki and Kendo, both prepared to take his headband. Joker unleashed the comedy bomb. Joker pulled out one of the grenades he had. He then threw the flash. Cover your eyes. The team covered their eyes with the exception of Hatsum due to her goggles. Move forward now, Hatsum called. Put them to sleep, Yamakumo ordered as he regained his vision. On it, shouted Joker as he threw the sleep gas behind him towards the enemy teams behind him. Izuru let out a sigh before he turned his head just as a long tongue shot past him and took the headbands around his neck. I missed, Asui said. She brought back the headbands that used to be Monoma's while purple orbs were thrown from the back of Shaoji. They don't stop coming, boss. Shinso said. Hey, you little pervert. And like before, mine has stopped working. Give us back the headbands. There seemed to be a scuffle going on top of Shaoji as they ran while Bakugo came back for seconds. Be a clown, won't you? Joker nodded as he pulled out his final one. The laughing gas. Why so serious? The clown shouted as he threw the laughing gas. And laughter could be heard. And why did Bakugo sounded like he had just killed someone? Their cognitive and motor skills are now impaired due to laughing. Not the same as Ms. Joke's quirk, but pretty close. Now quickly, fly, Shinso shouted, seeing the insulator sheet Yaoyorozu created. Using the hover souls, the 10 million point team had taken to the skies a second time. As they approached the ground, Bakugo was already flying at them with Todoroki freezing the landing area. And that's time, Present Mike shouted as Team Million slowed their descent. Now let's see how is in our top 4. Bakugo cursed as he landed on the floor. In first place is Team Joker, and second place is Team Todoroki. In third it's Team Bakugo, and finally, in fourth place is Team TetsuTetsu. Present Mike announced. These 4 teams will move on to the final event. The event will be after an hour's lunch break. See you then. Izuku turned to face Joker, Shinso, and Hatsune. They stared at each other for a while before blood shot out of his mouth. Let's get lunch. The 4 ate at a table as 2 of Shinso's classmates came over and congratulated him on getting into the finals. Then they walked back onto the field after lunch. And saw the girls of class in cheerleading uniforms. What? It seems like they were tricked. All right, everyone, compete your hearts out, recreation. And after that, it's the final event. Present Mike said as Aizawa was sleeping in the chair next to him. From 4 teams, 16 individuals have made it through. It's a tournament. We're pitting them against each other in one-on-one combat. Joker really didn't like the bloodthirsty grin on Yamakumo's face. So it's a tournament, huh? We'll be standing on the same stage we see on TV every year. Kirishima grinned. Oh, wasn't it a tournament last year, too? I forget. Ashido asked. The system changes a bit each year, but typically there'll be similar one-on-one competitions. Soro answered. All right, now I'll determine who fights through this lottery. Once the matchups are decided, we'll do a fun bit of recreation, and then we'll commence. Midnight said as she held up a box. Whether or not the 16 who will be competing want to join in on the recreation activities is up to you, since I'm sure that many of you will probably want to take a breather or preserve your strength. And then, the matchups were decided. Soro versus Todoroki, Kaminari versus Shizaki, Hatsune versus Ida, Honuki versus Awase, Bakugo versus Kirishima, Ashido versus Yaoyorozu, Shinso versus Joker, Yamakumo versus TetsuTetsu. It seems we up against each other, Joker said as he read the board. However, despite how the matches were set up, that wasn't the real order of the tournament, just the matchups of who was fighting who. If I win against this TetsuTetsu fellow then Endeavor's pet project is my next opponent. Izuku didn't bother to hide his smile as he went to find TetsuTetsu. Excuse me, are you TetsuTetsu? He asked the teen with silver hardened-like hair and metal-like eyebrows. Yeah, you Yamakumo? He asked as Izuku nodded and held out his hand. Nice to meet you. I hope I'll give you a good fight. TetsuTetsu smirked. Likewise, Yamakumo. He grinned. Sorry buddy, but I'm taking you down. Izuku smiled. Okay, so now let's put the tournament on hold for a moment and enjoy some fine recreation. Izuku did partake in one event. The scavenger hunt. Something SXY. He read. Where was he going to find ... Meanwhile, Midnight stood to the side before Yamakumo walked up. Yes, Yamakumo, she asked as he just took her wrist. Hey, he brought her right to the item booth to check to see if he passed. He did. Now the battleground was ready. After Cementos created the ring, Present Mike announced the fight. First up was Kaminari versus Shizaki, which didn't take long due to the electric user being tangled in Shizaki's vines and wasting his electricity. Next was Honuki versus Awase, which lasted a bit longer, but in the end, it ended in Honuki's favor due to his softness quirk. Now it was the third fight with Ashido versus Yaoyorozu. Meanwhile, back at the bar, in Tamura's room, Tamura had been watching the sports festival. He only watched for 2 reasons. Reason 1, Izuku. Reason 2, Sensei. These people will be the future enemies you and Izuku have to face. Sensei said. Izuku is just going to wipe the floor with them. True, plus he is only limited to 1 quirk. Sensei brought up. Now, watch. The first 2 fights may have been quick, but their quirks can be impressive. The third fight begun as Yaoyorozu creating many different objects ... but it was useless against the acid that melted through them. The fight was a close one as Ashido could change what her acid could do from just irritating to oh my god my skin's melting. However, in the end, the victory had went to Ashido, mainly due to her acid preventing Yaoyorozu from creating any more, especially on a slippery floor. Izuku didn't even blink as he watched the fights. He took them all in very carefully. Shigaraki had sent her vines out immediately as the match began and wrapped around Kaminari, who panicked and let all his electricity go and became an idiot. And it did nothing to Shigaraki. Honuki was actually quite similar. At the beginning of the match, he turned the ground beneath Awase soft and had immediately immobilized his classmate. Awase couldn't do anything because of his quirk while it couldn't pull him out of a floor that was like quicksand. The third fight was interesting and longer than the previous two that was over in nearly a second. Yaoyorozu could only manage to create small items, as the bigger the item she was creating, the more time she needed. Ashido easily got the upper hand the further the fight kept going, as long as she was on the assault. Now, the fourth fight was about to begin. Shinso versus Joker. "I surrender," said Joker as the fight began. The chief referee looked at her student. She was proud that they made it this far, but she was a bit surprised that he surrendered. "Shinso already knows how I tick, and it won't be long before I slip up and fall for his quirk," he said. "Besides, I got into the third event, and that's good enough for me. And even if I do win, I don't think I can beat him who made a declaration to be first." Joker looked over at Izuku, who watched as he walked off stage as Shinso advanced to the next round. Joker was right though. One slip up and he was brainwashed. This fight's are going faster than expected. He thought to himself as Hatsune and Ada were up next. What was Ada wearing? It was one of Hatsune's babies. In the direction she was looking. She was just showing off her inventions to the companies watching the fight as she listed off more features as she dodged the strikes from Ada. It was just hilarious to watch. She smirked at seeing the company employees' intrigued look. "Now, I have no regrets," she said as she walked off the battlefield as Ada's jaw dropped in disbelief. Izuku sighed. That was definitely something she would do. He just hoped the next fight will actually be a fight. Speaking of which, it was Bakugo versus Kirishima. And then the bloodbath began. Kirishima hardened using his quirk as Bakugo used his explosion quirk. Kirishima got some good hits as Bakugo's explosion practically did nothing. CCC counter. The loud hero announced as Kirishima punched Bakugo in the face as the ash blonde landed an explosion on the hardened red head. He ain't even stumbling, Bakugo thought as he slid back. Figures, he ain't just got tough skin. I told you it doesn't work. Blast him explode. Kirishima grinned. Bakugo went on the defensive as Kirishima threw punch after punch at Blast him explode. It connected. Present Mike shouted. Bakugo had blasted Kirishima's side. "Yo, fuckface, don't tell me you haven't been keeping up that full body armor for way too long." He grinned savagely. "So if I keep wailing on you with quick strikes while you're in that state, some part's gonna give sooner or later." Bakugo then released a barrage of explosions at Kirishima before sending the red head away with a single shout of die. And with that, Kirishima was knocked out. Kirishima is now down. So much for that explosive resistant wall. The cockatiel said. And now, for the next fight. Todoroki versus Soro. Coming up next. Don't tune out now, folks. As Todoroki and Soro got up to fight, Soro stretched. "I don't know if I've got a shot here, but..." He suddenly shot out his tape from his elbows and wrapped around Todoroki as soon as the match started. "I definitely ain't rolling over, either." "Sorry," said Todoroki, who looked pretty bored, and then for Soro, he was frozen in ... well ice. The ice he was frozen in was large, way too large, and almost getting the people in the stands, and like a majority of the first round fights, lasted less than a second. Everyone had their jaws dropped. Even Present Mike had shut up for a good solid minute. "A little much ... don't you think?" Soro asked as his head was the only part not frozen. "Soro ... can you move?" asked Midnight, whose whole right side was frozen. "No, Hanta Soro is unable to move." "Sorry, Soro," Todoroki said as he unfroze Soro. "I was just a little pissed. Don't worry about it." Meanwhile, waiting for his fight next, Izuku grinned. Now that will be an enjoyable fight. He wondered if Sensei would think that the ice half would be strong enough. But now it was time for his fight. His fight against TetsuTetsu. If he had a bit too much bloody fun, he could always say that he inherited his sensei's sadism. Despite her sex appeal, she definitely had looks of a complete sadist. He just happened to accidentally adopt her sadistic side is all. Izuku walked to the stage, ready to fight. And on the way to the stage, he had a bloodthirsty grin on his face. The face of a villain. Izuku had walked up onto the stage as his face reverted to that of a normal smile. He now stood before the Class B student TetsuTetsu. Now for the final match of the first round. Midnight called out. From the Class 1B is TetsuTetsu, and from Class 1H is Yamakumo. The crowd cheered for the teens to knock each other around. They wanted them to spill blood. Midnight looked towards her student, knowing his health issues. She was proud that the three got to the final event, even if two surrender for different reasons. "Are both contestants ready?" she asked as they nodded. "I'm fine," Izuku said, not to refer that he was ready for the fight, but he would be fine due to his blood-spewing tendencies. "But before we begin, He started to take off the gym jacket shirt and threw it to the side, revealing the muscles he had. His eyes looked around, mainly at the class 1 a bunch. It's a risky move, but the only way I can use my only available quirk is Izuru here without destroying the shirt, he calmly thought. Besides, only a few were close to see me, and usually I was in that bulk form a majority of it anyway. I hope you don't mind if I do this, he said to his first opponent in the tournament. However, his opponent was shedding a tear. His fist was gripped in the air as his eyes were closed. How manly, he said before grinning upon opening his eyes. Then I'll do the same. TetsuTetsu had just thrown his shirt to the side much like he had done. They both got into a stance as they waited for Midnight to start the match. Izuku's eyes darted over to Midnight. Boy, don't let your sadistic tendencies start now. Stop ogling the both of us. Release that grip on the whip of yours and start the match. Start, she called out as Izuku's eyes immediately darted back to TetsuTetsu, who ran forward and used his quirk steel to turn his skin into steel. Steel, a quirk similar to hardening, he thought, much like Kirishima. He can't keep it up for too long as he will start to suffer from iron fatigue, which will gradually weaken the steel's hardness. We not only took a copy of Class A's files, but Class B as well, and we know your class's quirks too. Izuku started to run at the approaching TetsuTetsu before dropping to the floor and sliding underneath the steel man. He immediately got up and turned around just as the steel man turned around and threw a punch as it went past his head. He inwardly smirked as he raised his right hand up and formed a fist as it came crashing down. Remember to block, he warned the steel man. Let's just say my punches have a lot of force behind them. TetsuTetsu raised his arm to block but Izuku missed on purpose, getting the steel man's attention. But before the man could say something to Izuku, the roar of what sounded like chainsaws roared out as they came down at TetsuTetsu. The steel teen immediately crossed his arms to block the two chainsaws that sprouted out of two arms that came out of Izuku's back. And then they clashed, and chainsaws ingrown into a pair of extra arms have suddenly came out of Yamakumo's back. Present Mike shouted, and sparks are flying. Sparks were flying off TetsuTetsu's arms as he blocked the two chainsaws. He now understood why Izuru had taken off his shirt. It was to use his quirk. And then suddenly, from the sides, two more functioning chainsaws collided with the steel quirk user's sides. What? Did you only think I could make two of them? Izuku asked TetsuTetsu. I'm going to go out on a guess and assume that your quirk is similar to Kirishima's, albeit with differences. You can't hold this up for long either. TetsuTetsu's eyes widened as a lot of sparks filled the arena. Let the sparks fly, Izuku muttered. Let the sparks fly, shouted Present Mike, causing Izuku to sigh. Izuku then held out his palms. What do you think about drills? He asked as drills came out of his palms before he started drilling into TetsuTetsu's chest. Damn it, the silver steel teen thought. I'm trying to block these two chainsaws but is attacking my open defenseless spots. Plus, he guessed correctly. My steel will start to get weaker over time. I'm actually running out of fumes now, and if I remove my arms. Suddenly the chainsaws stopped and the drills vanished. Huh, TetsuTetsu blinked as the arms vanished. ARG. He received an uppercut by a sledgehammer. The sledgehammer came back down, knocking the head of Izuku's enemy to the ground, well, at least facing the ground now. TetsuTetsu was about to throw a punch before he saw four sledgehammers out of Izuku's back before they slammed the steel teen around. If I knew he was packing this sort of weaponry, I would have. TetsuTetsu couldn't think anymore as the sledgehammer arms disappeared. Izuku's hand approached TetsuTetsu's face as he had dropped his steel quirk. With a strong punch, Izuku or Izuru to this crowd had punched TetsuTetsu, who landed on his back. The fight was over. Izuku had won. Midnight stared with her jaw dropped at her student beating a hero course kid. With strength like that as well as that quirk, he could have been a hero kid, but chose to go to the support course. She closed her jaw but kept that prideful smile. It seemed he kept true to his goal when he said he would place first. And if he did she couldn't wait to brag to Eraserhead and Blood King and hold it over their heads. The winner is Izuru Yamakumo, she declared as the crowd went wild. As Izuku walked off the stage, he could hear the talk among the heroes watching. Talk about him and Shinso, the potential they had as heroes. Soon, when he would win this tournament, there will be talk of how the hero kids lost to a support course kid. It will knock these heroic kids down a peg as well as cause uneasy knowing that the hero kids lost to a person who didn't have his sights on being a hero in the first place. How could they place their trust in the future if they lost to someone who wasn't a hero and was building gadgets for them? How could they place their trust to future heroes who lost to a villain? That villainous look returned as he walked down a pathway back to his seat. Round 2 was up next, and it was a fight between Shizaki and Honuki. He truly wondered who would win in that scenario. Toshinori clapped as he watched Yamakumo walk off stage and out of view after picking up his shirt. That boy had potential to be a hero, and from the words of the heroes he sat with, it seemed they all saw that heroic potential within him. But for the number one hero, he saw it all too clearly. He saw the limitless potential within the boy. All Might still had yet to find a successor, and Sir Night-Eye did suggest the third year's Mirio Tagata, and he had the potential as well. Yet, the hero had a dilemma. Tagata had yet to prove himself to the number one hero. While he did have the requirements he was looking for, the hero shook his head. Right now Tagata was the one that so far had the chance to be his successor ... but he had admittedly gotten attached to young Yamakumo. But he didn't want to be a hero. He didn't believe those heroes were heroes. He believed that the support course were the true heroes along with the police and the doctors. He could still remember that one sentence that Yamakumo had told him as they meet before the sports festival began. True heroes don't get recognition for their deeds. Truer words have never been said. Izuku sat in his seat as the next round of fights began, as he sat with Joker on one side and Hatsume on the other with a device she was tinkering on. "You were amazing, Yamakumo," Joker told him. "Yeah, if you were a hero, then I'd have no worries entrusting your babies to you. You'll probably do that anyway." He deadpanned at her before he smiled. "But I never intended to be a hero, just like you too. This is an important role. We are the unseen heroes. The police, doctors, and many others out there as well as us. The support course, true heroes don't get recognition for their actions. We are those heroes." Joker stared at him in a new light ... as Hatsume stared with admiration. "The fights are beginning, so we better watch. Wonder where Shinso is?" he muttered. "That last fight was heart-pounding, wasn't it, everybody?" asked Present Mike. "I'll admit, most of the first round fights were way too short, with only a few ones that lasted a while, and that's why all of you are here, isn't it? The next fight is two kids from Class B, Shizaki and Honuki," he shouted to the heavens. "Will this fight be over in a flash, or will this battle drag on? Only time will tell." Midnight started the fight, and immediately they acted. Shizaki used her quirk vines to send her vine-like hair out and wrapped around Honuki, and boy, do those vines have thorns. However, her classmate Honuki made the ground underneath her soft like quicksand to where she was sinking. Shizaki was sinking and stuck in quicksand ... or quick cement. Honuki was wrapped in vines with thorns, and the binding of the vines only got tighter. Who was going out first? The battle of endurance was about to begin. However, after a stalemate that went nowhere, they decided to end it through arm wrestling. So their quirks ended in a stalemate. Izuku thought as Shizaki had pinned Honuki's arm down. Now it's Shinso's turn. And through the arm wrestling, Shizaki moves on to the next round. Present Mike shouted. "Now it's Ashido from Class 1 versus Shinso from Class 1 degrees Celsius. May I remind you that out of all these kids, only 2 from non-hero classes remain, everyone. 1 from general education and the other from the support course. Sure, 4 arrived with 2 surrendering. I just might end up rooting for these underdogs. Well, anyway, with what I'm seeing, I might end up rooting for the general education and support classes." Ashido stood across from Shinso ... who the same look on his face. "Begin," cried out Midnight as Ashido had shot out her acid. "Acid?" Shinso asked. However, it seemed Mina had refused to open her mouth, which actually came off as a pout. "Of course," he sighed. "Once they saw how my quirk works in the first place ... they would try and find a way to prevent it. Besides, when it comes to physical strength and defense, I don't have that. I'm weak. Yamakumo had that in spades. However, I do have the advantage. She's an extrovert, I can tell. My quirk is much weaker against introverts who wouldn't speak and mutes who can't. As long as they respond, I'm good. But I'm sadly not that good." He hopped side to side to dodge her acid. Slippery acid. He didn't want to find himself sliding off the stage either. "Now, Ashido ... how can I make you respond?" "White acid. Really now?" He made sure to add that tone that caused her lips to twitch. She knew what he was referring to. "Not enough, huh?" He looked into her eyes, trying to find anything. You were looking for someone, right?" he asked as her eyes widened. "I remember you looking into the crowd earlier ... but you seemed disappointed ... and not to mention before the cavalry battle." He trailed off. "Perhaps ... do you have a crush?" he asked somewhat quieter as he had begun to approach her. No way," she declared. It was then she realized that she fucked up. He placed an arm on her shoulder, turned her around, and gave her a simple command. "Leave the battlefield. See you next year," he said as she began to walk off the field. "Also, from your reaction and the fact you didn't blush at the thought of a person, perhaps you're looking for them." For answers, Ashido had already walked off the field before he heard a yes from her. "I'm sorry. I wish you the best of luck finding them." And Shinso has won his round again without throwing a punch. Present Mike shouted as the blue-haired teen walked off the stage just as the next 2 prepared to come onto the field. Izuku had welcomed Shinso back as they watched the next fight. Ida versus Bakugo. "Who do you think is going to win?" asked Shinso. "I hope for either. They both seem like the sort who will respond to my brainwashing." Hard to say though. I don't really care, seeing as long of them give me a good fight, I'm fine. Still going for that whole non-heroics kid wins the tournament and shows them up. Still liking that. Shinso grinned. Okay, you two, the match is starting. Joker said. Ida stood across from Bakugo ... and Ida's engine quirk seemed to be revving. Oh wait ... that was just Bakugo growling. Never mind, the fight between Ida and Bakugo will now begin, Midnight said as the two sprang into action. Ida was quick on his feet, literally. With his engine quirk, he was able to dodge around Bakugo, but due to his explosions ... he sure had quite the versatile quirk, using his explosions as boosters. Quite clever. Hey Yami ... are you okay? Asked Hatsum as she saw the look Yamakumo had. It appeared to be a more serious expression than normal. I'm fine, Hatsum, he assured, just wondering how a hero like him could exist. I mean, we already have one endeavor. Joker had spat out his drink and started coughing, to which Shinso had started patting his back. Ada definitely has the disadvantage, he called out. Bakugo clearly can resort to long range, something Ada can't do. They watched as Ada sent kick after kick at Bakugo, who responded with dodging with his explosions or attacking back. Okay, Four Eyes, the ash blonde shouted. This has gone on far enough. I just want to fight half-ass. Bakugo had used his explosions to send himself high into the air, as all Ida could do was watch. Die missile barrage, he shouted once he got closer to the earth below, before firing explosion after explosion in quick succession over the entire field. Ada couldn't dodge without leaving the field. Why would you shout that? That's now even from our series. Sure, it gets a pass since it's also from Jump, but don't push our luck, Joker shouted. The dust cleared to reveal Ada down from the explosions. Ada is unable to battle. Bakugo is the winner, Midnight called out. Boy, I swear to whatever god if that's a reference. Ada was taken to the infirmary as he bumped into Todoroki. Boy, half and half, he said with a scowl. Don't you fucking lose to anyone, got it? Bakugo had walked away as Todoroki had continued to walk to the stage. Seems like I'm up, the purple-haired disguised teen said. Wish me luck. Are you sure you'll be fine? Joker asked. I'll be fine. I will admit, everyone will be betting on Todoroki. Then let them, as I shock them once more. He grinned. Sure, the favorite's Todoroki, but I know I can beat him. And besides, he's the strongest in class, and that means if I beat him, then I can easily handle the live grenade. He left his shirt jacket with them as he walked to the stage. From class A we have Todoroki, present, Mike said as everyone cheered. And facing against him we have the surprising Yamakumo. This is a fight that will keep you at the edge of your seats. Begin. Todoroki had done the same thing he did when he faced Soro, created an ice wall, but on a smaller scale. However, sounds of flames could be heard, as well as the sound of drills and smashing ice. That's when Izuku appeared with sledgehammers, drills, and blowtorches. As Todoroki created ice, Izuku had either smashed them to pieces ... or melted them. The drill arms retracted as he flexed his wrists, as blowtorches appeared from his palms as he practically set the stage on fire. Yamakumo's quirk sure is versatile, Aizawa said. He would make an excellent hero if he chose that path. Finally, some words out of you, Eraserhead. Present Mike grinned before his attention was back on the fight. I've been talking ... you were just ignoring me. Soon you will succumb to your freezing power on your right side ... but with you just freezing everything ... that is no fun. A predatory grin appeared for a split second on his face. You took my right arm ... let me dislocate yours. Todoroki kept freezing the arena as Izuku smashed the ice away or melted it with his blowtorches all the way on maximum flame output. Todoroki was shivering now. He had to use his right side ... but he made an oath that he would win with only his ice powers. Keep your eyes, a voice said from behind. On the fight, a normal hammer came down and landed a direct hit. AGH, the white and red-haired teen shouted as he held his right arm. He couldn't move it. It was dislocated. Now you are forced to use your fire powers, Izuku thought. That should really piss you off now. Sure, you can still use your ice powers, but your hand is the main catalyst for using them. Your foot can only freeze ground while your hand can do a lot more. Todoroki had increased the gap between them as Izuku slowly walked forward. Flames started to linger off the left side of Todoroki. He had no choice but to use his fire side now. Come on, burn me to a crisp. Todoroki threw his left hand filled with powerful flames as he released a sea of flames towards the purple-haired teen. It was like a tidal wave of fire. The sea of flames had engulfed Izuku's side of the arena ... and when they stopped, nothing was left. And the icing on the cake was Todoroki's horrified face. He looked down to his left side. He had just used his left side, and he broke his oath. And to make matters worse, he did what his father would have done. And that was the worst thing that could have happened. He had incinerated Yamakumo, killed him. Then, from below, he looked down as the earth cracked as a drill emerged from the ground as a fist flew up with impressive speed to the shocked Todoroki. He had no time to dodge in the slightest. Izuku had popped from the ground and his fist landed right under Todoroki's chin. He tunneled under when my flames covered the arena, Todoroki thought. He must have hid behind some of the ice that was melting. After landing the clean hit, Izuku sent a barrage of punches with rubber mallets this time. It still hurt, but Todoroki couldn't fight back. He refused to use his left side again, and his right side ... was temporarily done for. Izuku had grabbed Todoroki and spun him around before throwing him out of the ring. Todoroki stared at the sky as he lied on the grass. He was bested. His eyes went back to Izuru. That was the first person to make him resort to his fire side, and as he closed his eyes, Bakugo shouted curses at him. As the crowd cheered for such an exciting development and present Mike going crazy, no one knew that Izuku would win against Todoroki, who was proven to be one of the favorites of the tournament. That settles it, present Mike shouted with all his heart. I'm definitely rooting for the support course's Yamakumo. And right behind him, I do not know who to go for, maybe Shinso, maybe someone else, but Yamakumo is definitely my number one choice. The audience cheered and applauded for the blood battle that had occurred as Izuku was walking off stage. Midnight watched her student walk off with wide eyes. He was strong, not just pride-filled her but also worry. Who knows how much he pushed himself. All Might or Toshi was the same. However, their pride outweighed their concerns. But it seemed that Endeavor would be having a talk with his son as he left. Izuku walked out of view from everyone as he spat out that blood he usually spat out. He rubbed his side as if something had touched him earlier. Fire burns. Fire. When one comes into contact with fire, one thing general happens. They get burned. Hence the saying, play with fire and you're going to get burned. Fire could leave burns, visible burns. However, despite the burn wound healing, it is also possible for the sting of the burn to remain. It is kinda hard to hide my super regeneration. The wolf hiding among the sheep thought. I can easily fake the shock absorption but showing my wounds from fights. I didn't think that I would want to gain bruises. He then frowned to himself. While he had declared that he would come first to his class, there was a chance that his cover could have been blown at any time. He was supposed to not have the best health, and he was confidently winning each fight, under a guise of course and holding back with all his other useful quirks. Then there were quirks like shock absorption and super regeneration. He needed to hide them for the cover of Izuru too. Not to mention the fact that Midnight Sensei was watching over the fights. Who knows when his own teacher could see through his own cover? Despite what happened in the classroom, she was a hero. Another thing he hated about this was the fact that he had to hold back, at least when it came to killing. He had the perfect chance to kill both of his previous opponents one way or the other. He exchanged the frown on his face for that of a smile as he headed back to his group. Shinso was going to be fighting Shigaraki in the next round, and each round his opponent got quieter. If he doesn't take out her now, he would have to burn her hairs. Speaking of which, Bakugo was his next opponent. Compared to Todoroki, it was a downgrade at best, scraps left over from a more delicious meal. There was no way that he was going to throw the fight simply because he needed to keep his cover, and he didn't really want to throw the fight because of it. It was a risk, sure, but a risk that could be prevented. Besides, he could always throw the fight with Shinso afterwards. But he didn't want to lose to him either. For a 6 support department student to win the tournament was risky for his cover. But he had ways to explain that. All he needed to do was beat Bakugo, and depending on Shinso, he might either have to fight him or he'll win automatically. Losing was not an option. Risks could be avoided. The pride of his sensei for getting further and further into the sports festival and claiming first place would hide any doubts. With a couple of blood spouts would make her worry. He had ways to deal with Shinso, and he had multiple ways of dealing with Bakugo too. Way too many ways. The smile turned into a grin as he thought of his fight with the one of the last hero course students still in the tournament. Hey guys, Izuku smiled at his group of friends. I see Shinso already left. He did. Joker nodded. But I fear he is going to have some trouble on his hands. Hatsum, who was tinkering with a device instead of watching, looked up. Maybe, she added. He can get under people's skin quite easily, it seems. Yeah, that's true. If he went up against Bakugo, Bakugo would have already lost. Yamakumo smiled. Speaking of which, you're up against him next. Joker turned towards the purple-haired student. You got a plan or something? I have multiple plans, Izuru revealed. I could take a page out of Shinso's book, seeing as his short temper is something that can cause him to falter. He seems to be a bit more serious now after Todoroki's defeat. Really? Then I might have to dig a bit more personal. Izuku smirked. Joker's head was already facing towards the field, missing Izuku's sinister smirk. Personal, like his parents or friends if he ever had any, or maybe the fact that he lost to villains, shouldn't be a hero, or maybe failed to protect someone, along those lines. And if words don't work, I have a technique in the wings. You do? Yes, but it is a secret. Izuku leaned closer to Joker as he whispered, I can tell you if you really want to know. Really, what is it? A serious look had taken over Izuku's face, almost as if a different type of drawing style had changed. After years of torturing my body to a harsh training regime, my powers have ascended to the point I have discovered to convert my energy into a physical form, he said seriously. With this energy I could use it to enhance my power. For example, my eyes turn white and retain no pupils and I have 360-degree vision. Or I could change the color of my arm for heightened strength and defense. I call it chakra. Chakra. That's one letter off from chakra. No, it is chakra. You only changed the name by removing the H from it. Joker turned his head so fast it almost snapped. What the hell? Seriously, do you have a plan? And if so, what is it? A. I'll shoot him in the knee with a rivet gun. A. You're going to shoot him in the knee. I might use an axe too. Or a machete. The purple-haired student said. Maybe a staple gun ... or a nail gun ... or a green cradle. Okay, that's enough. Axes and machetes. Those are weapons. Joker shouted. They are considered weapons despite also being weapons. An axe cuts down trees and machetes have multiple uses. Hey, Shinso's up. Hatsum said. Shinso walked up to the stage. The crowd cheered as the blue-haired student stood face to face against Shigaraki. Her vines will come straight for me as the match begins. I will have to get under her skin quickly. Begin. Midnight called out as the vines shot out towards Shinso with the intentions of capturing him. UA. What was meant to be Shinso trying to use his quirk ended up getting tangled up in the vines. It wasn't comfortable. He could tell that Shigaraki wanted to tell him to give up, but didn't want to be at risk of his quirk. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? He asked as the vine-haired girl remained quiet. Come on now, no need to be so silent. Shinso smirked. I mean, you have an impressive quirk. Most people would say that hair manipulation is kind of basic and weak. But you have vines for hair, that's a good capture quirk. I bet it's hard to maintain since it is vines. What do you need for it? Sunshine and water, he asked. Shigaraki was silent, and seeing him not giving up ... she was moving him. It must be a shame. Vines tend to go everywhere. She started to bind him tighter. Must be a real shame to have weeds for hair. The vines tightened more. I got some weed killer if you want to get rid of that. Oh, I'm sorry. Is your hair supposed to be a chia pet? He smirked as he was getting to her. I have to say, chia pet hair is not the way to go. I'll give you the weed killer for free. My high Shizagaki's eyes immediately blinked. Place me closer to you and then leave the arena. Shigaraki pulled Shinso away from the edge of the ring and brought him closer to her and placed him down before turning to leave the field. Remember not to run too fast. With that, Shigaraki walked a bit faster off the ring, signaling that Shinso had won the match yet again. Phew ... her vines really hurt. I'm just glad I got her in time. Now I can rest while Yamakumo has his match. Midnight watched Shinso walk off the stage as she looked where her students sat as Yamakumo stood up and headed off to get to the stage. Bakugo walked to the ring with a scowl. Damn it, half-ass. He growled as he saw Todoroki. What the fuck? What are you here for? Oi, don't stay silent, half-ass. He growled. You lost your match to non-hero course student, a fucking goddamn support course student at that, and so will you and everyone who went up against Shinso, a general education student. Todoroki said. Answer my question, dumbass. I wasn't here for you. Todoroki said. Hey, I wasn't here for you. He repeated. I didn't say to repeat yourself, fucker. My business here is finished. Todoroki said in his usual monotone voice. But since you're here, I'll tell you this much. You will lose if you don't take him seriously. I know that. Bakugo hissed. A small part of him wished to know why he was down here before, but he didn't care in the slightest for the half-and-half bastard. All he was focused on was winning. It seems I'm up, said Izuku as he stood up and started to head for the ring. Good luck, Joker and Hatsum said. I don't need luck. I got something up my sleeve. And what's that? Joker asked. The power of friendship. He gave them a thumb up as if he was going on his final mission with no intention on coming back. The hell type of power is that? Friendship, I get it, but don't say that. Do you know how bullshit that power is? Don't worry, I have some plot armor out the back. Don't use or say that either. That and the power of friendship can only end in ruin. Don't ruin this for the rest of us. It was an honor knowing you guys, Yamakumo said as he closed his eyes. Don't sound it like this is your final performance. It sounds like you are setting off multiple death flags for yourself. And why is the sun only shining down on your face? Izuku started to walk away from them as he gave a somewhat wave as he left their field of view. Don't do that either, Joker shouted. Izuru stood on the stage as Bakugo stood on the opposite end. You're ready to lose. Bakugo growled. Even your clown friend said that he can't beat me. Izuku looked at him oddly before he laughed. What's so funny? You really thought he was talking about you? Izuku asked. He was talking about me. I declared in my class that I would take first place. Bakugo frowned. You're saying you can win. I'm saying I can win. TCH, I'll be sure to beat you into the ground. You took the words right out of my mouth, Bakugo. Bakugo stopped and looked at him. The fuck did you call me? I called you Bakugo. Izuku smirked. You're dead, you fuck. Begin. Midnight shouted. You know, Bakugo isn't that much of an insult, honestly. But it suits you surprising. Izuku said as arms with tools sprouted out of his back. Bakugo, however, was flying with his quirk. Shut the fuck up. He flew over and performed a kick that Izuku had ducked under and used one of the newly sprouted arms to whack the bomber away. Izuku's extra arms were that of sledgehammers, and whenever Bakugo got close, he whacked the brat away with a swing of his arms, while occasionally getting hit by the explosions released by the bomber's quirk. "I'm going to come first," he shouted. "First? Who would even let you come first?" Izuku asked back. "Let alone top hero. If you think you can get under by skin, then you're dead wrong, fucker." Bakugo swung his right fist right at the purple-haired teen that surprisingly whacked it up as the explosion occurred in the sky. Izuku had slammed both of his fists into Bakugo's stomach, one over the other. This caused Bakugo to spit out saliva. "That better not be the Rokuogen," Joker shouted but was ignored. Bakugo raised his hands and fired an explosion similar to that of a stun grenade. Knowing this bastard it probably was. Izuku felt the bastard his arms, which he brought up for defense before he himself spun around, trading the sledgehammers for inactive chainsaws. "Stun grenade." The smug bastard smirked. "Really? That's all?" asked Izuku as his chainsaws swapped for rivet guns and nail guns. "Rivet guns? How are you going to?" Bakugo's words stopped as it fired past his cheek. "How the hell did you do that?" Nearly everyone shouted as a poker face engulfed Izuru's expression. "Trade secret." "The hell it is." Bakugo used his explosion quirk as Izuku fired his projectiles as Bakugo got closer and used his explosion for defensive tactics. Izuku suddenly retracted his extra tool ingrown arms as Bakugo's face got dangerously close. A solid punch hit Bakugo's face. Not just any punch, but it was a 1-inch punch. As Bakugo flew back, he released 2 explosions from each palm, hitting Izuku as it gave the ash blonde some extra distance. Bakugo landed on the ground before he spat to the side. "A lucky punch," he hissed out. "And that makes yours a lucky explosion. Hey, you got a problem with the next number 1 hero?" "Number 1 hero? No wait, hero?" he asked the ash blonde skeptically. "From my perspective, I can't see any hero traits from you at all. You're fucking dead." "I'm pretty much alive," Izuku said. "Last time I checked." Bakugo watched in anger as Izuku checked his own heartbeat. "Yep, I'm alive. Fucking smartass." The roar of an angry Bakugo shouted. Bakugo ran towards Izuku. "I'll definitely become the number 1 hero," he declared as Izuku at the same time sprouted arms with 2 water jet cutters. Izuku fired his water jet cutters, but not directly at Bakugo. It however forced Bakugo to head directly at him. His water jet cutters were dangerous, and he wasn't dealing with the backlash of his cover being exposed. However, it was useful to keep Bakugo to stay where he wanted him. A hero, the number 1, with that personality and quirk. Can you really save someone? I will save them. The look in Bakugo's eyes had changed slightly. It was as if Bakugo himself had. No, Izuku's eyes narrowed. From his intel, Bakugo was praised for his quirk when he was a child. He cared for no one. He treated everyone else as inferior. He could have cared less if someone he knew died. Izuku brought his hand up as he grabbed Bakugo's right hand he used to punch and pulled the ash blonde hero wannabe past him as he retracted the arms. He then landed a second 1-inch punch. "Save them?" he asked. "None of your fucking business," he shouted. "Does that mean ... you know people who died?" "Shut the fuck up." Izuku responded to this with a third 1-inch punch, but using both of his hands at once right into Bakugo's stomach and chest. Bakugo dashed into the air and created 2 explosions, 1 in each hand. He started to spin himself around as he built up the momentum for his explosions. After gathering enough momentum for his apparent finisher from spinning, he fired an explosive tornado at Izuku, creating a large explosion. Izuku had acted quickly as soon as Bakugo dashed into the air, and didn't bother to stand and watch as did everyone else when they saw Bakugo perform his special move, howitzer impact. He could have heard Bakugo as he managed to get under the ground in time as he used his tool arms to make a somewhat shield. After the explosion eventually disappeared, with Midnight holding her breath for her own student, Izuku was nowhere to be seen, except for the hole in the ground. "Hiding in your hole. Too fucking bad," Bakugo shouted. He let off a large and powerful explosion into the hole. However, Izuku was prepared as around the stage. Bakugo's explosions came out of the ground like volcanoes, and one was right under Bakugo. Bakugo was not expecting that at all. He found himself sent into the air with his own explosion. It was then the demon lurking underneath the earth sprang into action by springing out and grabbing Bakugo's leg and swung his arm to slam Bakugo back into the ground. Katsuki released a gasp of pain with small drops of blood. It didn't help that he landed on some of the sharper stone debris. "You're not the only one with named moves, you know," Izuku said as he came down with 6 arms sprouted from his back ... and all of them had shock prods. And just before he made contact with Bakugo, he opened his palms either to hold Bakugo down or sprout 2 more shock prods. "Blitzkrieg," the thunderous voice of Izuku said in a similar tone of Bakugo. A large pillar of electricity was seen as Yamakumo unleashed his own finishing move. It was as if the lightning was having a war with itself. A large pillar of power that consumed not only the ring, but the intended target. Sadly, Izuku had no intention of killing his target, so he had to cut it short, but he did a bit too much to it. Izuku looked over the downed Bakugo, whose eyes had rolled up into head. The winner is Yamakumo, Midnight declared as she broke the silence before the crowd cheered. Izuku put away his multi-arm quirk as people came and took Bakugo away, more specifically to Recovery Girl. I didn't know you could make shock prods, Midnight said as she and her student had walked off the stage. They are tools after all, he replied as he spat blood on the ground. Are you okay? She asked. Izuku would have almost laughed at the motherly tone. I'll be fine, he admitted, but I think I pushed myself too far in that last match. If you need to, you can sit out on the final match, Kayama-sensei said as she placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You don't have to push yourself so much. You don't need to come first. This ... was a sign that Izuku wasn't ever expecting. He expected her to be the R-rated hero that she herself was, with a sadistic side in tow. Someone whose costume helped her flaunt her sex appeal. But her she was, being a caring teacher. Books in their covers. It's fine, sensei, he said. I just to rest a while. I already declared that I will achieve the #1 position here. The match with Shinso won't put much strain on my body like my previous 3, and I'm not only representing me but my class, 1H, and that includes you too, sensei. You know, if you weren't in my class and instead in Eraserhead's class or Blood King's class, you would have made a splendid hero. Thanks, Kayama-sensei. Now head off. Present Mike had just informed everyone that there will be a 10-minute break. Izuku nodded as he walked off as she shook her head. What am I going to do with you? She asked no one as she placed her mask that she took off back on. Her kids ... were something else. She had no regrets when she started teaching that class, no matter how much they could get under her skin. 10 minutes had passed as now Izuku was facing off against Shinso in the final round. The final match of the sports festival is against Hitoshi Shinso of class 1 degrees Celsius and Izuru Yamakumo of class 1H. Shinso noticed that Izuku was wearing his jacket once again. That brought up many questions. Was he going to use his quirk? Was he exhausted? What? Damn, Shinso thought. The worst person to go up against here. He can easily break out of my brainwashing. His blood spouts are unpredictable. He remembered when he talked to Izuru about it. My blood spouts. Nah, I'm used to it. I do feel it though, and it's not that painfully ... but I guess I gotten used to the pain. The odd thing about when he was talking about his blood spouts was that blood was dripping from his mouth as he spoke. All it takes to snap out of my brainwashing is pain. His blood spouts cause pain and therefore cause him to break out of my quirk's effects, no matter how small the pain is to him. But why the jacket? He whispered. The jacket was open and ready to be discarded for his quirk. Shinso had a bad feeling about this. Izuku smiled at Shinso as he slipped into a fighting stance. He, however, pulled something from his pocket. Everyone raised an eyebrow at this before Izuku threw Shinso the item. Every kid in the support classes is allowed to bring an invention of theirs into the tournament. I didn't really need one, but seeing as how Hatsune can give her opponents gadgets, I decided to do the same. Shinso stared at the device as it formed into a sword. A white sword with blue lighting. It wasn't a real sword, but Shinso could tell it could do much more damage than a Bakken, or probably on par with a real sword. Midnight looked between Shinso and Izuku, and after the okay she received, she started the fight. Begin. Shinso held the blade as he looked up at Izuru, who had an inactive chainsaw without the chain from his palm. So he wants to fight like this, huh? Shinso thought. He knows that I don't have any fighting techniques, so he gave me a way to hold my arm. I guess I can accept this and actually fight without my quirk just this once. Shinso and Izuku circled each other as they held their respective blades. Izuku was holding his blade one-handed since it came out of his right palm, while Shinso held his sword with both hands in a stance similar to kendo, but not actually kendo due to not having practiced the sport before. Izuku swung his blade at Shinso, who used his newly acquired blade to block. The two traded blows continuously. The two continued with Shinso blocking Izuku's attacks with the sword he obtained. However, Izuku had sped up his attacks before Shinso had tried to fight back with the blade he was given. Both remained silent, not even registered to communicate with one another. Their thoughts and words were being spoken through their actions. The swords clashed and Shinso was caught off guard as Izuku had flipped over him before continuing their fight. The fight was long and harsh. The crowd cheering grew and grew as they watched this modern samurai fight for the title of #1. And to the surprise of the other, both had landed a punch with their left hand in each other's face. They both staggered back as Shinso was the one to recover first. He did a downward swing as Izuku blocked with his weapon, forcing him onto his back as Shinso went for a stab, which Izuku caught the blade and swung his other weapon, causing Shinso to jump. They both had an idea to use their feet, but this caused their feet to meet with one another as Shinso's came down and Izuku's went up. After getting Shinso off him, Izuku sprung up and he increased the speed of his swings. Shinso backed off as he hit the ground and swung the blade at Izuku, who backed off, gaining distance. The two shared a look with one another. They were going to settle the match with one last attack. The two prepared themselves as they held the blade in their right hand while placing it next to the hip on the left, almost as if they were sheathing the blades. It was the final stand, the last attack to settle who would win this fight, which one would place first and the other place second. Izuku dashed forward with the blade at this side and unsheathed it as Shinso did the same as they passed each other. They stood for a while before Shinso dropped to one knee. "I lost," Shinso admitted loud enough to hear before falling onto his face. "And it's over," Present Mike shouted. The winner of the sports festival for the freshman year is Izuru Yamakumo of Class 1H. Fireworks went off as a pedestal was brought onto the field. "Now then, let's move on to the award ceremony," Midnight declared with a smile filled with a bit too much pride. One of her kids did win after all. The pedestal had 3 different heights for those in the top 3. On the first pedestal was Izuku and on the second was Shinso himself. They both had a smile, with the latter's being more of a smirk. On the third and lowest of the 3 was Bakugo. Third place could have gone to Shigaraki as well as Bakugo, but due to our judges and the way the battles occurred with the fighters, we had decided to give the third place medal to Bakugo. "Please understand," Midnight said with a finger to her lip and winked. "Please don't do that again," her 3 kids said. However, while just missing to gain the number 3 position on the pedestal, she still receives a medal ... just not ceremoniously. Time to confer the medals of the 3, and the one who will present the medals this year is naturally none other than "It is I," a voice shouted as All Might had jumped from the top of the stadium and landed in front of the 3 on the pedestal. Izuku had to hide his feelings and put on a fake smile. "Great, All Might," he venomously thought, "and I'm here with the medals. Our hero All Might. This year's freshmen sure are lucky," one hero said. "They got to get observed by All Might," another added. "Congratulations, Bakugo. You're a tough customer," All Might said as he placed the medal around Bakugo's neck. He was still unconscious, but that didn't matter. He muttered out. "Well, not unconscious, but groggy. He might as well have been. Recovery girl could do wonders. Shinso, congratulations. That was splendid work with your quirk." All Might placed the medal over Shinso's neck. "Thank you, man, this is hard trying to keep saying my boy when Yamakumo is around," All Might thought as he smiled at Izuku, who smiled back, hiding his hatred for the hero in front of him. Maybe he could rip his neck out if he leaned closer. No, too many heroes. Plus Eraserhead was also here. "Yamakumo, congratulations. You have placed first. Both you and Shinso, both from non-hero courses, have successfully reached both first and second." Izuku was confused at All Might's tone. It was familiar this time around. He placed the medal around Izuku's neck as he smiled at young Yamakumo. Izuku smiled back and All Might's face was covered in blood. "Hey!" everyone shouted as Izuru spouted blood on All Might's face. He was sick this entire time, everyone thought. "I was holding that in for a while. Sorry, can we wrap this up?" All Might nodded as he turned around, still with the blood on his face. "And there you have it. This year, it's these 3. However, take heed, folks. There was a possibility for everyone in this arena to stand there. It's just as you saw with your very own eyes, ladies and gentlemen. They competed and boosted each other up, everyone climbing ever higher, advancing ever farther. The next generation of heroes will sprout from the seeds planted this day. And to that sentiment, I'll add one more thing." All Might raised his hand into the air. "Everyone say it with me now. And, great work," he shouted as everyone else shouted plus ultra. All Might, that was obviously a plus ultra moment. "Oh, but I thought you'd appreciate a great work since you all look like you worked so hard." The silence from that was broken as Izuku spouted blood once again. "Man, I've been spouting blood a lot today. He really is that sick," everyone in the stadium shouted. Class 1H had returned to their classroom as they congratulated Izuku on taking first, showing up the hero course kids. And from the looks of it, from when they walked with Shinso, his class did the same. "Since you've all earned a rest, you have tomorrow and the next day off," Midnight said with a smile. "Thank you, Kayama-sensei." "Hey, don't thank me out of the blue when you were all trying to get under my skin earlier. Next generation of heroes. You got to be kidding me," Izuku inwardly scoffed. With mine and Shinso's victory taking the top 2 spots, those next generation heroes have it a lot tougher now. How could you entrust the future to heroes who couldn't beat those who aren't even taking the hero course? One from general education and the other creates gadgets for the heroes. Everyone will now be skeptically of the new and weak generation of heroes. Weak heroes who couldn't even beat the villain among them all. However, according to Izuku's thoughts, that was currently happening. How could heroes send out recommendations to those who couldn't beat one general education student and one support course student? The hero classes would be lucky if even a few got a recommendation. Izuku's plan had worked and left an impression, a strong and growing one. They trust in the new generation of weak heroes was already planted in their minds, and the more they thought, the more they agreed. The talk was all about him and Shinso, not of the heroes. Talk of the hero kids was mentioned on how they lost badly to the non-heroes. This was both a blow to the hero kids' pride and a boost to his and Shinso's own. They couldn't place their trust in the next generation. Izuku's plan had worked, but this was only a small part, small to some but bigger to others. It was different for everyone, but for heroes, while it might have been small, was still something that was considered big. Izuku hid a smirk. This generation was falling, and soon all other heroes will following, the next and previous generations. Oh, before I forget, Yamakumo, Midnight said. Yes, sensei, he asked as he was pulled from his thoughts. You worried quite a bit, especially in those fights. She said, if I ever hear you do someone that requires you to push your body in any way. She cracked her whip and licked her lips with a very sadistic look on her face. I will have to punish you. Wow, sensei, he said. I knew you were a sadist, but I didn't think you were that desperate. Hey, yeah, sensei, geez. Are you okay, sensei? Control yourself, sensei. Did seeing him without a shirt up close and watching get wounds and bruises excite you that much? What the hell are you brats talking about? She cracked her whip, but her expression was more comical than anything. Izuku just laughed with the rest of the class at Midnight's misfortune. Why are you all laughing now? Classic Midnight. The laughter resumed. That reminds me again. Izuku stopped laughing as Midnight looked at him. Oh no, he had a good feeling at what this one was about. During the scavenger hunt you brought me over, she said. What was on that card? Izuku's face paled as he started to sweat. Oh no, if she finds out that it was something SXY, then she'll never drop it. She'll never let the class know. Let me drop it again. He panicked. This will just boost her SXY ego back up again. Something near its expiration date. He blurted out. Midnight stared at Yamakumo as she started to tear off a part of his costume on her arm to use her quirk. Izuku ran down the hallway with an enraged Midnight on his heels with her quirk ready to roll and to put him to sleep when she caught him. She was also carrying her whip too. He didn't really want to be on the receiving end of the whip nor become a part of her sadist pleasures. She was shouted incoherent screams about nearing expiration date. This was the scene nearly everyone saw as they ran through the hallways. It, however, was good exercise. She must never know. That was the sole thought of Izuku at this present moment. She must never know the truth of the scavenger hunt. It hadn't been long since the end of the sports festival as Izuku sat at the bar with Tamura and Kurogiri. You fucked them right up, Izuku. Tamura laughed as he scrolled through his phone. Just look at all this commotion. All the talk was about Izuku's Izuru persona and Shinso taking the top 2 positions. Haha, because of this, all those wannabe hero brats won't be trusted by the heroes of today. Tamura grinned. Perfect. It really knocked the heroes down a peg, being unable to entrust them with the title of heroes like they have. He laughed before turning to Izuku. You easily mopped the floor with them. A shame you were limited to only using one quirk, and forced to not kill anyone. Kurogiri turned to Izuku as he cleaned a glass. Izuku, the man spoke. That last fight it seemed off. Oh, so you noticed. Izuku smiled. Shinso is not the best fighter out there. And that also extends to Shizaki's voice. He added with a grin. Normally, she wouldn't have said anything and I doubt Shinso could pull off those moves ever again. Kurogiri's eyes widened as he understood what Izuku had done. You rigged the fights. That's right. Izuku's grin was almost like the Cheshire Cat. Well, rigged the fighters. I did need Shinso to win his fight to reinforce the fact that non-heroes won. He started off as he tapped his finger on the clean bar. The final fight happened just because I was bored and decided to give people one last show. How did you do that? Tamura asked as he retained his grin. He was very curious to learn what his little brother has done. In response, Izuku brought out the same sword that Shinso used. This was the sword I gave Shinso and the one that changed him. He activated the device and they all watched as tiny needles came out of the handle, almost like syringes. This is how I got Shinso to fight properly Well, if you call that guy fighting Shinso. What's in it? Inquired Kurogiri. Something Sensei crafted in his lab. The needles disappeared into the blade's grip as Izuku deactivated the weapon. This little baby can change people. He completely ignored how he used one of Hatsume's little quirk. Think of it as a temporary parasitic Noumu. Temporary. How so? Asked the Shadow Man. Remember when Shinso learned how to fight decently with a sword? Well, it was from this. It affects a person's brain but doesn't change their personality most of the time. Izuku began. For example, Shinso fighting despite having no combat skill. This little baby gives it to him. Shinso will think that nothing was wrong, especially with his temporary combat skills but he might think about it and become skeptical. It tricks his mind into thinking he can fight with a sword, but in reality he can't. If he tries to do that again, he will fail. Izuku smiled without a care. A lot of things need to be learnt in order to do them. This temporary learning concoction just made him temporarily learn how to wield a sword. Just learning it doesn't mean you'll be great right away. Kurogiri added as Tamura nodded. If you learned how to do a certain martial art style or learned to use another weapon like a bow, you can do it fluently like that without practice. True, true. The green-haired teen nodded. That's if the concoction only affected the brain. It can affect more than that. Remember, I did say it was like a parasite, more of a symbiotic relationship. Then what happens? As it tricks the victim's mind, it also spreads throughout their body. The green-haired teen explained. It doesn't control the victim completely, but it works in conjunction with their now controlled brain. With Shinso as the example, the body can go through with the actions of fighting with a sword as his mind has learned how to use it, and the concoction that affects the brain also warps the user slightly in a way they don't realize, as the desire to fight, the desire to kill, or even the desire to even talk. It's like a subtle brainwash or hypnosis. They have commands, but they still have will and control over themselves. For Shinso, it was fighting me with the sword. For another contestant, it was talking at least one word. You're fucking devious, Tamura seethed. And I really, and I mean really, fucking love that. He finished with a bloodthirsty grin. However, there are other matters on our end, Kurogiri said. But we can get into that later ... or soon. What do you call that? I call it the temporary symbiotic influence, TSI, or maybe temporary symbiotic Noumu, TSN. Really, there are a lot of names I could give it, Izuku said. Its test was successfully, and that's what matters. Why didn't you use it on the others in the tournament? I wanted to test my skills with only using one quirk. This baby was only meant to be used in certain scenarios, he said, looking at the various shelves of drinks behind Kurogiri. I used it because it needed a test. But with this I could stop someone temporarily and, well, get rid of them. Especially if I get caught ... The only downside is that it is only temporary ... and it's not perfect ... yet ... Not to mention it is also a symbiotic relationship too. It helps the enemy, but so far I managed to make it work with my goals. So what happened with you two? He asked with a smile. We have located the hero killer, Stain, Tamura said. Have you talked to him yet? No, Kurogiri said. We decided to wait for you, seeing as you are in UA and your views could help sway him to our side. Unlike someone. Hey, Kurogiri, I can totally sway someone to our side. The last time you blew off the last person Jiren brought to us, Kurogiri shot back. You literally turned the last one to ash. Not my fault that bastard had a weak quirk. What type of quirk? Asked Izuku with a shine to his eyes. Look what you did. Kurogiri shook his head. Hey, Izu, calm down. The bastard said his siblings had the same quirk and it's not even interesting. You said the same thing about one of my quirks and it turned out pretty useful. That's because you also have other quirks to boost its usefulness. And, what was his quirk? I bet I could have made use of it. Drop it, Izu ... Come on. It's gone now. Izuku, shall we go? Asked the man of mist. For the hero killer. Sure thing. The green-haired teen stood from his stool as he made his way around to Kurogiri. Do we really need him? Tamura asked with his head against the bar as Kurogiri opened up a portal. It wouldn't hurt to have a force like him on our side. And with that, both Kurogiri and Izuku disappeared from the bar. Tamura stayed at the bar for quite some time before standing up. Time to play some video games. He proceeded to the staircase and headed for his room. He had a game to finish. You bastards just don't get it, said a man with black mohawk-shaped hair and a flat face and seemingly lacked a nose. He wore a sleeveless shirt and dark pants with black shoes that had metal plating. He also adorned a long white tattered bandage around the upper half of his face that resembled a mask, and around his neck was a long dark tattered scarf. He also had knee guards, a watch on his left wrist and a belt around his waist, and had multiple weapons. A katana, 5 daggers, folding knives, toe-spike boots, and folding knives ... He was armed to the teeth. Veiled in vanity and hypocrisy ... Your society is twisted ... Distorted ... You want to call yourselves heroes? He asked as he was crouched up top of a building, looking down at the crime scene of his latest victim. I will make you face reality. We've been looking for you, hero killer, Kurogiri's voice said from behind the vigilante villain. Or should I say, Stain. Stain immediately drew his sword ... only for it to go through Kurogiri's mist body. Hold your blade ... We share similar interests. The barber said. I had wanted to meet someone of your notoriety. Would you grace me with but a moment of your time? I see. So it was you bastards who raided UA. Stain said as he was in the bar with Kurogiri and Izuku as Tamura was up in his room. And you want to add me your little gang, too? That's correct. However, one of us isn't here at the moment, Izuku said. So how about it? You're technically a villain due to killing and maiming heroes left and right. What is your goal? Our goal. The teen tilted his head. Our goal is simple. We are going to reform those heroes. Stain gazed into Izuku's eyes as Kurogiri looked between the two. You know, I wanted to be a hero ... However ... At a young age I learned that heroes ... Aren't all what's cracked up to be. What are you implying? My parents died because a greedy hero wanted to take out a villain. He allowed innocent civilians to be killed, along with any other civilians within our building complex ... all dead because of a hero's greed. He said, so you see heroes the same way ... Huh. Interesting. Just one look into Izuku's eyes told Stain that Izuku was serious about that greedy hero. Very clever, Izuku, Kurogiri thought. Stain only wants to kill fake heroes, not heroes like All Might. Your views on heroes, which are very similar to Tamura's own thoughts, also help connect with the hero killer in front of us. However, our goal for killing All Might ... that's the hardest part. However, your plan was to kill All Might ... wasn't. Stain asked, looking prepared to fight. Why? He is the only true hero in this world of fakes. You should know this after experiencing fake heroes firsthand. I do ... but killing All Might is a personal matter. A family one, you could say. Are you saying All Might was that greedy hero? Stain didn't look too happy with that. No, Izuku said with his hands up. I'm not saying that. Just that my adoptive father ... has some problems is all. You would be the same if a hero attacked your parent who wasn't even a villain at the time. I highly doubt that All Might would attack someone who isn't a villain. You're right ... but it's the quirk he had. A quirk that if was in the hands of a villain, it would cause even a hero to consider taking them out ... and I assume ... your adoptive father seemed to have some negative thoughts on heroes. Yes, in fact, he was more of a vigilante. One that was kept quiet aside from a few heroes like All Might, his teachers and the principal Netsu. He informed the hero killer. This is quite sudden ... and you want me to join your group of vigilantes. Villains, Izuku corrected. Vigilantes are villains, Stain. However, unknown to Stain, Tamura and Sensei were watching through the monitor that was in the bar. Interesting ... it seems he is changing Stain's mind to join our side. Kurogiri thought. Someone who won't even budge is now budging ... It's quite a sight. Making us the vigilante group would be more tempting than being a villain group that just wants to kill All Might. Stain should be considering joining us. No. Good work, Izu. Stain visibly relaxed while he was still keeping his guard up. Give me some time to think this over. Take as long as you want. Izuku mentioned over to Kurogiri. I shall warp you back to where we picked you up. He said. We will also return there to hear your answer. Sounds good. The killer of heroes said as he walked through the warp gate. Well ... now we have to wait for a reply. Izuku said as his head hit the bar. I wonder, what would have happened if you failed? Who knows? The green-haired youth shrugged. But if I still had my UA uniform and could have said that I used to be a member of the class ... but that wouldn't work seeing as I attacked the place. Izuku looked up to the man of mist. Anything else? There is one matter, Sensei said from the monitor as Tamura walked down. I don't like him, Tamura said. You should be careful, Izu. He seems untrustworthy. But we need more allies and not any of the cannon fodder from Jiren either, Izuku said. Unless we're getting quirks. So what's up, Sensei? Have you heard of Trigger? The drug that boosts quirks but turns you into a weaker version of a brain-dead Namu and gives you a black tongue? Izuku asked. Yes, more specifically, makes weaker quirks stronger. Where are you going with this, Sensei? Trigger is actually a weaker version of my own creation, Sensei said. However, it only works on quirks and makes the user Namu-like. That's pretty ... lame, Tamura said. At least with yours we can boost any ally without them going crazy. So ... what's this have to do with us, Sensei? Asked the younger brother. I want you to acquire some. Why? We don't need it, but it's important to somebody, Sensei said. And that somebody is trying to overthrow the League. Yes, they cannot overthrow the League now, but as long as they keep going with their weak quirk-boosting drug, then maybe, Sensei said. But even though our drug is better, it's still a work in progress. That's true. The spy nodded. How are we going to obtain some? Kurogiri asked. There is someone willing to abandon who they work for ... for a price, of course. And this person is a distributor of the drug. The only distributor of this small group. He informed the trio. And they want to leave. The League has gotten pretty big, especially due to our raid. The adoptive father of Izuku and Tamura mentioned. It's not a wonder that many villain types are inspired by us or want to join us, and having the hero killer will also expand our fame or our infamy. So they are just a small villain who wants to be a big one, huh? Tamura scoffed. Besides, how did they get in contact with you? They didn't. They didn't contact me ... but I did learn of that person's dreams ... and they are willing to abandon their current position to join a bigger group like ours for that reason, to grow big. So you want us to pick them up? Yes, both the drug and the person, the long-living man said. Aren't you worried about her betraying us? The gray-haired one asked. No need to fear, Tamura, Sensei said in a calm tone. They will have no will to go against us or anything. I will personally make sure of it. When do you want us to go and get them in the drug? Honestly, any time is good, Sensei said. They are just going to be doing business as usually until we make our move. I suggest focusing on Stain first. Understood. Kurogiri bowed slightly at the monitor. Good. Also, Izuku, you have 2 days off, right? I do. Why? How about you and I go shopping again? Izuku beamed as he practically shot up like a taking off rocket. Gladly, he smiled. Then get prepared. Izuku went upstairs to get prepared as the monitor flicked off, not without a chuckle from the mastermind behind the screen. Tamura and Kurogiri shared a look. How many? The mist asked. Maybe. 5. The one who usually had a hand on his face said, feeling unsure about the number. Give or take a few. You want the usual? Fill it to the top. Izuku was dressed in his villain attire as he stood next to Sensei, who was now wearing a odd-looking mask. Well, it was less odd and more terrifying. It was a black, skull-like mask with angular pipes at the top and a collar-like life support system around his neck. He wore this with his suit. And in all honesty, it looked like he was about to declare that he was the teen's father after he cut off his hand and told him to join him to rule the galaxy together. Okay, that might have been a bit too far in the young teen's mind. So where's the first spot, Sensei? He asked. Don't be too impatient, young Izuku. Sensei chuckled. We are leaving now. Remember what to do. I do. Then let us be off, Sensei said as the two disappeared from the lab. It was late into the night as Sensei and Izuku appeared. Izuku took the lead as he approached the door and slowly opened it. Sensei entered the room past Izuku as they entered the room. A hospital room to be exact. Keep an eye out, Izuku, Sensei said as he approached the patient. I'm sorry for this inconvenience, ma'am. This won't take long. We just need a moment of your time. Izuku looked over to their first stop of the night. She was a very beautiful woman with long snow-white hair. Sensei placed his hand on the sleeping woman, and it only took a few seconds before he retrieved his hand. Let's go to the next one, Izuku. Sensei turned to face the green-haired teen. The next stop for the night isn't that far. They're still in the same building. Izuku followed Sensei out of the room as they proceeded to their next target. Izuku could hear the beep of countless machines, each one monitoring the patients that were hooked up to them, each one making sure that they lived. Sensei this time opened the door as he walked inside, and Izuku heard about this one, mainly because of a certain acquaintance they gained. The black-haired male, presumably in his 20s, lied on the bed with an oxygen mask on his face, his chest slowly rising and lowering, signifying he survived the ordeal. But he wouldn't go back to how he used to be. Sensei did his magic as he placed his hand on the patient for a second and removed it. We are done here, he informed. Let us be off. All right. The teen gave one last look to the man in the bed and back to Sensei. He doesn't need it anymore. Are we going anywhere else tonight? Izuku asked. Not tonight. The masked man informed him. I know this was a bit less than what we usually do, but I have been searching during your festival. And I did find one you might be interested in. But I want to see how you handle it. Unlike the two we visited, this one is an active hero. An active hero? You mean? That's right. You'll be fighting a hero and taking him out. Who's the hero? Asked Izuku, now grinning as Sensei chuckled. Easy now. The hero goes by the name of Manuel. Normal hero, Manuel. Izuku said. I've heard of that name. Say he's completely average and his quirk is average too. But will be better in more skilled hands. Yes. And you will be hunting him down. Sensei said. Just like how the hero killer tracks down his victims. But instead of killing, I'm bringing them back. Correct. You can start whenever, today, tomorrow. It's up to you. Sensei watched as Izuku left. Try not to kill him. He turned and headed inside as he prepared himself for Izuku's return. Izuku hopped around the buildings in the dead of night searching for the hero Manuel. Sadly, it was harder to find active heroes at night due to low activity. But on the plus side, heroes will be patrolling the city even at night, albeit at lower numbers. Criminal activity was more active at night, but there are no civilians to be hostages at night unless it corresponded with the criminal's crime. At the time, of course, like it, they were planning a robbery and someone was still inside. But it's dangerous at night. Why? It would be dangerous if a hero was caught alone in the darkness with no way of calling for help. It also helped that heroes usually worked alone, unless they had a company or rather hero office they worked in, like Sir Night-Eye's hero office or maybe even Fourth Kind. There was also the possibility of hero teams like the Pussycats too. But they were usually tight-knit and many people wanted to have the fame for themselves rather than share it with others. No wonder Stain wants to reform heroes. Speaking about that blood liquor, he should have a response before the 2-day break finishes. Or he might join earlier than expected. A chill ran up Izuku's spine as he stopped on a building. He didn't like that feeling at all. Why does it feel like someone had learned something that should never have been learned? He shook his head from those thoughts as he continued on. Currently, he was heading towards Manuel's hero office. Manuel was mainly a day hero, but with the hero killer's recent crippling attack. Found you. The green-haired teen came to a stop as he crouched on the building, looking down at the hero. Manuel was a muscular young man with light-colored hair. His costume has a fish fin located on the back of his helmet and a visor that was currently lifted up. He wore a shirt that was clear in the middle and dark on both the right and left side. He also wore light-colored gloves, and the pants of his costume are black with a small pocket on the back, and his boots are white. His quirk allowed him to gather water around his hand. Izuku was prepared to jump down on the hero at a moment's notice. And then ... he jumped. Manuel didn't have any time to react ... if he didn't look up. The hero rolled out of the way as Izuku stood as if nothing happened on cracked concrete. That's ... that's not the hero killer. The hero thought as he pulled his visor down. Stop there, villain. Manuel started gathering water in his palm that shaped a sphere the size of a soccer ball. Put your hands where I can see them. Izuku raised his hands before firing his eye lasers at the hero. Due to not having his sci-fi goggles, it appeared as 2 lasers. Manuel ducked the lasers only to see Izuku breathe a sea of flames towards him. He quickly threw his orb of water at the fire, creating steam due to the sudden clash of elements. For a hero ... you don't really watch your back that much, Izuku said from behind. How? That was all the hero could think to himself before he was punched by a right arm made up of rocks before the left arm blew him away with wind that spiraled around it. I thought a pro would be better than this. Izuku suddenly smirked. But then again, after fighting almost equally to All Might, everyone else becomes way too inferior. Fear invaded the eyes of the normal hero Manuel. He didn't hear about being equal, but he heard about the attack on you ... and this guy did fight with All Might ... and he had multiple quirks. He threw another ball of water only for it to hit Izuku's barrier. What's wrong? The teen asked. Is that fear I smell? He asked. Don't worry. He grinned as he held up his now normal right hand as sparks appeared around it. It will only hurt for a second. And then Manuel watched as his left arm turned into water itself. After a splash from the left arm, the right hand sparked even more as he touched the down hero. It didn't hurt for a second. I see you returned, Izuku, Sensei said as he turned around to face the green-haired youth who had placed the unconscious Manuel down on the ground. It was too easy. Izuku left the body as Sensei went to inspect it by placing his hand on the hero and taking it away. What are you going to do with him now? He's useless, right? I wouldn't say he's worthless in this form, said the leader of the League of Villains. I do have some experiments to perform ... and besides, you need some upgrades now, don't you? Izuku stepped forward as he placed his hand on Izuku's head and gently ruffled his hair. Izuku couldn't help but smile before grinning after the hand left his hand. Go practice what you newly acquired, Izuku, Sensei told him as the teen saluted him. Yes, sir, he said, but his attention was mainly on the water that gathered around his hand. The quirk of the hero Manuel, wet hands. What is it? Sensei ... Can I create a Noumu? Pardon, can I request a Noumu that has certain abilities? The youth asked. I have a feeling that Tamura isn't going to like what I have planned for Stain and would probably challenge him to a hero-killing competition or something. Sensei sighed. I suppose so. Knowing Tamura, he might actually do that. Kids these days, just leave what you want on the Namu and I can work off that and choose a body type to work with those abilities. Thanks, Sensei, Izuku said as he left the lab. Sensei shook his head. These kids of his. He turned his head to the unconscious and barely alive hero. Now ... what shall I do with the rest of you? Tamura woke up that morning and was stunned at what he saw. His jaw was hanging low. He had to be dreaming. The whole place ... was frozen in ice. What happened? He asked. Izuku happened. Hirajiri was hurt as Tamura turned his head to see the bartender frozen in solid ice. So, don't say it, Tamura. I see you're chillin' like a villain. The gray-haired teen smirked. Tamura, hissed Hirajiri. Izuku. It wasn't that long till Izuku arrived and turned both his arms into flames as he melted the ice away and blew small flames on the ice as he changed his hand back to normal and drawing the melted water to his hands. Sorry, Kuro. Stain was crouching on the tallest building in Hasu as he looked down below at the night traffic. This was one of the more populated areas of the city and one of the more night-lively ones. He glanced at his dagger before looking up at the moon. Reforming society ... There was that whole issue that Izuku explained for their reason for killing the only true hero. All Might ... but that wasn't all. If the symbol of peace fell ... then those fake heroes would show their true color and try to claim the #1 spot. In fact, killing All Might would show everyone how fake these damn heroes actually are. All Might is the only hero that can kill him ... but in order to change society ... you must topple and remove the one who keeps that society together. I guess it wouldn't hurt to join them after all. No, I'd be worth it to join them. Izuku held a glass before using the newly acquired ice quirk to quickly cool the drink down to a nice temperature. He glanced around the bar to see what was up ... and it was business as usual today. Hirajiri cleaning the glasses, Tamura playing his portable console and the monitor that was switched off. Maybe I should go out, he thought as he twirled the drink. Maybe Jiren has some new quirks available. Jurin was extremely useful for Izuku mainly due to the fact of getting people simply for their quirks. It was how he got the ability to conduct electricity around his hands, as it previously belonged to the jammer they hired for the raid on UA to kill All Might. The ones Kurogiri warped out of there that wasn't Tamura, Izuku and himself were only warped for their quirks. Can let good things go to waste. Hey Tamura. Yes, Izuku, answered Tamura, focused on his game. How about we capture those hero kids and force them into a mutual killing game to escape if the murderer goes undetected but is executed when they are discovered. But we keep killing them down until there's no one left. The green-haired youth brought up from out of the blue. Or how about we place a bracelet on them that contains an action they cannot do, and if they do it they are injected with a lethal poison that kills them, and it also contains a sleeper drug that puts them to sleep after certain times for the attacker. Tamura looked at Izuku. Oddly, not that I'm saying that doesn't sound fun ... but where did that suddenly come from? Izuku shrugged. I think you need to take care of that boredom of yours ... but remember that idea. We could televise to the entire world. Okay, interesting idea. Tamura grinned as he looked back to his game. Watching them kill each other will sure to be fun. You should follow what Tamura said, Izuku. The barkeep said, even if your boredom came up with that idea, please do something to relieve yourself of that boredom. All right. Izuku finished his drink before retreating upstairs. I'm going out for a bit. Close the window on your way out, Kurogiri said from down in the bar as Izuku approached the window. The night was bustling with action. Women who dressed up showing more skin than the clothes they were wearing to catch the attention of passing men they walked past but blew them off whenever one got close. Men that lingered in the streets talking with their old friends, watching the people who walked past with different intentions depending on who it was, ogling the women that walked by or judging how dangerous another man was that walked up. Heroes were absent in this neck of the woods and usually only appeared rarely. Mostly when a crime happened in the area ... It was very easy to get away with crimes with how packed the streets were here. Some smoked, some drank, some gambled their lives and earnings away ... and others ... took part in more enjoyable things. The touch of the opposite sex, the touch of the same sex, the rare illegal high they could only find through certain dealers. For Izuku it was one thing here. Fighting, brawling, fisticuffs, taking another life with your own hands. A place where you could use your quirk without fear and kill your enemy without hesitation or fear from the law. Underground quirk fighting rings, shortened to UQFR or use different names entirely. Bet on a match or earn it yourself in the ring. Who knows, you might go home rich, go home poor, or go home dead. The adrenaline was outstanding. Izuku decided to not visit Jurin for some quirks but opted to rather test out his new ones in the underground rings in the city. The heroes didn't care unless it boosted their own ranking, boost their fame, or connected with another problem. And here he was, the motley quirk villain Izuku Shigaraki, standing in the waiting room, awaiting his matchup. Poor fools wouldn't stand a chance. The villain had to admit that there was quite a few people in the underground fights today ... but that's what happens every time after the televised fights from UA occur. People's desire to watch blood be spilled or spill blood themselves ramp up, nearly bursting. So they come here to offload that desire either by watching it or by partaking in it. And these fights had something UA's televised fights didn't. Killing, death, corpses, it was the one thing everyone deep down wants to happen to another they despise. They want death and enjoyed it so. It was actually quite surprising when you look at the crowds. How many were actually low-ranked heroes who were denied the ability to kill? How many of them did you see every day walking the surface? That one cashier you see the most at the mall. The doctor you visited. The kind old lady who wouldn't harm a fly. Those kinds of people were here, and would deny ever being here till the day they die. It was simply amazing. They couldn't get the same thrill from watching a hero take down a villain. This feeling was simply breathtaking. Welcome to H3L everybody, the announcer said as the crowd roared with excitement. Are you ready to see some bodies? It was deafening as everyone shouted that they did. But then again, this was hell. Literally, this was hell. Or more accurately, H3L to be precise. The place got that name mainly due to its previous name a few years back. H3LL0 ... yeah ... They just removed the 0 to fit with the underground fighting theme. It used to be a computer and other electronic devices shop mixed with an internet cafe. Before underground fighting took off and removing the last letter number, you got hell, a perfect place to host fights. Hell, even though the owners run hell, they still ran hello during the day. There was a reason the shop was called Hello. Hello World. That's what H3LL0 meant. Hello World. It's a computer program that outputs hello world to a user, a very simply program in most programming languages. But enough about the computer lesson and the reason this place was called hell. You just want to see the murder, don't you? Of course you do. Don't lie to yourself. But you're pretty good at that, huh? Let's not waste any time and get straight to the first round. The crowd cheered as the fights began. Izuku waited for his turn as he took in the sights of the other contestants. Nothing worth mentioning ... at least for now. Instead of his classy villain suit he wore the same attire he attacked All Might with back at UA, the dark green cargo pants. He didn't wear his sci-fi goggles, but he did wear a dark green zip-up hoodie with the hood pulled up to cover his face. He simply crossed his arms as he waited for his turn. If one were to look into his hood, they would see only darkness until a single vibrant green eye suddenly opened with a dangerous look. The winner of the match walked off as the body was dragged without a care, leaving a trail of blood behind. And on to the next round. What quirks will our next contestant show, I wonder? Izuku stepped into the ring as it closed behind him. He was now trapped in the dome, and the only way to leave ... was to kill his opponent. Speaking of which, his opponent was that of a boxer, a kickboxer. He immediately got into a fighting pose as he did a couple of jabs. "Hey kid, isn't it past your bedtime?" He grinned. "I don't have time for your words." Izuku spat back with no real emotion that wasn't annoyance. "Just die from my quirk." The kickboxer frowned before the match begun and ran at the villain he didn't know was Izuku, a rising villain. He threw his fist before he was suddenly frozen in place. The whole dome was covered in ice. Izuku walked forward towards the kickboxer and punched the frozen fighter as he shattered to pieces as soon as the fist connected. And it was over in a second, folks. The announcer shouted as the crowd cheered. "Midori won yet again, folks. Midori, Midori, Midori." The crowd chanted. This wasn't the first time he came here ... and it wouldn't be the last. Funnily enough, he got the name Midori due to the amount of green he wore to the fights and not by his actually last name Midori. They both fit as his favorite color was green and his real name ended in Midori. So he was Midori. He was an underground illegal quirk ring fighter with plenty of kills under his belt. "Ring on the next fighter," he said as the crowd erupted once more. The next fighter was another man but extremely skinny. The fight began as soon as the man ran at him. He had speed. He was fast. Izuku pulled up his long sleeves to reveal his forearms. Out of his forearms were what appeared to resemble exhaust pipes. The quirk engine arms or forearm engines. He didn't know the name ... but ... A blast came from the pipes that resembled the ones in the hero course student Ida's as he dashed forward at turbo speed. The two exhaust-like engines at the end of his elbows propelled him forward at his enemy before he jumped over the approaching opponent. The downside was it was supposedly bad at making turns or having brakes, something Izuku would be sure to fix. He landed on the wall dome fence thing and propelled himself back at the enemy ... but he purposely avoided his victim. The speedster he was fighting panicked, showing signs of slipping up each time he missed on purpose. He had no idea that his plan was to make him lose balance in his fear. He dashed once more before a sword's blade appeared from his wrist and stabbed into his back, piercing his body. Izuku pulled the sword out as it returned into his skin, as did the engines, which he rolled up the sleeve. No one questioned his quirk and assumed it was a rare variant of the copy quirk, especially after Nito's performance in the cavalry battle. A shame they didn't know the truth though. But then again ... they just might. "Who's the next weakling who thinks they can best me?" Izuku asked as he walked over the corpse. "Do you all truly wish to see more blood? The more he killed, the more profit he earned. He might as well give the people what they wanted." Izuku walked out of the underground ring as he counted his earnings. He made quite the profit today. Hell, he made a bonus for killing a low-ranked hero who actually faded from society due to more popular heroes with better quirks. A shame he couldn't get their quirks though. But even he viewed some quirks as worthless ... but he could still make them better combined with others. He pocketed the large sum into his pocket as he continued to walk. Nothing like earning a little bit of money from a hard day's work. He stopped walking as the smirk on his face faded as he was covered by his hood. My, is this good luck or bad luck? He mused to himself as he saw pink hair accompanied by somewhat yellow horns. He recognized that pink skin anywhere, those familiar yellow eyes on a black canvas. What was she doing here? Sure, it was still a day off before UA opened back up ... but ... What she was doing didn't matter. It seemed she was alone. Was she looking for someone? The way her eyes moved around wasn't that of caution but that of searching. It quickly made his move. "Hey girl," an older teen, presumably 19, said as he approached the pink-skinned hero. "Back off," Izuku said with a glint in his eye as wrapped his arm around Mina. "She's with me." The older teen gave him a look before Izuku used one of his many quirks to show very sharp teeth, scaring the teen off. "Thanks for the save," she said as he pried his arm off her. She didn't know what to say to the person in dark green stood back facing her. It seemed he had brought them into an alley without her realizing. A dreadful feeling filled her as she stared at him. "You know it's dangerous in these parts," he said as he turned to face her. "You know that, right?" "What? You know that, right ... hero trash." It was then he saw his face as the hood was pulled down. Izuku," she gasped. It was him, the person she had been looking for since the villain attack at UA. She had so many questions. She wanted answers, but she froze. She was afraid. This was the same team that fought on par with All Might despite losing in the end. What chance did she have against him? She was paralyzed with fear. Was he going to kill her? She had no idea. She was a hero, he was a villain. It should have been him paralyzed with fear. Not like this. What kind of hero froze up against a villain in the first place? It was then he gave a smile. Let's talk. It was then she gulped. His smile. Could that it even be called a smile? It seemed too villainous. Let's talk, shall we? He circled her. I bet you have questions and I do too. He stopped as he shook his head. You, a hero. He shook his head once more. What a shame. She froze up again. I'm sorry. What was that? Come on, Mina. Why you got to do this? She then managed to get her words out. Why did you attack All Might? Why do you want to kill him? What a loaded question. He walked into her line of sight. That's like saying why the sky is blue or why do we have quirks? One is easy to answer, the other is not. Which one do you think that is? Mina furrowed her brow. What was he on about? Was he asking her to guess his motives? I can't tell which one it is unless you yourself specify. She answered as she watched him shrug with his hands in his hoodie's pockets. It was then ... she finally noticed that lingering scent. The smell of blood. Finally noticed, have you? I wondered if you were going to notice. Why do you have the smell of blood on you? Oh, you know ... it's not like I'm a villain or something. He said, clearly amused. That's not funny. Oh, but it is. He grinned. Especially when you haven't seen death in person yet and want to be a hero. Mina. This is the real world. You're standing, breathing and living it in. Death is but a natural occurrence with a lot of shortcuts. I don't like the way you're talking. He was then up in her face. He was too close, unblinking as he stared into her eyes. Why did you become a hero? To save lives. To help people, she said with the utmost confidence. She watched as he stepped back as he shook. Hair covered his eyes as he flung his head back, laughing. Help people, save lives. How naive. His head snapped back to her. That's not naive, but it is. Many heroes do it for the fame, for the fortune. Heroes are selfish creatures, my dear Mina, he said, and she did not like the look in his eye. Heroes only care about climbing the ranks. Look at the hero killer Stain, for example. Did you care about the hero he killed years ago? No, of course not. Not a single one did, aside from the hero's friends and family. Life just moved on as another hero took that dead hero's spot in the rankings. Why did you become a villain? She asked after some time had passed. Well, I wasn't born a villain, you know. I was simply crafted into one by heroes, you see. He explained to her. As long as heroes exist, villains exist. Heroes make villains or else they will be out of a job. Think about it. Heroes are free to beat up villains and use their quirks freely without restraints. But when someone else does it, they are branded as villains. Self-defense. Too bad, you're a villain. He rolled his eyes. This hero-based society has fucked with everyone, warped our ideologies. No one can save anyone without being branded a vigilante. No one can defend themselves without being called a villain. Heroes ... are the true villains here. That's not true. We're called heroes for a reason. That's like saying the only reason you bought a game and haven't even played it to say that you're a gamer, he said. Or buy fruit and never eat it to say you do eat healthy, or even taking a photo with a celeb to say you're friends with them. Izuku. What happened to you? She asked. Why ... Why are you like this? I have always been like this. You couldn't have. You said villains were made. Who made you a villain? What hero made you a villain? You know the answer to that question, he said, and then he did something she didn't expect. He held his hand out. It's not too late, you know, he told her. We can still reform this horrid society into a better future, one without heroes. Join me, Mina. She looked at his hand before reaching for it ... and smacked it to the side. I refuse, she told him with a frown. If what you said about society is true ... then I'll change it from the inside. I mean, All Might is a hero after all. Then she saw a look of pure hate overcome Izuku's face. All Might ... It all comes back to All Might, he hissed out. I should have used more power. I should have killed him there. Yet he walks on guard. Why do you want to kill All Might? What do you think would happen if the symbol of peace died? He sarcastically asked her. She didn't say anything. She knew what would happen. Losing the symbol of peace would boost villain activity. Japan would lose its #1 true hero. Japan would slowly fall into chaos. A hand reached out as he titled her head up from the ground. She now looked into his eyes, the insanity gone as he regained that kind smile, his hand still on her chin. Mina ... You're sure you want to remain on the losing side of this war? I'm sure. She stood her ground. He took his hand away with a clearly displeased look. We have many heroes. How many does your League of Villains have? I think we outnumber you due to all those arrests. He then started chuckling again. Those who were arrested were just mooks. Some were warped for their ... uses. But the real members of the League, me and the 2 others, you saw that they are much, much stronger than you think. I mean, if I can fight All Might equally ... then what of the rest of the League? She gulped. She didn't want to think of that. Where are you going? she asked. I still have plenty of questions. He stopped as he placed a finger to her lips. If I answered any more of your questions ... then we wouldn't have anything else to talk about. He smirked before he walked away. She finally regained the feeling in her legs before she fell to the ground. No, she couldn't be sitting here. She needed to follow him. She got up and ran around the corner ... He was gone. Damn it, I told you, it's dangerous here. She heard his voice behind her. She couldn't react in time as arms wrapped around her ... and then she watched as the scenery around her blurred as it quickly changed. She ... was at a beach now. Did she get here from sheer speed? She fell to the sand below. She felt like she was going to be sick. Why? She asked without turning to him. I told you, that district is dangerous. He repeated. Who knows what could have happened? I thought you were a villain. She asked. Last time I checked, villains don't help people. A hero should be defeated by a villain, not random background characters. That was his reply to her question. Thanks, don't thank me. We are enemies. Don't thank your enemy. For a villain ... you're not that bad, she thought. Aside from what happened earlier, of course. So are you going to answer my questions? She asked. I told you before, we have nothing to discuss until next time. But the next time we meet ... we'll be enemies, won't it? She looked at him with a sorrow look. Can you please tell me your reasons? No. She stood up as she now faced the villain in green. I will solve you, Izuku, she declared. I will save you. I don't want saving. He told her. Why would I want to be saved? You are the one in need of saving. This entire world is in need of saving from heroes. Wait, goodbye, Mina. And with that, he was gone in a burst of speed. Just what happened to you, Izuku? She wondered to herself as she clenched her fist. Enemies, huh? She looked back to the sand beneath her feet. Why do I feel like he didn't answer any of my questions? It honestly felt like he didn't even answer here. She still had questions. She needed real answers. But ... was she really ever going to get another chance to talk to him like that? Next time for sure. She will definitely get proper answers from him. A hero like her would never understand. The green-haired youth said aloud as he stood on the building nearby the bar. He had pulled his hood back up over his head again. It was honestly nice to see her again. But a hero of all things, that couldn't do. Save him. How ludicrous. How fucking insensitive. Who did she think he was? He calmed himself down. She was trying to get under my skin. He told himself. She works for All Might. She wants to know where we hide. They want to know where Sensei is. I won't allow that. I won't. A smile appeared on his face as he shook his head. I shouldn't get too ahead of myself ... but I can't trust a hero like her ... not matter what. He wouldn't deny how warm his hands were now or the fact of the softness they touched. Why is thinking about women so complicated? Time had continued to pass as now the hero killer stood in front of the league, or rather, Izuku and Kurogiri. So you've decided? The mist man asked as Stain had nodded. I have. He spoke in a low tone. In order to reform society, it is in my best interest to join with you guys and your League of Villains. That's good to hear. Izuku smiled at the killer. I guess I should welcome you to the team. Nothing like that is needed. Stain glanced around the bar. When are we going to reform society? We are going to start with Hasu, Izuku mentioned. However, if we do it right now, then it would be pointless. Stain narrowed his eyes, waiting for what Izuku was on about. Think about it for a second. He told the killer. If we go reform Hasu right now, nothing will happen. We shall wait a few days. What's your reasoning for this? My reasoning is simple. It's because of the workplace experience. For the younger heroes in training ... what about them? The killer asked. For you, this is a chance to change the younger generations. The younger Shigaraki brought up. Either to stop them from becoming those fakes you hate so much ... or handcraft them into true heroes. But I doubt the latter can be easily done. Stain scratched his chin and thought. That is a possibility, he considered. And a lot more heroes will be active during that time. The green-haired teen added. More fakers to cleanse in one spot. What do you say? How many days will it take? It depends on the hero offices. Most of them do patrolling the first few days ... but if we attack now, it might not be good for us. We shall wait for the third day to attack. That's more than enough time for them to believe they are safe. And besides, the heroes have to keep an eye on their work experience students. So they will be off guard and focused on protecting them. You're pretty crafty, Stain said as he licked the bottom of his lip. But I have to admit, there will be a lot more heroes present if we wait. I guess it's true what they say about the things that come to those that wait. Very well, I shall wait for that day to arrive. Izuku smiled at the hero killer as he left. He turned his head and smiled at the brainless doomsday machine that stomped into the bar. I see you're ready. Izuku was headed off to UA for the day. School was back in ... but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to happen. Morning, Kumo. Joker waved as he ran over as they approached UA. Morn. Izuku was sure to spout blood toward Joker. Still bloody, I see. Joker deadpanned as he jumped back as the blood hit the pavement. Police must hate you at crime scenes. How was your day off? Izuru asked. It was great. However, people congratulated me for getting to the third event. What about you? I was congratulated for winning. It was quite nice. He smiled with his eyes closed but opened one slightly so it couldn't be seen unless Hatsum zoomed in on his eye. There she was, Mina Ashido ... and it seemed that she was thinking about what he said the other day. I'm right under your nose ... and you don't even notice. He inwardly smirked. Good morning, Joker. Morning, Yami. Hatsum said as they approached her. Or should I say champ? Champ. No, don't think about it. Joker stopped them. We don't need any ego here. Well, let's just head to class then. I want to work on my own project. Did you almost say both? Joker and Hatsum began. I said nothing. He finished what he said with a spout of blood. Good morning, class. Midnight greeted ... and Izuku didn't like the smirk she sent his way. Sadly, I cannot stay for long due to being needed by the hero class today. However, taking my place will be Power Loader. She waited for the reaction of the class as they were losing their beautiful and SXY teacher. You could at least show that you at least care about me leaving. She shouted at them. Goodbye, sensei. The class said. Don't just brush me off like that. Meanwhile, in the hero class, with the help of Midnight, they came up with their hero name. Mina was pretty bummed about not being able to be called the heroine of Ripley, Alien Queen. Copyright. Oh, what was that? One of the other students asked at the faint shout. It's nothing. Midnight nervously said with a bead of sweat rolling down her face. Anyways, the last one to show their hero name is Bakugo. Bakugo walked up to the front of the class and looked down at his hero name. He couldn't think of anything else ... At least that's what he told himself. This is my hero name, got it you fucks? He asked them in a growl. I never heard that before. A fellow student wondered aloud. I wondered where it came from. Another asked. From his childhood maybe, asked a third. As he showed his hero name, his eyes opted to look at the window. It was quite obvious to him what his hero name would be. His hero name was Kaken. Are you sure, Bakugo? Kirishima asked. I mean, that will be your hero name for the rest of your hero career. Of course I'm fucking fine with that. I'll be a hero for both of us. His younger self's words rang out in his head. I will definitely become stronger than even All Might, and I will find out and take out the one responsible for that night years ago. Izuku worked in his group that consisted of Joker, Hatsum, and himself. Each were working on their own projects. Hatsum had already finished at least 3. Man, she works quick. Joker looked over. Yeah, she's leaving us in the dust. Izuku added. Got to work faster then. I can't wait to test this thing out. What even is that thing? Joker asked as Hatsum's head shot up from her work. Yeah, what is it? Look what you did, Joker. Izuku scolded the clown. It's a secret. I'll show you once I get the prototype running. Aw, come on. The pink-haired girl whined as she leaned closer. Never. The purple-haired Izuru playfully hissed as he held it out of her reach. Come on, please, she asked with that damn puppy-eyed expression. Almost tearfully shining without any tears, her body leaning closer to him. He could feel it. It was incredibly hard not to. She was practically pushing against him. Her very round chest was pushing against his body. It felt great. No, don't think that. That's what she wants to happen. It's all according to her plan. Don't fall for it. It didn't help that they weren't wearing their school uniform or their PE uniforms, but rather their work uniforms for when they were in the support class workshop. It didn't help that she wore a blank tank top that showed him how round and big they were. It didn't help with that puppy eye look and the cleavage, not to mention it they were pressing into his chest. Oh God, curse you puberty. Curse you for making the villain weak. Curse you for making him weak. Curse you. At least it couldn't get worse. I'm back, my lovely students. It just got worse. Much, much worse. My, what do we have here? Midnight smirked looking at her students. If I knew this would have happened, I wouldn't have gone to the hero classes. Oh, hey sensei. The pink-haired mechanic greeted as she stopped what she was doing and smiled at the dominatrix, allowing Izuku to breathe a little easier. So ... care to tell me what I just missed? Well, you see, and there she went. Hatsum on her machine talk thanks to Midnight. Thankfully, this will cause the R-rated hero to drop it. She sighed sadly. And here I thought something was happening between you two. I thought I would get something juicy from that. She sighed one more. But, I guess you were aware of what you were doing ... So Yamakumo. How'd it feel? She asked. Why the hell would you ask that? You're supposed to be a teacher. Don't encourage this behavior for gossip. Or even blackmail. Just cause you're the epitome of sex appeal doesn't mean you can just ask. Wait ... What did I say? Damn it. Don't fall for her tricks. It was all right. Fuck me. Midnight blinked before her sadistic smile showed ... Oops. Did I say sadistic? I meant to say seductive. Stop it with that seductive look, you damn succubus. She then jovially laughed as her chest bounced due to her hero costume. No ... She was doing it on purpose. That witch. Even Joker was chuckling. The only one who wasn't was Hatsum. Poor, sweet, innocent Hatsum. She had no idea why Midnight was laughing. Joker ... You don't have any kids, do you? Joker immediately stopped laughing. No, do you want them? Joker gulped. Why me? He shouted as multiple chainsaws came out of Izuru's back. It was then the bell rang. Okay, see you at lunch, Kumo. And Joker booked it. Okay, you can all go. Except you, Yamakumo. Don't worry, we'll save you a seat, Yami. Hatsum waved as she went to get changed. Izuku had turned back to Midnight only to see her in yet another of her seductive poses with a knowing smirk. One of her hands was on her hip, slightly leaning forward to emphasize her assets, and seemed to have taken her mask off at some point. So, something SXY, huh? She asked with gleam in her eye. It was sparkling way too much. And don't get me started on those eyebrows that seemed to be moving at Mach speed. It was as soon as she said those last two words he paled. She found out. Midnight had found out about the scavenger hunt event ... To be fair, it wasn't that hard, but now she had an ego. She was going to bring up the fact that he had some point considered her SXY. Fantastic. He wouldn't let her get a reaction. No way, not matter how suggestive she makes herself. Was this sexual harassment? Seduction of a minor even? Well, now he had ammo against her ... if that counted. But then again, this could have been in good fun. So here he was, still in the workshop alone with Midnight after learning of what his scavenger item had to be, and ended up being her. He didn't like that smile. It said way too much. She was never going to let him drop this. He could definitely feel the amount of teasing that would come from this. And it already started. "Kei Kumo, are you okay?" Joker asked a bit timidly as he watched a drained Izuru walk over and sit in a seat. I'm fine. He gave them a weak thumb up. You don't look it. The ever-stoic Shinso pointed out. What happened? What did Sensei want? Hatsum asked, glancing away from her baby. Petty how? He chuckled insanely. Too much teasing. Huh. The three shared a glance with one another and back to Izuku or Izuru. Teasing? Shinso raised a brow. Izuku spouted a small amount of blood and wiped it away. I don't know whether to feel ... good ... or embarrassed or mortified. What did Sensei do to you? Just some teasing ... It was about the scavenger hunt. Hatsum and Joker shared a look. The expiration date. Little did they know, however, it was something SXY. Now she's got an ego that we need to beat down again. He sighed. I'm not cute. He whispered really low while rubbing the right cheek on his face. Just what happened? That's the lesson for the day. Midnight said as everyone began to move. Also be careful and remember not to take uncommon roads and streets on the way home. Oh, and Yamakumo, try not to be too distracted, okay? She teasingly said. Let's beat that ego into submission, shall we? Also, don't say things like that. People might think we're related. Izuku turned back to his teacher and smiled. Sorry, did you say something? Hey. Izuku walked out of the room as Midnight continued. Are you ignoring me? Did you just ignore me? Hey, talk to me. Hey, geez ... she's like a ... teasing relative? Yeah, that might be it. Unknown to them both, the way they treated each other would continue. But the snarky and comical comments from Izuku to Midnight and the heroine's own teasing to the hidden villain in their midst. It ... was an odd relationship. Izuku was up in his room after another day at school. Kurogiri had seemed to sense something, but he just waved it off for another time, to which the mist man accepted. That damn Midnight hero. Damn that puberty of his. He had also gone into his sludge form to retrieve another copy of documents. However, they were more guarded than before. But this time it was more varied in terms of students and staff. He was currently going through the pile, revolving around 4 files. Shinso, Hatsum, Joker, and the heroine Midnight. There was something about them. Hatsum was quite energetic and fun. Shinso, while the silent type, seemed to have a good head on those shoulders with a useful quirk. Joker, while looking like a clown, was clearly the straight man of the group. Midnight was like the one female relative that teased you for the slightest thing when it came to the other SX or something. He dropped the files down into the cabinet of the room ... For now. It was about time to get ready for the plan in a couple of days. Namu, he called out as the behemoth turned its head to look at him. A brain-dead puppet with its brain exposed and 2 eyes merged with the brain. It was very muscular with a few scars on its body, a large black humanoid monster. Namu had a nice set of jagged and sharp teeth, and the way it never blinked was unnerving in a way to someone who never met Namu before. There was no real defining feature aside from the exposed brain. But the mouth did resemble that of a human's mouth, and it didn't look like it had a nose. It only wore a pair of pants that stopped just above the ankles, that had armored knee pads and seemed to be of a tan color, while the knee pads were more of grayish silver. This was Namu. It might look like he was grinning when his teeth were closed, or simply just leaving a small space opening to look like smiling. Namu looked down at Izuku, who was technically a superior elder brother in terms of being artificial humans. This Namu was different from others in the lab. Those in the lab weren't as specially prepared as this one. For example, the body used for this Namu had been dead for many, many years. This Namu had quite a few quirks applied to him. Sit, he told the artificial human. Noumu had sat down as commanded. A very loyal puppet indeed, and his test run will be in the upcoming days. He will go alongside Stain to unleash an attack on Hasu. Thinking about it, Noumu was much more muscular and bigger than All Might ... and with those unblinking eyes. Eraserhead's quirk who worked much better. I mean, there was no dry eye on Noumu, that was for sure. He reached his hand out as he scratched under the Naumu's chin much like a dog's chin. Are you ready for some blood-spilling, Noumu? The Noumu tilted his head as it opened its mouth slightly as its eyes rolled around to look him in the eye. That's a good boy. Izuku picked up his phone before sending a text to Tamura about an idea he thought of recently, and that was getting their hands on Eraserhead's erasure quirk for Noumu. That would help with a lot of emitter and transformation quirks. How about we test you out in combat? Early, he asked the Noumu that watched him like a hawk. He got up as he received a text from Tamura. It seemed he was on board with the idea, quickly hitting reply. He invited the gray-haired teen for some brotherly bonding. Tamura had placed the last hand on his face as Izuku dressed in his villain outfit ... and Noumu. He wore what he wore. So, where shall we test our toy? Tamura asked as he scratched his neck. We could take him to UQFR, Izuku offered. But I kind of want to hide Naumu's major abilities for now. Tamura grinned. Then how we go to the slums? There are sure to be weaklings who think they're tough shit, he offered. Who knows, we might run into a hero. They headed in the direction of the more populated slums, some people even moving out of the two's way after seeing Noumu trail behind them if they didn't recognize the two. No one wanted to mess with something of Naumu's size. They stopped as they saw some nice targets armed only with knives and foul expressions. They didn't seem important. Izuku pointed forward at the knife-wielding test subjects as Tamura gave the order. Kill them, Noumu. They didn't have a chance as Noumu lunged forward, unblinking as he opened his mouth wide ready to rip them all to shreds. Tonight there have been an estimated amount of 20 bodies that were found in the streets. Police investigators that this isn't the work of the hero killer Stain nor the work of any other known serial killers, but that of a presumed strengthening quirk user. No bodies have been found on the scene nor have any fingerprints or any other clue that might help find the culprit. Police are looking into this matter and advise everyone to stay indoors. The TV was turned off as Kurogiri turned back to Izuku, Tamura and the now sitting on the ground Noumu. You just had to test him out right now, didn't you? Of course. The both replied as Noumu just sat there. Well, at least you didn't show any quirks. Didn't need to, Kurogiri. Tamura grinned. Noumu possesses incredible amounts of raw physical strength and has beyond that surreal amount of strength. He is blindingly fast, not to mention very durable to any forms of damage. Noumu was designed to be a killing machine. Izuku added. He can definitely fight on par with heroes and us, including All Might in his current state definitely. Well, they definitely have a lot of fate in Noumu ... kind of like a pet. Kurogiri thought with a drop of metaphorically sweat. Okay, back you have to take care of him and feed him. Don't worry, Noumu is a part of the league, you know. Izuku smiled. We'll make sure he stays in perfect condition. Get some rest, Kurogiri told them. It's late. Are you ready, Stain? Izuku asked as he walked downstairs followed by Noumu. I am ... but who is that? Oh, this is Noumu, Izuku told the killer. And that is Tamura. He pointed at the gray-haired teen with the multiple hands. Yes, I've met him just now. You won't be alone when we warp to Hasu. Me and Namu will accompany you during the attack. Kurogiri is our warper and will warp us in and out when we are done, and Tamura here will be watching over us. Think of this, well, a chance to cleanse but also an initiation in a sense. You are in the league, don't get me wrong, but Tamura also wants to see you in action. Can't be too careful these days. Kurogiri, warp us. And with that, they all disappeared from the bar as the monitor flickered off. They appeared on a roof of some building in Hasu. Hasu, man ... it's surprisingly prosperous, Tamura commented as they all stood on the roof. This town definitely needs reforming, Stain said as Izuku looked down at the busy street as Noumu stood right next to him. Kurogiri lingered back with Tamura. Are you three ready? He asked. The answer they got was Stain jumping off the building. Izuku following wearing the same outfit he wore to the UA invasion and Noumu following Izuku faithfully. Tamura folded his arms as they left. Do you think Stain ... will be a good addition to the league? I believe I do, and I believe Izuku also sees it like that. Stain, while more of a vigilante, has quite the infamy behind him, including our own infamy. Perhaps it's boosting both our infamy through an alliance or rather recruitment of the hero killer. Kurogiri spoke his mind. I guess so. Izu-chan seemed to have convinced him the moment they first met, and he seems like a person unable to budge. I shall trust in Izu's decision to recruit the hero killer, Tamura said as he disintegrated a part of the roof. As long as he doesn't betray us or attack Izu. Kurogiri smiled as he watched Tamura look at the city covered in darkness. I think Stain will be a nice new addition to the League of Villains' main members, the Black Mist said. There are only 4 main members, 3 which were here and 1 back in a lab. Now they are getting a 5th member and 6th if you include the Noumu. With how Izuku and Tamura talked about the Noumu, this wasn't like the others Sensei had created. This one was created to be superior to the other Noumu. Expect Izuku, of course, but this Noumu was more created as a permanent member of the league rather than a throwaway. 6 main members among an army of who knows how many brainless puppets. Well then, welcome to the League of Villains, Stain, Tamura said as he kept his eyes on the city. It was just an average day in the city. Now, when I will create a distraction to catch the heroes off guard as you take care of the heroes not focused on us, Izuku said as he lacked his sci-fi goggles. Right, the vigilante villain said as he broke away from Izuku and Noumu. Until the League of Villains attacked, Izuku landed on a car much to the confusion of people until he looked at them and fired his eye lasers. A nearby police car sped towards him as Noumu easily squashed the car beneath him, picked it up and threw it far away. They had no time for cops, only heroes. Izuku fired another round of laser beams out of his eyes before breathing fire down the streets. Noumu was having a ball as he ripped up concrete and threw it to destroy some oncoming police cars before they stopped to wait for heroes. Noumu was just waiting patiently for heroes as he was more guarding Izuku at this moment. No heroes yet, huh? The teen asked as he blew another torrent of fire, setting more buildings on fire. Stop right there, you villains, a hero shouted. Your crimes halt here. In justice we trust. 3 different heroes arrived on the scene. I think they're underestimating us, Noumu. Izuku whistled. Let's kill them. Noumu opened his jaw and released a monstrous roar. My thoughts exactly. The teen grinned a bloodthirsty grin. It scared the 3 heroes at how someone so young enjoyed this. Izuku fired his eye lasers and torrents of fire from his mouth at the heroes as Noumu attacked the heroes. Back off, monster. The hero caught up, Noumu shouted. Noumu was too strong to break out of the grip. The hero was stuck. The second hero could only watch as Noumu ripped the limbs off the hero before biting the head off. The second hero shouted as Noumu jumped at the second hero, who put up a weak defense to block the punch, only for them to fly back with a pair of broken arms as he smashed into the side of a building, only for the monstrous behemoth to rain down punches with one arm to turn the hero, or at least the hero's head, into a pool of red blood. The first hero that arrived on the scene had his right side burnt and a laser wound in both legs. Please don't kill me. Please. Chen, this is for a world without heroes like yourself. You are just another step on the ladder ranking. With that, a blade appeared from his wrist, stabbed into the hero's throat and retreated back. Noumu, we're leaving, he said to the monster. Meet up with him. Noumu seemed to run off into the direction of Stain as Izuku sprouted wings from his back. However, these wings were skin-colored and much different from his red wings. Pterodactyl, a quirk that gives him pterodactyl-like wings that were built for speed rather than the defensiveness of his other set of wings. It also changed his feet into strong claws. He flapped his wings as he flew into the sky before anyone else arrived. With these wings and this high-speed flight, he could get to Stain in no time. At the same time, Stain was quite busy with his own deeds. Unjust heroes, parading around like you think you're saving lives for the sole fact that you are saving lives. Stain's voice echoed in the alleyway. Fame, fortune, that's the only reason you do it. You are all unfit to be heroes. All it took was a second. Careful, the hero was slashed down his back with a katana. Native, shouted the hero in training Ida. He then saw him, the killer that permanently paralyzed his brother in his legs. The one who was now in a coma. Stain, he shouted with such venom. Stain regarded him as but a speck of dirt before kicking him away before picking up the hero. Ida charged back only to get his helmet knocked off by the sword. Kid ... and no ... faker ... I see the look for revenge in your eyes. I'll kill you for what you did to my brother. I'd probably do the same too, a new voice said as Ida found his feet frozen. It was him, the same villain from UA, and he was here with Stain. They were working together. It was then Namu made his appearance, and it was absolutely terrifying. Namu, get the arm out of your teeth, Izuku told the monster, who obeyed. And native, shouted the teen as hero killer Stain cut the hero's throat with a dagger. That was easy, Izuku said. Weaklings, all of them. Ada didn't like that. Was my brother a weakling too? Is that why you put him in a coma? I think you are mixing us up. Izuku smiled. He paralyzed him and I knew who put him back in a coma. Recipro burst. The teen broke free from the ice as he dashed forward as Izuku disappeared at faster speeds, and Stain swiped his sword as Ida continued and crashed into Namu, who grabbed him in a bear hug before he froze. Stain had licked his blade. Like my quirk. It's called Bluntgirdle, Stain informed his allies and the brat. I can paralyze the target as long as I ingest their blood. The maximum time is 8 minutes, with B being the longest time going down to Ab, and then O. I see, that's quite handy, Izuku praised as Namu dropped Ida on the ground and forced his head to look up. Nice to see you again. Tensei ... Oops, I mean Tenya, sorry. Ida looked furious. Don't make that face. I mean, your brother can't use his quirk ... So I took it upon myself to use it for him. he said in a cheerful manner as he showed his engine arms to Ida. I really wanted to show you, you know. He smiled a crazed smile. The ice was meant to hold you for long. Enough to show you that your precious elder brother had his quirk stolen. So what are we going to do with him? Stain asked. Well, his blood type is A, so we don't have much time. Izuku glanced back to Ada. Let him go, Namu. I think he wants to avenge his brother by killing us both. Ada weakly stood only to be forced up by Namu and pushed towards Izuku. Sorry, Stain, but I want to play with him a bit. Using his brother's quirk against him ... and you call that playing? Stain looked towards Ada, who threw a flying kick at Izuku, who dodged with ease using the similar quirk. I'll kill you both. Hold on their speedster. Izuku grinned as he only dodged Ada as he jumped off the walls in the alley. Heroes don't kill. He's ... he's adapted to Tensei's quirk and ... is handling it better. No words could describe the amount of hatred and anger with Ida. Die! He screamed to the heavens as Izuku just taunted him with the boost of speed. Izuku stopped as he stared ahead. It seemed Endeavor has arrived. He mused as he saw the tornado of flames. Anyways, Stain, how many did you kill? We killed 3. Stain looked at Izuku as if he was joking. 3? I already killed 5 if you count the faker I just killed. 5? Damn. Izuku walked away with Namu by his side as Stain walked the opposite way. Don't ignore me, Ida shouted as he dashed at Stain. I don't kill kids like you ... but I think I might have to make the exception. Stain warned before swinging his katana at the hero wannabe. Ada sent kick after kick as the hero killer liked his blade, paralyzing Ada once again. Once I cut you once, that's game over for you. He rolled Ada over onto his back as the hero killer held up his sword, hovering over the teen's throat. In this society filled with hypocrisy, vanity and lies ... heroes ... must be reformed. Stain then sent down the blade ... as it pierced the neck of the young teen. I warned you, brat. He pulled his blade out of the teen's neck. ... Endeavor ... the number 1 phony. He then ran in the direction of the pro hero ... and Izuku. He wasn't going to let Izuku get this chance to kill Endeavor. He left the corpse of the now dead Ida, who lied in the alley, already forgotten by the world. Heroes don't die beautiful deaths ... they died forgettable ones, meaningless ones. So it was you too, the hero Endeavor said before sending a torrent of flames towards the two as Izuku responded with a wave of ice, specially prepared by the hero's wife. However, there seemed to be a short and old hero there, who sped towards him through the steam that was created. Stop right there. A powerful bloodlust covered the street as Stain walked out. Hero killer, shouted Endeavor as even he stepped back a little. So he's working with the League of Villains. The short old man who immediately dashed back. Namu, fetch the corpse, Izuku commanded as the large hulking behemoth ran back. What are you up to? The killer asked. Not much ... so any idea who the old guy is? I believe ... that's Gran Torino, Stain revealed. Izuku looked past the hero to see that Endeavor had either intentionally made a thick wall of fire to block off the rest for either his own selfish desires ... or to protect them. What was he thinking? Of course it was for his selfish desires to get all the credit to himself. So ... 2 on 2. The green-haired teen brought up. Fine ... but Endeavor is mine. Sure, I'll take the old geezer then. Izuku ran forward with Tensei's quirk at the jet hero. Gran Torino as Stain licked his blade as he glared into Endeavor's soul. Gran Torino, an aged hero still in retirement, watched as the younger green-haired villain came at him with engines appearing from his elbows at amazing speeds. The old man was aware of the League of Villains. Toshi told him everything ... or nearly everything. But to think he would encounter the one his old student fought and nearly lost in his newfound weakened form. What were the odds? Just as he was about to come out of retirement, he met the same teen that fought All Might. Not fast enough. The old man taunted as he used his own quirk jet to get out of the way. He bounced onto a building and then at Izuku, with the same speed, landing one of his hardened boots into the open villain's back. He's much faster than I thought he would be. The villain thought as he used his engine arms to dash away to make another attack. Running now are we? Gran Torino taunted as Izuku spun around to face the incoming hero and opened his mouth. Gran Torino watched as he done this. He was expecting fire or even the sharpening of his teeth to canine levels. But this wasn't what he expected. His tongue shot out and diverged in multiple directions. His tongue shape shifted into a massive, branched web-like form, and he had the intention of capturing him. He knew that this kid had multiple quirks. Only one other person had that ability. All for one. There were answers that needed answering about said villain. Was he alive? Was he him in a younger form? Was he the successor? However, none of that mattered at the moment as he used his quirk to immediately retreat from the tongue. Izuku's tongue returned to the inside of his mouth and had already turned back to normal. For an old geezer, he is pretty fast ... and his reaction time is still good too. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he lowered himself to the ground. However, with age comes experience, it also comes pain. Emotional pain and physical pain. You also seem to be retired. therefore you're rusty. Izuku had used his engines to boost once again at high speeds at the hero, who began to bounce off the buildings. You bounce around like that as a strategy, or perhaps habit. Either way, I will find an opening through your actions, old man. As Gran Torino bounced between two buildings, he was surprised to see that the young villain ... had imitated him by doing the same. What nerve! It was then that the aged hero felt a pain as a rock-covered arm hit him into the side of the building. He had let his guard down. He watched as the villain approached before he used his quirk to dash off to jump off the buildings once again. Izuku also kept bouncing off the walls as well. If one were to look at the fight between retired hero and rising villain, they would only see blurs of pure speed. They landed their hits on the other. However, it was rare for a hit to occur between the two fast individuals, as a single hit could throw them off. The walls were seeing their own fair share of pain as the buildings started to show more and more cracks as they kept landing and leaping off them over and over again. It was then that Izuku started to reapply the rock skin over both arms to increase his punching strength. However, that wasn't all, as an extra pair of arms grew out of his elbows, one on each side. This caused the old hero worry as 3 sharp spikes appeared out of the knuckles of the extra set of arms that appeared from his elbows. Now the hero was really concerned. One hit could seriously put a stop to his constant moving. Is that worry I see on your face, Gran Torino? I admit, there is something familiar about your name though. Izuku continued his high-speed wall jumping along with the hero as he went more on the offensive. You cannot keep jumping forever. I have youth on my side as well as a lot of stamina. In addition to that, as the walls of the buildings, they have gained some serious cracks in them, and if this continues, it will eventually fall apart. You personally cannot allow that to occur. You keep moving to the lesser damaged spots where it is safer to jump with full speed rather than risk the building's walls. They kept jumping back and forth, both away from each and very close by. If needed, I can summon my wings and you can probably use your quirk. But that's only for us ... and not for the others around us. You heroes are always forced to fight at limits ... The unknown number of people inside both of those buildings are driving you mad and force you to land on the less damaged ones. Eventually, you'll run out of where to jump, and the less damaged and non-damaged areas are now few. Where you will jump next is now predictable, as I use my strength to damage the walls, further forcing you into those places where you have to play safe. I just have to continue to narrow down the more safe areas, and then I will predict your moves. Izuku grinned as he bounced towards Gran Torino in a zigzag off the buildings. So you old fossil, don't die on me until then. The battle continued as both the hero and villain fought in the battle of speed. The wall was gaining more and more damage, much to Gran Torino's annoyance. It didn't help that the kid he was fighting was also damaging the walls. It was then Izuku dashed past the hero, who only had a few safe spaces left to land. The hero gained scratches from the spike quirk from the teen, as well as a hard pain in the back from the rock-covered fist that hit him there. The bloodthirsty villainous grin on his face said everything. You are now totally predictable, hero. As Gran Torino jumped, the teen landed more and more strikes against him as the hero realized what was happening. He forced me to jump on the less damaged areas because he knew I couldn't risk the ones on the other side. The hero's eyes shot up wide. That was clever. Too bad he is fighting for the wrong side. He glanced back to the damaged walls. I can't keep fighting here or else the walls will break. The old hero then dashed down, followed by the villainous teen. Gran Torino hated being old now. He was no longer spry or had the stamina for things he used to do. This fight ... had turned into not only a speed match, but an endurance one. A torrent of flames covered the streets as the hero Endeavor fired his quirk at the hero killer. If he could capture him, then that would help boost his own rating. Would that be enough to surpass All Might? No, not at all, not even close. But he would have something the number 1 hero never had: stopping the hero killer Stain. He sent another one of his hell flames at the hero killer, who was faster than he had originally anticipated. He did wonder where the hell was that son of his? That rebellious brat ... He didn't get mixed up with the hero killer earlier, did he? You phony. He heard Stain hiss, parading around like you think you're a hero, when you are definitely not. Through one of the fires, Stain appeared through it with his blades ready to swing at the hero's exposed neck as said hero turned around and fired his quirk. Once again, the hero killer had already dodged it. The fire hero's plan was simple: keep the hero killer away from him and burn him to cinders from afar. The phonies that have overrun society, I will cleanse them all, Stain called out through the fire. I don't care for your mad ramblings, Endeavor shouted. Hurry up and burn to cinders. Don't be so hasty, hero, Stain called out, and the way he said hero was filled with venom. Stain had thrown some throwing knives at the hero, who blasted them away with fire. As the drawn-out battle lasted, Stain knew that all it would take was a single cut to kill the hero. Only a miracle could save him once he was cut. The hero summoned a pillar of fire around him as the hero killer was nowhere in sight, but was still trying to attack the hero. Just because you have fire as a shield doesn't mean that you should let your guard down or means you're invincible. Stain had appeared from the pillar of fire brandishing his katana. I do not care about getting burned by fire, Faker. Endeavor had immediately fired his quirk, summoning his strongest flames. However, it was too late as a cut appeared on the hero's arm. A small cut, but enough to end the hero's life. Endeavor fell to the floor as Stain licked the blade and walked forward. It was like Christmas had come early. The fakes must be rectified. Someone must stain himself in their blood, Stain said, creeping out the hero as that bloodlust came back. The word hero must be restored. I will call the fake heroes out of hiding after I sever the one that keeps them hidden. Endeavor couldn't move as Stain swung his sword. Die, you pretender. Currently, the days were tough for Shadow Todoroki. First he lost and used his fire side to his quirk against Izuru Yamakumo, and yet he didn't know how to feel. He was sure to meet Yamakumo again when he would have to go to the support course to upgrade his costume whenever that time comes. He had also visited his mother for the first time in years. It went better than he had expected. Then she said those words to him. Those 5 words that resurfaced his old memories before his mother boiled a part of his face. She smiled and cried, "I'm sorry, I love you." He forgave his mother for her actions, but she was now in a coma. A few days later, she entered a coma. A coma that wasn't caused by the condition of why she was in there in the first place. She was in a coma and no one knew the cause. But that wasn't all. He heard that another patient in a different section of the hospital had also been put into the same coma. It was odd. There was also that feeling of something happening. He couldn't place his finger on it. But something was going to happen when his mother woke up. He had joined his father, for some reason or another, to join his hero office for work experience. It, however, was a pain and was the reason he was in Hasu. His father was hunting the hero killer. He thinks. He really had no idea. But the hero killer seemed to be more active as of late, and Hasu, with its many heroes, was practically the perfect hunting ground for the killer of heroes, Stain. Why was he running? Because he heard a shout, a faint shout of his classmate. A scream of die that didn't belong to Bakugo, or Bakugo as Yamakumo called him. And actually slowly became his class nickname. Before Kaken was revealed as his hero name, Bakugo responded somewhat violently towards those names at first, mainly because it would have taken time to get used to. Todoroki stopped as he looked upon the scene. He was too late. Way too late. Their light dead. A fresh stab wound in his throat. And the lifeless corpse of the hero native against a wall with a slit throat. The hero killer had attacked. Todoroki swallowed. He didn't know what to do. He found himself slowly approaching his classmate. Despite looking and acting cold to his classmates and others, he was still a teenager that hadn't dealt with murder or corpses like this, especially the corpse of his classmate. His shaky hands reached out to his classmate. He was too late. He could have saved him if he was faster. It was then a large hulking figure appeared and grabbed Ida. What? He looked up at the figure that seemed to be Namu, not that he knew. Namu didn't even glance at the young man as he picked up the corpses and started to leave. Halt! Todoroki shouted as he noticed the bodies disappear. Give his body back. Todoroki shot a wave of ice from the ground at the Namu. Namu would have killed the half brat, but Namu knew to follow orders and wasn't issued any to attack the brat. Good job, Namu. Namu, a voice from a small portal whispered. Get rid of that pest. It was Tamura. The Namu turned around slowly and stared unblinkingly into the eyes of the young aspiring hero. It wasn't even affected by the ice. It was then he started to attack as he punched the ground with impressive strength. Tamura grinned as the single hand on his face almost covered his grin as he watched the flames rise from the building. Oh, this was great. And one of the hero course students had died. Even better. It will weaken the class and the heroes who work there, especially All Might. All Might was supposed to protect the students. Their teachers and especially their homeroom teacher Eraserhead will feel responsible, and the students will all feel down and won't have the energy to even continue for some time. The despair they will feel will work in the favor of the League of Villains. However, this would cause a problem. This would make UA much more dangerous to enter or move about on campus out of schooling and working hours there, and only students and staff would be able to enter. And the students may be put into dorms, or at least the hero students. A strike to UA's pride and they would lose trust in the public's eye. Letting a student die, that would hurt any school's pride. But heroes died on the field, and he was in the responsibility of the hero he was working with. But UA would still be blamed. The hero killer being there as well as Izuku and Namu would probably make them try and blame them for the death of the student. But that would just increase the League's infamy. Either way, they won this fight. UA being blamed for his death or the League of Villains being blamed for his death. No matter what, they would still gain something. This fight was a victory no matter how it was portrayed or ended. There was no way for them to lose. Todoroki panted. He panted as he hid from this monster, this brain-exposed creature. It paid him no mind before, especially when it had the perfect chance to kill him when his guard was down. But now it was interested. It must have been following orders. He needed to think of a plan and quick. Suddenly an arm punched through the wall next to the fire ice hero trainee. He needed to get out of here now. Namu's arm missed the grab before bursting out of the wall itself. It was persistent, that was for sure. Todoroki had rolled out of the way before sending another wave of ice towards the Namu. The slippery surface of the ice would send the villain off balance. It was then Namu began to use its arms to run only the ground while coming towards him on the ice. Todoroki responded to the approaching villain by creating a wall of ice to block off Namu from him. It was a thick layer of ice. He had no idea if the villain could smash through it or not, but at least it gave him some thinking time. One punch he heard from the other side. The second punch was louder ... and the third punch broke the wall completely. Namu's fist barely missed the young fire ice user as said user froze the fist used to punch him. Namu threw his unfrozen fist before his frozen one, missing the teen twice and hitting the building once. The ice shattered as the Namu's arm remained intact. It wasn't like how he froze the green-haired villain back at UA. Honestly, now that came to his mind, he would rather fight this guy instead of the green-haired teen. If the green-haired teen could fight All Might, he might not have a chance ... The man of black mist and the teen with the many hands ... He had no idea how strong they were, but they might be on the same level. But that wasn't important right now. Trying to survive against this guy was this guy a part of the League of Villains? There was a possibility. The Namu was charging at him again. He had to use his fire. As Namu charged at him, time seemed to slow down. Why do I do? Should I use my fire? But that could kill and a hero doesn't kill. However, he is immune to my ice ... What do I do? It was then the running Namu changed into a running Yamakumo with his tool arms in the form of chainsaws out. No, survival is priority here. I need to use my flames. If I can't use my flames without being able to let villains live after getting burnt, then I can't be a hero. Fire appeared on the opposite side of his ice powers before he shot it out towards the Namu before the whole alleyway was caught in flames. He wasn't planning on killing this guy, but he needed to take him out here. And through the fire and the flames, a loud bang was heard as something hit the teen in the stomach ... hard. Namu followed shortly after before grabbing the teen's head with slight burns and proceeding to crush it. Luckily, before Namu could do anything, the hand was frozen along with the other hand and its legs, while fire burned away at the head and body of the Namu. Todoroki managed to break free of the monster's grip and proceeded to get some distance ... But the monster shrugged his flames off and the ice had melted due to the flames. No ... The Namu was taking damage. It just couldn't feel pain ... and had high durability. Todoroki braced himself as the Namu came at him with full force, preparing his fire and ice to defend him from the brain-exposed minion. One side ablaze, the other freezing. He then released both sides at the same time as the Namu went for a full-powered attack. The freezing ice and the hot flames clashed against the Namu, who tanked through the attack, or at least tried, as even he was being pushed back, and all went white. "Where are you running, Gran Torino?" asked Izuku as he gave chase. Gran Torino had slowed down greatly as Izuku gained closer and closer to the villain as he pulled out his faster set of wings, and Gran Torino had shot forward with a greater burst of speed than ever before. He charged his quirk to go faster. Gran Torino had left Izuku in the dust, but it wouldn't be for long. "Endeavor," he shouted as Stain swung his katana after proclaiming the hero to be a pretender. The old man's actions had saved Endeavor, judging how Old Man had disarmed the hero killer and sent him flying away from the flame hero. "I don't your damn help," Endeavor growled as he eventually got up as the effects of Bloodcurdle worn off. Stain had retrieved his katana as he glared at the hero who stopped him from his cleansing. "How dare he protect a faker? How dare you run from me, Gran Torino?" shouted the fast-flying teen whose wings and engines disappeared as well as any other quirk he had active. "TCH, you ran, old man. I couldn't risk the people hiding in the buildings," the old man said back. "Endeavor and Gran Torino ... That's a tag team I thought would never happen," Stain mused before sheathing his sword and grabbing two of his daggers. Izuku had landed when the heroes dodged him. Endeavor then fired a flamethrower towards Stain before Izuku jumped in front ... and absorbed the flames and ran forward towards the two heroes before releasing it like a counterattack. The heroes dodged as Stain ran forward as Izuku enlarged his muscle structure. It also healed him and boosted the effects of his super regeneration. Izuku's muscles went back to normal before he sent an array of ice at Endeavor's flames. Stain swiped his daggers as Gran Torino dashed around. It was as if they traded opponents. Stain suddenly kicked back as he predicted where Gran Torino would have appeared as Izuku and Endeavor were fighting fire with fire, or in Izuku's case with fire and ice. "Are you mocking me?" he shouted as he saw the young villain send both ice and breath fire. What made it worse that he saw that this brat had multiple quirks. Those engine arms, those wings and ice and fire. What the hell did he have left? It was then a clash of ice and fire erupted from an alleyway, leaving only thick amounts of steam. The smashing of buildings resonated off the streets as the steam flowed past the heroes and villains. Another hero, villain? They thought ... and they were right. Endeavor's son suddenly landed onto the ground as Namu smashed through debris and swatted the hero away who looked down at his down son. So there was a third one. They muttered about their enemy's side. Namu, these 3 heroes, let's take them out. Izuku commanded as Namu turned to the other 2 heroes. Stain got his daggers ready. Another kid. Gran Torino shot forward as Izuku dashed forward to once again engage with the old man. I'm not satisfied with our fight, old man. Shouto, get up. Endeavor shouted as his son slowly got up. Father and son, 2 fakers right in front of me. Stain started as he slowly walked forward. Hero killer, Todoroki muttered as the image of Ida flashed in his mind. Endeavor was going to stop his son from fighting Stain. Why? Because that was his job, not his son's. However, Namu was attacking him. He sent one final glance to his son. He'd better not die on him, especially not after all these years of molding him. He was too valuable to let die. With yet another round of flames, Namu with impressive speed and jumping ability backflipped and landed on all 4s. It was then, it showed something impressive. On the Namu's back, something emerged. Endeavor witnessed as on the Namu's back was a large cannon, and it was prepared to fire. The Namu shot round after round at the flame hero whose flames couldn't stop the enemy's attacks. The rounds used were less rounds ... and more temporary ammunition. It was wrecking the whole city. Endeavor scowled at the villain with the odd quirk. Was this thing looking down at him or something? He threw his arms up as flames traveled down the street, making walls of fire on the left and right. The only escape was either forwards, backwards, or above, under if you had a quirk or some ability to do so. But a backwards escape was impossible as those very flames had blocked that escape route. Just you and me, the hero said with a viscous smirk. Can't have you go and destroy years of work. Namu didn't respond. More like he couldn't respond. No words, huh? Are you underestimating me? Or perhaps you're afraid? Once again, Namu said nothing ... but fired away. Or would have ... why? Namu was charging the blast. Hence the light shining from the cannon sprouted from the currently on all 4s brainless puppet. Endeavor reacted quickly as he sent scorching flames towards Namu, just as he fired his powered-up shot. Namu's cannon quirk could be used in 2 ways when fully charged. The first is like a regular shot but more powerful and of course larger. The second was that of a large laser. The lasers needed more time to charge, so its cannonballs would have to do. While not actual cannonballs, they could be called balls of light or more accurately balls of heat. Heat compressed into a cannonball and only exploding the moment it touches something like a person or a building. The larger cannonball clashed with the oncoming flames, and in the time that they clashed, it blinded the street as the roaring noise flooded said street to the point of it shattering windows nearby. Shouto or Todoroki walked slowly, painfully slow as he headed towards the hero killer who just stood and watched him approach. Stop it, kid, the hero killer told him. You already seem to be close to death where you are. I don't care, the teen rather rudely said back as blood was dripping from his face. Blood came from his mouth. An injury to his head had caused blood to roll down one side of his face, and one of his arms was dislocated ... and he could swear some bones broke in his dislocated arm. Funny, Yamakumo had dislocated his ice arm and that monster had dislocated his fire arm. He gathered ice near his foot ... but that only caused him to lose some balance. Stain sighed as he watched the kid weakly approach him. Were you really close to him? He asked. No ... and no I wasn't ... but ... he was my classmate. The white and red-haired teen said to both Stains. Wait ... both Stains? Stop it, Brad. You're not even looking at me. Stain revealed as Todoroki turned his head slightly. Was his vision that bad? Was his damage that severe? No matter. He had to stop Stain. He had to stop him. Here and now. Stablagh. The teen fell to his weakened teens as he vomited blood. He held his stomach. It hurt. Stain walked slowly towards him as he took a single dagger ... and swiped the blood off of Todoroki's forehead. You are about to lose consciousness, Stain said as he brought the dagger towards him as he watched the firewall dance. I don't have time to deal with a weakened child. Stain licked the dagger as Todoroki froze. He tried his hardest to move ... but that wasn't possible. The one I really want to kill ... is there. Todoroki's hazy vision started to fade as he watched the hero killer leave. He failed to save Ida. He failed to avenge him. He failed to stop Stain. He failed to defeat that brainless creature, Namu. He failed to retrieve Ida's corpse. He failed. He failed as a hero. And only darkness remained. An explosion of flames and a strange light filled the street as multiple heroes saw. There, a woman said. Endeavor and others are there, fighting the League of Villains and the hero killer. We need to get there now. The woman had short blonde hair with most of it parted to one side but still framed her face. She had a red scarf tied around her neck, or perhaps it was a red bandana tied around her neck. She wore a somewhat basic suit that consisted of some sort of bodysuit that covered her from the neck down. The bodysuit was primarily white with some green on it. It had a large green line that went down the front of her suit and also the inside of her legs. On the left and right on the line, the suit was white. The green line was also on her back as well, in line with the one at the front, and had 2 extra green lines on her arms, covering the top of her hand and going right up her arm under her red bandana. Not to mention that her suit was ... kind of skin tight ... It also helped draw ... attention to ... you know. Those. The city of Hasu was burning under the brightly lit moon. Did the villain's attack already last this long? We got to go now, she commanded as they continued on to right where the action was. This isn't good. Kurogiri narrowed his eyes before turning back to the flames of the burning city. There's not much time left. Call them back, Tamura said. You're right, this isn't good. Understood. The Mistman nodded. Endeavor lowered his arms to see a destroyed street. And no Namu. Oh wait, there he was. The Namu had tunneled itself out of the ground with mole-like claws. A transformation quirk. Wait ... but it had that goddamn mother effing cannon on its back. Was that just a weapon? No, it sprouted from its back. Did this Namu ... have the same abilities like that kid? This thing had multiple quirks too, only relying on its own physical strength and only showing one quirk when he met him, and now showing a second one. Was this thing looking down on him? Namu's hands turned back to normal human-like hands he had before. But he wasn't alone. Stain was coming up on his side, and there the oldest Todoroki there saw his son, laying face first in a pool of blood. The fires he possessed were never blue before. Ha, they do say fire is the emotion of rage, Stain thought, seeing the rare blue flames. But to see a sudden quirk evolution from this pretender hero. I hope you can do more than last time, Faker. Stain grinned as the Namu tilted its head to the side. Endeavor could only grin. As Izuku fought with the old man, Kurogiri's voice appeared in a whisper next to his ear. Izuku, you need to leave now. What? Why? He questioned as he had already broken apart from Gran Torino. Heroes are coming, and not just any hero, Kurogiri told him, but a big squad of them. Tamura wants you back here now, with Namu and Stain. How many heroes are we talking about? He asked. Hero, every single available hero in the immediate area. Shit, Izuku cursed. Fine, we will retreat for now, we've done our part. Stain has cleansed some heroes and we caused enough destruction ... and the league's name will grow from this. Izuku glared at the old aging hero. Gran Torino ... you better not pass away, cause next time, I will take your life. Izuku hissed at the hero. Till next time. Gran Torino sped off to stop Izuku from fleeing. But it was too late. Stain, Namu, we're leaving. Stain gave one last look to Endeavor. I don't like leaving jobs half finished. I will remove you permanently, phony. And with that, Stain disappeared, as did Namu, into a black portal before Endeavor, Gran Torino, or any other of the late heroes could do anything. The villains had gotten away. The 2 multi-quirk users and the hero killer had fled from the burning city of Hasu. Endeavor looked at his flames ... they were plain old red again. He glanced back to his son and quickly made his way over. He was breathing. That was good. Seemed the injuries with Namu weren't serious enough to kill him ... I know they were. They just weren't connecting properly with his son aside from a few. But if he continued to fight Namu ... then he would have died. All those years wasted. But that brought the question of why the hero killer didn't kill his son if he was affected by his quirk. Did Stain believe he would just die out? He didn't know ... but ... Endeavor. He turned around to see one of his sidekicks from his hero office here. It was the blonde-haired woman. Sorry, we're late. Where are they? TCH. They escaped as soon as they noticed you lot coming. Endeavor said. I thought I told you to scout the area for any other members and to put out those fires. The fires are being put out as we speak, sir. And the evacuation of the civilians? He asked as he picked up his son. We got them out of the area the villains were sighted and predicted they would go to. Good. Endeavor took his son to the nearest ambulance as Gran Torino somehow got his walking stick back. Blue flames, Todoroki? He asked without looking. None of your business, Golden Ager. The number 2 hero shot back. You must have been angry. The love for your son must have been strong if something like that happened. Yeah, love, sure, Endeavor watched the ambulance leave as he turned around. Sir, what do we do? Asked the blonde heroine. Spread out and search for them. Perhaps they could have warped only to a short area, or perhaps they might have a hidden location in Hasu. The second hero ranked in Japan stated. Understood, sir. The blonde saluted before she and the other heroes went off to not only search around Hasu, but to continue putting out the flames and saving any trapped civilian. Gran Torino glanced towards the flame hero, who had a look that spoke volumes about the situation. Namu, Stain, those 2 he really wanted to take down. I can't say I share the same feeling ... but ... if that boy is truly connected to All for One ... or perhaps is the successor similar to how Toshi was to Nana ... then ... Gran Torino shook his head. He had a job as a hero to do first. He could think about this stuff later. 5 figures appeared in the bar. The first was Tamura Shigaraki, the acting leader of the League of Villains. The second was Kurogiri, the second in command. The third was Namu, the brainless puppet that followed Tamura and Izuku's orders and one of the more powerful and special Namus Sensei had created. The fourth was Izuku Shigaraki, the other second in command like Kurogiri and the younger brother of Tamura, albeit adopted. The fifth was the hero killer Stain, the latest addition to the League of Villains. Stain said as he placed a hand on his neck and rolled his head. Leaving that pretender alive left a real bad taste in my mouth. Namu just ignored him. He in fact ignored everyone, aside from those he was commanded to follow ... like Izuku or Tamura for example. Don't worry, Izuku said as he went to a chair in the bar. We will eventually go back and kill him later. Stain said nothing as he turned to see Tamura. So ... how did I do? You did well, Tamura said with a hand on his face as he sat near the bar. I guess you're in the league. Wasn't already in the league? Izuku asked from his table. Well, yes, he was already in the league ... but it's more of a matter of trust ... and I can trust you. Trust that you will not betray us. You have my word, Stain said. I will not betray the league. We have the same goal after all, albeit with different end goal consequences, Kurogiri thought. I say this shall increase our infamy as well and ... we might gain some supports from this. Supporters, huh? Well, the world is fed up when it comes to heroes. Shouldn't be surprising if they cheer for us. We just need to wait for tomorrow. Tamura grinned. Yes ... tomorrow ... the day when the world gives us our verdict. Yesterday in the city of Hasu, 3 villains had attacked, leaving the city in flames. The news anchor said 2 villains are said to be connected with the League of Villains that attacked UA last month. In fact, 1 member was involved while the second is presumably a new addition. However, among these 2 was a third. The hero killer known as Stain was also involved with the League of Villains and together created one of the biggest villain attacks in recent history since All Might's debut. The other new anchor said, and the name hero killer Stain as well as the League of Villains have left its mark in history. We'll investigate and report back with details on their motives. The first news anchor took their hand off an earpiece as they began. We only have a few shots of the villains. The picture showed the hero killer Stain by himself before it also showed the picture of Namu ... and Izuku turned around facing away from a camera as smoke covered his head. Sadly, we do not have the villain who is currently standing on the car, and it was the only picture and video of evidence we have of what he currently looks like. We advise anyone who sees these individuals to go and get the nearest hero and call the authorities, said the second news anchor as the news report ended. As the TV played, Tamura was reading the daily newspaper. Seems that the hero killer definitely got us more famous, wouldn't you agree? Yes, Kurogiri nodded. It seems bringing him along boosted our popularity, which was pretty high when we stormed you ... but ... who knows what this could do in the future. Where is the hero killer anyway? Stain didn't like leaving a job unfinished, and with a sudden evolution with Endeavor's quirk, it seems he wants to prepare himself just in case Endeavor's quirk evolution is a permanent thing. Alright ... and Izu, the gray-haired teen, turned his head. He should be back any minute. Those news reports couldn't get his face properly. Only those who have actually seen his face and hair, of course there might be more people with that hair color out there, would recognize him. He sure is lucky. It was then the bar's doors were kicked open. Goddamn Izuku. The older brother slightly jumped. Where's the fire? Check this out, Izuku said as he slammed something on the bar. What the hell is that? Izuku was about to reply as the TV played an advertisement for a hero's product. Wave up your hair with just one spray, the heroine in the ad said. She had long, ash-brown hair that looked kind of blonde-styled in curly drill-like locks which reach until her shoulders in front, and folded neatly in the back, and also had blue eyes. The most distinguishing feature was that she had 3 snakes in her hair. A rattlesnake, a yellow king cobra, and a Japanese rat snake. She wore a maroon dress with scale-like details along with a black choker and golden snake-like bracelets on her wrists and ankles. Do the wave with coil hairspray today. It was an ad for the snake heroine Uobami ... and was that Itsuka Kendo and Momo Yaoyorozu in the background there. I thought Yaoyorozu would have been more modest ... but her costume says otherwise ... but I guess that happens when you have a quirk like hers. Izuku mused before the TV was turned off. But I guess the same could go for Kendo. That corset reminds me too much of Midnight. He then turned his attention back to what he was talking about now that the distraction was gone. Have a close look at these. The 2 other villains looked to see what exactly was in Izuku's hands. It was a Namu action figure. Already, they made an action figure for Namu. Tamura asked, but it has only been a day. That's the thing. Izuku nodded. Only a day has passed and they're already working on these. Jiren told me about it and they are only in production. This one is the test model. Izuku placed the test model on the counter. It seems they're trying their hardest to sell villains too. Guess we're just that popular. Well ... you know what they say about villains, Izu. Tamura grinned as Izuku had a similar smile. Everyone secretly roots for the villains. We do what they can't. They're afraid of the law and secretly admire us for it. That's right. Tamura turned his head towards Kurogiri. Hey, Kurogiri, can I get a drink? Can you? Kurogiri, that's me. Oi, oi, oi. What the hell are you doing? Bartending. The oldest of the three said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Then bartender, get me a drink. You're underage. Only by 2 years, and besides, we're villains. Tamura defended himself. Plus think of it as overseas drinking age, like Australia. The legal drinking age is 18. So I'm legal. No, damn it. Izuku smiled as he sat next to Tamura. I'll have the usual Kuro. Coming right up. The bartender nodded. Boy, what about my drink? After the incident with Stain in the league, Gran Torino went to call Toshi about this sudden predicament. Toshi ... we have a problem. What is it? It's about what happened back there with the hero killer and those two from the league. Gran Torino started. While I didn't fight the hero killer, he did release something that sent a chill up my spine. To be able to make someone like yourself shudder ... So what is it? Toshi asked over the phone. It's his ideology. He said, he wants to rid this world of fake heroes like Endeavor ... But ... if he's working with the League, that means he wants me dead too. The hero killer respects true heroes. I'd have to say that you are a true hero in his eyes, Gran Torino said without much hesitation. While I don't know for sure, your deeds are known all throughout Japan ... And there was never any of that fake hero business you gave in them ... So I believe that the League convinced him to join them. Toshi finished after cutting his old sensei off. That's not good. Exactly ... Also cut me off again and I'll make you vomit. Again. Sorry sensei. The number one hero apologized as he shivered in fear. Also, something happened with Todoroki. Not Endeavor but his child. The aged hero began. He is currently in hospital ... But he wanted to tell us something. Something about someone he knew. So we're waiting for him to gain consciousness. Exactly ... Then there's something else. About the League. He told his former student. I fought with the young green-haired villain. I believe you called him Izuku. Izuku Shigaraki. Well anyway, he did have multiple quirks. Quirks that you didn't mention ... Or were unaware of. I believe ... This child might be the successor of All for One ... Or at the very least, All for One is back once again. And Endeavor ... He told me that the villain with the exposed brain Namu ... Also had multiple quirks ... So ... He truly is connected with the League. A grim look formed on the hero's face. A young child was connected with his old enemy. That was hard to swallow. It had been a day since Todoroki gained consciousness and told those around him that Tenya Ada ... was killed. It was hard for those who knew the young man. At such a young age ... He was killed. Eraserhead and All Might had gotten the news about Ida's deaths ... And they took it hard. Eraserhead more so ... And ... Then Ida's family was told the news. The students were also informed of the horrible news and then classes for Class 1 were put on hold for the next few days ... And of course for Ida's funeral. Despite not having a body to bury, Eraserhead saw the look in his student's eye. Todoroki ... had the same look Ida would have had when Tensei Ida had been hit by the hero and taken out of commission. The one who took it the hardest. Tensei Ida, if you admire me, Tenya ... Then I might just be an amazing hero after all. Those words echoed in the head of Tensei as a trail of tears poured down his face. Tenya ... Why? He choked out. Why did you have to die? It should have been me. Izuku put his black bag over his back. While the hero class wasn't going to UA for a few days to the death of Ida, that didn't mean he couldn't go. Sure, he was spouting blood, but he couldn't stay away for so long. Would someone eventually connect the dots? Hopefully not. They only knew his sickness was something serious. How can he prove it? Fake doctor's notes and certificates, of course. He made sure his eyes were purple as his hair was in the form of his other persona Izuru Yamakumo. His villain activities were going to be put on part-time. Right now, he needed to play the part of the student during the day and only acting in his villain persona out of those hours. He entered onto UA grounds and it was oddly quiet when he passed the hero classrooms. Class 1B being the only first-year class in at the moment. He continued on as he proceeded to 1H. Sorry I'm late. He apologized as he entered the classroom looking like he came from a zombie flick. The amount of blood hitting the floor was quite impressive. Kumo, are you okay? That's way more blood than usual. Are you sure you should be here? Midnight asked. Your guardian told me about your illness acting up and your doctor also rang. Guardian, thanks for the save sensei. The teen inwardly smiled. I see ... And I went out of my way to get the doctor's note and certificate too. If you're truly fine, please take a seat. Got it. Midnight smiled as she gestured to the board. As you can see, we have planned for you to have work experience at different hero offices. She revealed. Because of you working in the support course, you could go into multiple branches of hero-type work. For example, you could work as a teacher for the next generation of support course kids, or perhaps you'll go straight into costume support. You might be contracted for other work outside of the hero business. But the one thing you could end up working for selected hero branches. Midnight threw her arms to the sides as the board was more focused on hero offices. You could work for multiple hero offices, or only work for just one. Many heroes would love to have a personal costume and gadget support team member in their office, especially due to low members the support group produces. Midnight lost her smile as she began to say something else. Sadly, as you may be aware, Hasu was attacked by the League of Villains and the hero killer Stain ... and as a result, a student was killed. The whole class stayed silent. No one said a word. It was silent respect for the dead. We were planning on sending you all to hero offices, but now we are holding back with that plan for now. Midnight told them all, especially when so many hero offices from Hasu are now off limits. Then what do we do? Asked Joker. I'm glad you asked. We're still going to send you to hero offices, but we are going to send you to ones that aren't in Hasu. Midnight revealed yet again. However, unlike what we had planned, you won't choose who you will go to, but who will pick you. So heroes will come around and choose us. That also allows us to potential work out of our comfort zones. I wonder what heroes will pick us. Okay, calm down now. Midnight clapped to get her class attention. We will be talking with potential heroes and discuss who should go with who. However, heroes including myself and other teachers, including All Might, will not be taking you in. Sadly, Izuku raised an eye at that, albeit she did whisper it under her breath as she had turned around. Anyways, she began to clean the board for whatever next lesson they had next. As we speak, we are searching for your potential hero office workplace. Until then, continue as normal. Yes, sensei. As the day progressed, the class was dressed in their PE uniforms. They all waited outside and May seemed to already be suffering from withdrawal symptoms. She just wanted to make babies. I see you're all ready for PE class, the teacher said as he came over. Sorry I'm late. Thank God you're here, Echo-sensei. Yamakumo called out. Hatsune was suffering from withdrawal symptoms. The teacher, who turned out to be known as the hero Echo, sweat dropped. I see. He then coughed into his hands. We will continue class as per usual. Echo was a man with straight blonde hair that wore a purple sleep mask that covered only his eyes, as his hair covered a small part above the sleeping mask. He wore a long-sleeved white shirt with some thin vertical black lines, mainly on the inside of the arms and his sides, and he wore some matching pants with the same patterns. Much like his hero name implied, his quirk was related in some way. The quirk he had was called echolocation. Echolocation allowed Echo to see objects and people by reflected sound, kind of like a bat or a dolphin. It was the reason he wore the sleep mask. It was to boost the effectiveness of his quirk. No one could hide from Echo with a quirk like that. The quirk mainly relied on his ears mainly and his mouth, but he was skilled even to just use breathing to send sound out. He was a pro hero after all. He was their PE teacher. The class shared a look before Echo had walked to an area near a shed. Don't worry, I have plans to make it somewhat different. After pressing some buttons, he opened the shed. You have 10 minutes to prepare yourself with these gadgets. He told the class as May came back to life at the mention of those gadgets. After those 10 minutes are up, it's up to you to prevent me from either finding you, or if I find you, avoid me. Echo then waved his hand as the students left. Oh, and remember you can go solo or in a group, he said as the students practically raided the shed and spread out. Echo lifted his sleeping mask up for a second and pulled it back down. Peace and quiet. The hero lied on the ground, turned to the side and ... fell asleep. Oh, a timer was set to 10 minutes though ... so that was a thing. Lazy bastard. So we're playing hide and seek again. Izuku mumbled. I swear it's only for him to get some extra sleeping hours. I mean, if he wanted to sleep, he could just make it a free period. Yeah ... he's quite lazy once you see past that pro hero appearance of his. Joker sighed. Hatsune was already digging into the machinery. Oh, how I missed you babies, she whispered like a mother to a child. At least one of us is having fun. Joker whispered as Izuku nodded. We have around 9 minutes to prepare ourselves, the currently purple-haired teen brought up. And against Echo-sensei's quirk, we can't really hide ... only run. We need something to throw his echolocation quirk off us. Joker mumbled loudly. Got any ideas, Hatsune? About 500, the pink-haired inventor revealed. We don't have the time to hear 500. Out of those 500, pick the top 3. Izuku deadpanned towards her. Number 1. Release some of gas to stop Echo-sensei from sending out the sonar for his quirk to work. Number 2. Simply stay out of reach, high in the sky. Number 3. Just like 2 but underground. I'm taking the gas, Joker immediately said. Well, my babies can't do underground, Hatsune said as Izuku rolled his eyes. Guess I'm going under. Thanks guys, he said. I think we should just split from each other then. They watched as Izuku ran off. They glanced at each other before bolting with their gear. Echo yawned as he whacked the alarm before doing some stretches. He didn't know why he bothered with the alarm. He was having such a nice dream. Then he woke up. 32 seconds before the alarm went off. Running his hand along his neck, he turned to the wide field where his students could be. Time to listen to my own echo. And with that, the pro hero used his quirk to find his students. The first student he found was Hatsum. And that was because she was in the open eye in a tree, using her gadgets that seemed to be grappling hooks to stay in the air out of reach. And when he got closer to her by going up the tree, she quickly left to another area like the side to a building. Maybe I should have banned their gadgets, the hero thought before sighing. Hatsum, you pass. Hatsum grinned as the hero continued on. The next person he came across was Joker, who tried to use gas. It worked for the most part. He could send out a sonar to receive sound back. But Joker himself made noise. And when Joker realized his mistake, it was too late for the clown. Damn it, better luck next time, Joker. Now out of this trio, where's the last one? He wondered as he went to find the last of the trio while catching and missing some of the other students. Izuku yawned. It was too dark in here. He just wished that Echo found him quickly. Why did he have to pick the last and only option? He wasn't an underground animal. It was dark, tight, and the entrance was sealed. The only way Sensei could find it was if he took his sleeping mask off, but due to the sleeping mask helping his quirk, it seemed he might be here for a while. I wonder if I can surrender. And so the purple-haired teen stayed underground for the next few minutes, deciding what to do. Echo yawned as he looked at the students. Apparently, when Izuku decided to surrender, Echo had given up on searching. So they settled for a draw. For now. But Echo wasn't done with the class yet. We still have plenty of time left. Then what do we do? I would give you free time. But that might cause more noise for me. So I want you all to. Echo then kicked a ball. Have a ball. What? Joker asked, breaking the silence. Play a sport. Any sport. This ball is clearly one for football or soccer depending on who you ask. How about this? You play a game of soccer and when you're finished, you can go through the obstacle course. Or we can stop immediately. Stop when you fall asleep. Izuku added. That is true. But you're still not allowed to leave the grounds before the bell rings. I know. Do the obstacle course and then you have free time to play any sport of your choice or take a nap. I highly suggest the latter. You lazy bastard. Well, might, Echo said as he was already in a sleeping position. And dozed off. So do we do the obstacle course? Joker asked. When has he really cared when he wants to sleep? Izuku asked back. Good point. Meanwhile, back in the main building of UA, Midnight was sitting at her desk in the teacher's office. She was subconsciously doing a SXY leg over leg pose. Despite being alone, she looked over some of the pro heroes that were up for the support course workplace program. It was then she stood as she held the files for her class and the heroes that chose the students to bring into their work experience. It was time to discuss the program with the heroes. And then give the news to the class. She wondered, would the heroes be able to put up with her class? Probably not. Who knows? At least she won't be the only person that would have to go through her students' antics when it came to her. A break from them was nice. Echo turned in his sleep as his students of Class 1H decided to do their own thing. They left the sleeping man alone in the field. As the lazy bastard slept, all the students of 1H headed back to the classroom. Hatsum just wanted to work on her babies more and was practically dragging her two friends with her. The problem was that the hero didn't place his alarm down. He was going to expect the students to wake him up. They never came back and he kept sleeping. What kind of hero sleeps all day? Joker asked, being dragged by a pretty fast Hatsum. Echo, was the dead response from Izuku. It was as if he answered this type of question a million times. I understand it helps with working at night and all. Izuku focused his attention on the surroundings they were practically speeding through while being dragged by Hatsum. It wasn't long before they reached 1H. I'm back, my babies. Hatsum let go of the two after the sudden stop before disappearing inside the room. They could already hear the machinery turn on inside. Hatsum. Both Joker and Izuku looked inside the room. Hatsum was already at work on a device before the grinding sound of her head slowly turned around as she looked at them with a wide grin that was practically creaking, and her eyes were wide open, going past their limits. Joker and Izuku closed the door with different expressions. Both of them were not expecting that from Hatsum. At all. I think she is suffering from withdrawal symptoms, Izuku said to the clown, but the straight man gave him the same horrified look he gave Hatsum. You call that withdrawal symptoms? The clown pointed at him and back to Hatsum behind the door. That is clearly not withdrawal symptoms. I mean, she wasn't gone that long. Are you implying that she's crazy? I'm not saying anything. I'm going in. Maybe she's back to plain old innocent Hatsum. Kumo, no. Yummy. What perfect timing. Hatsum smiled. I'm just wanting to test out my latest baby. She then started stroking the device, as she needs some sort of intervention. "Wanna test it?" she asked with that same face when she was trying to learn about his bab gadget. He meant gadget. She was giving him those eyes again, although it was a bit weaker due to it being further away from him. And of course that sent those memories from before coming straight back at him like he was being hit by truth bullet or the defense attorney just pulled out that final piece of evidence that proved your guilt. Damn it. He turned his head from her and nodded. "We're friends, aren't we?" he asked. Hatsum smiled and nodded. "Yep, good old friends." She smiled, unaware of Izuku's dilemma. She was too innocent for this world at times. He goddamn blushed. Not even being in very close proximity to Midnight got that reaction. Those pleading eyes, wavering lips, pressing of her chest against his body. He was thinking about it again. Well, to be fair, this was only the second time ... or was it the third? Either way, he shook those thoughts out. "Hey ... do you think we should let Joker back in?" he asked as he had walked over to Hatsum's workbench desk. "Huh, won't he come in later anyway?" "That's true. So what's this thing here?" Izuku inspected the device. "This baby can monitor a person's heartbeat and send it out through this speaker like amplifiers," she told him. "I think her name was Jiru. She's the person whose quirk I was assigned to for our project." "How interesting." He nodded, looking at the device. Each of them was assigned one of the Hero Course kids' quirks for their assignment. "Ah, she was the one with the earphone jack quirk, right?" "That's the one." She placed the device down. "Who was yours?" "I got Monoma and his copy quirk," he revealed. "But since we have little students in the support course, I suppose after we finish this we would be assigned a new person who hasn't been worked on yet. That's the most likely thing that would happen." And once again she beamed towards him. "But your baby would have multiple functions. I mean, there's so many quirks a copy quirk can well copy." "Maybe. However, some quirks can't be worked to have a gadget attached." "Yeah, that would be a problem ... But what of your other baby?" Hatsum asked. "Are you going to show me your baby? Is it finished yet?" She was pressing against him again. "Hatsum, realize what you're doing," the purple-eyed teen thought. "It's not done yet, but you'll be the first one that I will show it to." "Really?" She had a wide smile. "Yep," he nodded. "I'll show you it when it's done, or at least in working condition." "Thank you, Yami." She threw her arms around him and surprisingly found himself being spun around. "I can't wait to see your baby." Yeah. He smiled nervously with a blush. "Maybe we can work on a baby together." Hatsum stopped, put him down and looked him in the eye. "I mean, 2 inventors are better than 1 after all." "That's a great idea." "Hey, is it really? I thought you would say no." "No, this way or should I say our babies will be of higher quality." "Hatsum, careful with your words." The teen had to look away from her. "Please don't smile at me like that." Izuku coughed into his hands to get things somewhat back on track ... if there was a track to begin with. But knowing her, they were probably off-road from the get-go. "Hey, Hatsum ... you don't mind how your babies get out there, right?" No, why?" she asked with a tilt of her head. "I was just wondering. I mean, we can go work at hero offices or work at invention companies or even start our own." I'm happy to get my babies out there anyway." "That sounds kind of dangerous," he pointed out. "I mean, what if one of your customers is a villain?" "I never thought of that." She then began to ponder. Then that would be the same as a serial killer buying rope from hardware stores and knives from other shops. I never knew they were going to use it for villainy, just that they wanted to buy it, so I made it. She really does only want to make babies. Now let's get to work on our baby." Right now?" he asked. "Of course. Ako-sensei's still sleeping." "All right." Midnight tapped her foot as she looked down at the sleeping hero known as Echo. He was shrugging his duties again by sleeping. Honestly, it was like he joined the teaching roster to sleep. She gripped her whip before cracking it on the ground, causing Echo to jolt up. "I'm awake." He then saw he woke him up. "Oh, it's just you." "What do you mean, only me?" she asked with a twitch of her eye. "Exactly what it sounds like. Night." He lied back down. "The hell, you're going back to sleep." She stopped him from doing anything else. "You've been asleep for far too long." "No, I haven't. The kids were going to wake up when 5 minutes before the lesson ended. The lesson ended 2 hours ago." "Oh, what nice kids. I should reward them for their act of kindness." "No," she immediately said. "You are going to stay awake and teach your next class." "What are you going to do?" "Use your quirk?" he asked with a smile. Midnight's response was to crack the whip. "No, I'm not putting your back to sleep." It was then she got her sadistic smile on her face. "But I'm not above not using my whip. I think teaching is a good cause." "Too late." "Are you okay, Kumo?" Joker asked as the school continued into its final hour. "My midnight senses are tingling." "Where the hell did you get that?" "Don't tell me." "It was from when she held you back that one time and you looked dead at lunch," Joker pointed out. "What did she do to you for you to get those senses?" "Did she hurt you?" "You should sue if she did." "I'm fine, Joker." Izuru gave him a nice strong thumb pointing to the sky. "You don't look fine with blood dripping down your mouth." "It's perfectly fine. I'm fine." "Blood is still pouring down your face and mouth like a goddamn waterfall." "Don't worry about it, Joker. the teen said as more blood was spouting out of his mouth. What did you say? That sentence doesn't sound right. I knew what you meant, but a donut wary bot. Izuku spat the blood out and smiled. I'm fine now. I don't believe you. Now, let's finish this. Don't continue like nothing happened, goddammit. Joker's shouting fell on deaf ears. Ignored once again. Izuku rested at the bar as he looked around. I guess we're going to deal with that trigger business now, he asked. That's right. Kurogiri nodded. We'll be leaving and meeting them near L's UQFR. At the ring. Really? He asked. The mist man nodded. Yes, in a place where you unleash your quirk and kill your opponent. With trigger, imagine how bloody the fights would be. Pretty bloody. The green-haired teen grinned at the thought. It's like setting two berserkers on each other. That's right. Will Tamura Nai be coming? No, he is going over a plan for how to kill All Might for the next time. Am I going alone? Stain will be going with you and Namu if you wish to take him. Namu can stay here. Very well. I'll contact Stain and the two of you will meet with the dealer and defector. Kurogiri stopped as he was about to leave. Who knows, they might show you Trigger up close in the ring. That would be nice, actually, Izuku said. Getting to see the product in action would be beneficial to our own serum. Sometimes I wonder if you joined the business course instead of the support course. Nah, I wouldn't change from the support course. It's too much crazy fun there. One last thing. What is it? Izuku felt a cold chill in the air. I noticed that you were assigned a written homework assignment ... and it's still not done. Not to mention due tomorrow. Hiro, when I get back with Stain, it better be done. Understand? Yes, thank you, Izu. Then he disappeared. Geez, Kuro, we're villains ... but I don't want midnight to hold me back again. He shivered. I better go do that. Izuku, dressed up nicely for his villainous deeds of the night. And by villainous, he meant obtaining both the drug trigger and the traitor that wants to join them. After fixing his sleeves, he walked downstairs and made sure his collar was popped, cause why not? I thought you were going to wear what you wore yesterday. The voice of Stain called out as he sat on a stool drinking a cold one. Can't wear green cargo pants all the time, Stain. The green-haired teen nodded in the direction of the hero killer. Stain noticed something in the kid's hand as his gaze drifted back up. What's with those visor goggles? I contemplating whether to bring them again or not. I only used them once, and that was for one quirk. Hell, this only exists for one quirk. Yeah ... you and that big guy showed multiple. Izuku was twirling the goggles in his hands. They were only used for his quirk Optic Blaster, a quirk that allowed him to shoot lasers from his eyes or charge them up for a more powerful version. The goggles turned the lasers into a single laser which combined the two and became more powerful. Without it, he just shot two lasers from each of his eyes. The visor-like goggles were in fact useful to power up his lasers ... but it restricted another eye-related quirk of his. One more for sneaking around and such, but that was for a later time. You ready to go? The hero killer looked at him and back to his drink before downing it all in one. Now I am. Kurogiri, warp us. The portal opened for the two jumped in as Izuku put on the sci-fi visor goggles on. Just in case you know. The two appeared within an alleyway that hid them from the main streets. L is other there, Izuku pointed out. Oh, and don't worry about getting caught in there. A lot of these people keep quiet about this sort of thing. So it's true what Kurogiri said ... This place is an underground quirk fight ring. Izu could hear Stain groan in disgust of the place. What can you do? Everyone in this warped society, while leaves their fate up to heroes, also has desires to see it go further than just capturing the villain. He smiled as they walked down a flight of stairs. People want to see blood, adrenaline, and excitement from the battles between heroes and villains. And while it is satisfying, they aren't happy with something like that. They want to see death. That's how Fed in the head society is. Look at the news. We are exposed to death nearly every day. We live off this stuff. Hence why places like this are popular nowadays. He gestured to the quirk ring. People love this stuff, Stain. Stain turned his head from the youth. There's still more cleansing to be done. Seems a match is about to begin, Izuku noted before walking in the opposite direction, mainly to the fighter's locker or waiting room where their target should be located. Standing against a wall, seemingly waiting with what appears to be a briefcase, was a young girl wearing a school uniform with one of her eyes was hidden not only by her hair but also an eye patch as she looked at her nails that had dark nail polish on them. This is ... who we're meeting, Izuku asked as he walked forward. He was informed that they would be holding a suitcase full of trigger. Didn't really occur to him that it would be a girl his age though. He asked as the girl turned and smiled at them. That's me. I guess you're the LOV. Izuku nodded at her question. That's great. I can't tell you how boring it is to do this and not get anywhere in the long run. Now, come. Let's watch it in action. What an odd person ... she seems ... fake. Stain looked down at the green-haired youth and back at the girl. What's with kids being the villains these days? He mumbled lightly as he followed the two. All the attention was centered on the ring. No way paid attention to how the two League of Villain members were there. It was quite a new experience to Stain though. The three sat near the back as they watched the two contests come out ... and clearly on the drug. The first was a man whose quirk was amplified to become a full-fledged gorilla as his original quirk was gorilla arms. The second was another man whose quirk was amplified to be able to produce spiked tendrils from his back. His original quirk couldn't get them out that far or as many as he had now. Izuku crossed his arms as he watched the match begin quickly as the two men doped on Trigger immediately clashed towards like two wild animals. Trigger does seem to make them lose their minds, but seeing them use their quirk like that ... it's inefficient. Gorilla had landed a strong right hook on the tendril man whose tendrils wrapped around the gorilla man and seemed to also stab him. It seems that these people are truly enjoying themselves, Stain thought as he watched the crowd rather than the people. The cheers for blood grew and grew as either the gorilla man or the tendril man got one up on each other. HMPH. I guess I'll dispose of these cowards at a later date. The currently unnamed girl removed her view from the ring and towards the two sitting next to her. The hero killer Stain and the villain from both the Hasu attack and the UA invasion. Boy, was she glad she decided to get into the League of Villains before the Hasu incident occurred. If she played her cards right, she could become a villain, rather than the part-time drug dealer villain whenever school was out. Oh yes, she was still a student, and that irked her. Here he was sitting next to her, a teen the same age as her, and he seemed to be a full-fledged villain. She seemed to notice how Stain just watched the crowd and how Izuku focused on the two fighters. Was this perhaps a security measure? Stain as the defense and the green-haired villain she had yet to learn the name of focused on the effects of Trigger. However, it seemed that the green-haired teen seemed very comfortable here. How do you like the effects of Trigger? She asked. I admit, its effects are nice. However, I do not like how it makes the user into a mindless killing machine. That would get useful pieces caught. She smirked at his words and pointed to her briefcase. I understand that, but my previous boss is still working on Trigger to boost its self-control, she revealed. However, it's taking far too long. Right, Izuku said unblinking. You seem very ... calm here if I do say so. I thought you'd be more on edge here. I doubt this place would be a trap. The former Midoriya said. It's just that I recognize most of the people here as regulars. Wait, you came here before? She asked the teen who nodded. So you watched brutal matches like this one? I did ... but I also took part in them. Why you did? Izuku nodded once again. You'll learn that shortly. A hint is right in front of your eyes. She pouted while being ignored by her fellow teen. Right in front of her eyes. Why can't he just tell her? Oh well, it sounded like he would tell her anyway if she didn't get it. That as if he was alluding to his stage name down in the ring. Tendril had pierced Gorilla's arm once again as another tendril was wrapped around the other man's neck. Gorilla's arm strength was too powerful and easily rip off the tendrils. It didn't take long for the Kong-like man to rip the arms off the tendril man. It was then the beatdown began as the fist slam after fist slam dug the tendril man into the ground. He had been dead for the past minute, but the gorilla kept going. The girl watched as Izuku just shot a laser from his sci-fi visor, killing the gorilla man instantly. That match was taking too long to end thanks to that endless pounding. Izuku said as he stood. Come and Stain, see if you can retrieve the bodies. He pointed down at the ring. Stain was surprised at that. Why me? He asked. I doubt you would want to work out the negotiations. Stain said nothing and left to retrieve Gorilla and Tendril. Izuku took her to a nearby room as the crowd stayed for the next match. Well, I guess it's time for introductions. The girl said. I'm Queen Hachisuka, a part-time villain, and my quirk is Queen Bee. I assume your quirk revolves around that left eye you hide. He pointed out. I am Izuku Shigaraki. Hachisuka let out a whistle before asking another question. What's your quirk? You saw the news, didn't you? My quirk ... is multiple. Multiple? As in, just having multiple quirks. That's right, but tell me about your quirk. As soon as Izuku said that, Hachisuka felt a shiver. She had no idea why, but shiver she did. My quirk is basically a swarm of apocrita, bee and wasp-like creatures that are nested behind the medical patch on my left eye. I can produce numerous of them, and I can dispatch my phalanx to cover heavily populated metropolitan areas. She began. I'm guessing the side effect is that they're connected with you in some way, perhaps biophysically. That's right, I'm connected to them biophysically, and I receive pain whenever they are injured or destroyed, as well as gain insight to whatever experiences or information they glean. Very useful. Can you show me one? Hachisuka removed her eye patch briefly as a single bee came out with a different type of stinger that looked like a syringe. Are these stingers natural or modified? I'd say both, she told him. I use these stingers as syringe delivery systems, which is useful for injection of drugs or other such contaminants. I got to say, Hachisuka, you have one useful quirk, he said as he looked at the trigger in the suitcase as the apocrita went back to Hachisuka. And you supplied us well. Thanks, she smiled as the wasp-like creature crawled back under the eye patch. My babies can get any job done. It was then Izuku's head snapped towards her. What did you call them? My babies. Oh god, not another one. He inwardly panicked. He thought Hatsune was enough with calling her Gadget's babies, but now Hachisuka calling her Bee's babies. He would be hearing Gadget babies during the day and Bee babies during the night. He can't handle that. He can't handle hearing babies all day. I got the bodies, Stain said, walking and getting Hachisuka's attention. What's wrong with him? He looks like he's going through some dilemma. You okay, kid? I am fine, Izuku said as he closed the suitcase. Let's get back. The green-haired teen turned to Hachisuka, who stood there with a smile. Hachisuka, try not to use that mask of yours too much, even if it may be better than your true personality. She was about to retort before he said the next 6 words. Oh, and welcome to the League, he told her. When Hachisuka had officially joined the League of Villains. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.